All right. I'm going to start a little bit earlier than the countdown. Welcome, everybody. Gotta sort of get right into it because the panel starts in about 4 to 5 minutes. Hope everyone's doing well. Let me just lower the music. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell. Had a great workout stream yesterday. I want to thank everyone again that stopped by. Wick, Bob Marley, Robin Lee, Boy Meets Minnie. I'm forgetting a bunch of people. But yeah, I really enjoyed, I always enjoy the workout streams, but yesterday felt particularly good. And overall, I'm doing well. But in a couple of minutes, we're going to get right into a panel talking about basically this article, kind of like alluding to, or, people's concern that, science going woke, in that this journal, Nature Human Behavior, they basically put out an editorial sort of outlining what they hope is like a new direction of science in terms of, ethical standards. And that at least this journal might start enforcing certain ethical standards. But we'll probably learn more detail about that during the panel. I have to actually get right into it because I don't want to be late. I want to hopefully maintain a reputation, being reliable and on time.
With people in this room.
Yeah. Chris Speaks is live already. So,
Okay, cool.
I'm also live. Live and alive.
Alive and alive. Tubi, hello. Yet. Oh, there you are, Tubi. Welcome.
Hello.
Let me turn you up. Give me a moment.
Oh, well, my camera really doesn't like me today.
So
Okay.
it's a tad late, but that's okay.
Hopefully that works. It's great.
I know Smug's about. He's been doing a stream on researching it all day. So.
All day?
Well, I don't know about all day, but
that's intense.
Watching. Got a little preview, right? Okay. And Tubi agreed to join us, and I appreciate you reaching out, my friend. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for inviting me on.
Of course, people involved in the field are always welcome, right? Like, it's nice to have another voice that actually is going to be working on this kind of thing. So.
Okay, I've undeafened myself, and just so everyone knows I am streaming. I'm assuming you guys are too, but just, for posterity's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. I think everyone's who's going live is live.
Everyone knows how I run this. You've all been on my show before. I'll introduce the topic. We'll get into it. Try to attack each other's ideas, not each other. But we'll see how it goes. And thank you for... Oh, well, they're not. I can't even hear me. Yo, thanks for the raid. It's Oh-Yo-Yo. It's Oh-Yo-Yo. Welcome, welcome. We're about to go live. In fact, you know what? It's 1 minute till 6. We're going live a little early for you, my friends. A little bit early. We're still waiting on a couple people, gang. Still waiting on a couple people, but welcome to yet another episode of the Death of Certainty show, where we remember no matter how right we think we are, it's very possible that we might be wrong. Let me shout out It's Yo-Yo real quick. Welcome. Nice to have you, gang. Sit back, pull up a seat, hit that follow button if you haven't already. And yeah, this should be an interesting panel. I'm assuming everyone here has read the article at least, at the bare minimum.
Article?
Yeah.
What article?
Oh, fair enough. It's always interesting to me how many people will come on these panels and they just haven't read any of the information linked to them. They haven't engaged with the topic whatsoever, and they just no prep. Let's go and pop on and pop off.
Did we have to be literate to take?
I know
part in
it's
this?
an
'Cause-
ableist take. I get
Because I'm
it.
British and our education system's terrible. Like I literally just walked into a university and they handed me a degree. I thought
I
it
can
was
actually
food to
confirm
begin with.
that is exactly how it works over here. I have read the article, but I cannot assure anyone that I have understood the article. So that's going to be my checkmate.
That's fine. If it helps, my qualifications are in theology and political science. So I assume everyone to treat me like I'm a moron, and I will be offended if you don't. So we'll
Very
go
well.
from that.
Theology and political science. Let's go, gang. We are waiting on 2 people. Zonia said she would be late. Smugbug. I will DM Smugbug. Give me 1 moment. But in the meantime, how's everyone today? Is everyone having a good day? How's life?
I had a great day so far. Had a nice workout. That was pretty much the highlight of my day so far. But maybe this panel will supplant that previous highlight.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Had a quietish day. Nothing too strenuous from work or anything. So yeah, no complaints.
Okay, Smugbug's having some technical issues. I understand. I get it. Hopefully, as soon as they get those issues ironed out, they can come on.
It's
but
fucking VTubers. I'm telling you, man. You can't have them on the show and expect it to go well. It's fucking degenerates, all of them.
You know, every time. And I'm sick and tired of pretending that VTubing is okay. I'm sick and tired of pretending it's okay to hide your face like that. I have some words for him when he gets here, right? You're one of the good ones, okay? Chris Speaks, you're one of the good ones. But
I take offense
Hey,
at
GZ
that
Drunk,
idea.
welcome. Thank you so much for passing
That's
by.
not a VTuber. That's
Always a
just what
pleasure.
people in the UK look like now.
That is
a
actually true,
VTuber.
yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing, like Just Strife Hayes as well. Like,
They were
they're
always
both just
cartoony.
Very, yeah.
okay, I gotta
You think
turn
they
this-
sell shirts
I'm
like this?
going
Come on.
to turn the Brits audio levels down by like half. Give me a second.
Look, some weird shit happened after Brexit. Okay, I can't be held responsible.
I can't. I voted leave. Oh, it's turned out so well. It's turned out so well.
Yeah, is it better, gang? Can you hear me better now? Is the audio levels, how are they? Let's just get this sorted before we get into the meat of the panel. Yeah, I might check that out. Hit house. I do need a better mic, but money's tight, gang. You want to get me a better mic? You can throw some money at me. Give me some subs and stuff like that.
Is your mic like that headset that you're using
this?
currently?
No,
Okay, I was gonna say
no,
it.
this is nothing. This is fake.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's surprisingly good.
No, it's the webcam mic. So it is what it is, gang. We do what we.
Oh, even
gotta do.
that's still. At least I
Yeah,
find it
it's
quite
still
good for a webcam mic.
Yeah, I've just got JLab. That's mic. Just pretty.
Fair
Seems
enough.
to be working. My audio levels might be quite high for people. Because
I adjusted
kind of
you.
gate through
I
OBS.
adjusted you. Don't worry.
Okay.
And yeah, I think everyone's pretty good. Tubi, can you say a few things just to make sure your audio's level with the other people here?
Wick is the strongest willed of the racism rock.
Keep
A
going.
little choppy.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think.
little
Yes.
choppy.
It's a little choppy. Can you guys hear me now?
That's a bit
turned you
better.
up.
Mic
Yeah,
check
you're-
1 2.
It's about
Mic
as good
check
as we're gonna
1
get.
2.
It's about as good we're gonna get. I'm glad you liked my panel yesterday. Not everyone liked it. Joe Lewis reacted to it. He was not a fan. But what can you do?
No, I thought it
well.
was super awesome.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, well, hopefully Smokebug can fix his shit. Until then, though, the show must go on, so we're just gonna go into it. So recently, gang, I read an article, an editorial in a pretty prestigious magazine, a Nature magazine, which is, as I understand, fairly high up when it comes to the scientific community. It's well respected, and they published an editorial about the ethics behind publishing and research, and how we need, or scientists need, researchers need, to take into account the ethics of the effects their research might have on the larger communities as a whole. I read it, and not being involved in this community, right? Not being involved in the scientific world, I was very taken aback by the language used in this article. It seemed to play into a lot of the
Welcome,
right-wing
Andy.
memes I saw around
Thanks so much for passing by.
publishing of science.
Super appreciate it. Hope
And
you're doing
I
well.
wanted to get some people on and start talking about it and discuss, like, was my normie initial impression correct of what this editorial was trying to say? Why or why not? And Genesis Lazy Duck, thank you. I will definitely post a link into the chat for you guys. But I want to give everyone here a chance to introduce themselves, have an opening thoughts on the topic, and then we'll just get into it, gang. So we're going to start with our friend Beckett here. Tubi, thank you for posting that. Really appreciate you. So yeah, the link to the article's in the chat if you want to read along. Beckett, please, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Beckett. I'm the Imperial Orator on Twitch. Okay, so where to start with this? I think that
Interesting.
firstly, this isn't a new
I
issue.
haven't read that
I
news,
think anybody
actually.
with any historical knowledge knows
You want
that
to send an article about it?
politics has played
I'm all eyes and
into
ears.
research, whether that's scientific or any discipline, for a long time. I think this plays into larger fears that a lot of people have, that academic freedom is being curtailed. Both conversations in universities of deplatforming or not having certain conversations and ideas kind of freely discussed. I'm sure people will have some serious takes kind of with the impacts of research, and I think it's undeniable with the way that politicians play with research studies or even unfinished bits of research. When we look at Blair's dodgy dossier for the Iraq war being used as justification to go into Iraq when it was not even about Iraq's current situation, we can see the dangers there. However, I think that as somebody who's kind of studied contentious fields,
150
I
degree
personally
heat
have
wave.
experienced
That sounds insane
lecturers
to me.
and professors saying, well, there are certain things that you can't talk about. There's certain ways you can't approach topics, which does affect the research that we produce and that academia is going to produce. And I think my final point is as why I think this is dangerous is not just from the perspective of kind of what can come out into the public sphere, but actually the amount of people who are being driven away from academia in a range of topics, including the sciences. We're seeing more people leave academic study and go and work for think tanks, government agencies, and independent and private business because they're able to pursue that research without feeling the same sort of social and political pressures. So my take is that generally we should ease up while being careful to have better and more robust research to make sure it's correct, but pursuing truth is important.
Okay, thank you. Smugbug, Oscar the Sheep is saying they can't hear us over.
Oh, brilliant. Perfect. I'm
So-
very good at this. There we go. All right, that should be fixed.
Fair enough. Hopefully that can be fixed.
Cheers for that.
They didn't need to hear Beckett. That's okay. You're not missing much. And he's pursuing the science. But anyway, thank you for that. I love you. I'm kidding. Next up, we got Corey. Please.
Yeah, well, firstly, thank you so much, as always, for the invitation. Super grateful. Never take it for granted. Pretty much always enjoy being here.
Smug, it's still not fixed. Sorry. Go
That's
on.
okay.
Wait, really? Jesus Christ. All right.
So yeah, I'm
We go
Corey
ahead.
Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. So I'm looking forward to getting to this topic. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And so my thoughts on this particular topic are pretty much like my opening statement. Is that this editorial, as someone who's in, the quote-unquote hard sciences, and this is from Nature Human Behavior. So this is coming from essentially the hard sciences. This is an overall good thing. This is reinforcing the notion that science should be guided by ethics, and that researchers, all researchers, should be mindful of the language they use, mindful of the implications of their research, and that I think this is largely a response, this is keeping in mind that science has a very dark history, and that there was a time, and maybe arguably today in some places, that
Welcome to Flavor Country.
science, was pushed forward in the absence of ethics, or was not guided by ethics. And thankfully, recently, it has flipped in that, science without ethics not only, clearly unethical, but is potentially very dangerous and has caused pretty much, past and potentially present human suffering. And this is just like scientists, and coming from, as you said, Wick, a well-respected journal of like ethics comes first. That's a good thing. And I'll end it there for now.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Chris Speaks, please.
Hi, yeah, thank you for having me on.
Oh, no worries,
My name
Ginger.
is Chris,
And
spelled
welcome. Thanks so much
Krys.
for
I
the
go by
follow.
Chris Speaks on most platforms.
And
I'm mainly on
within
Twitch,
the body,
so yeah, you
thanks
can
so much
find
for
me
the
there.
follow. Super appreciate
Right, so for the opening statement, now, bear in mind I'm a normie when it comes to the specifics of social research, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. I've read the paper that today's panel is about, and I didn't quite understand what the controversy might be beyond the title and a few lines here and there. So I thought that maybe the issue would be in the proposed research ethics. So then I've read those, and I couldn't really spot the controversial element there either. I basically arrived at the same conclusions twice. Now, I'll be honest with you guys, it's not a super easy article to read. It contains a lot of esoteric information that I, quite frankly, don't really give a shit about. And while I might have missed something out, I started thinking that maybe this article just isn't really that controversial, right? We've seen people pick and choose which studies to use to back up their point. We've seen people read the headline of a study, not read into it any deeper, and then get their own conclusions from that. And we've seen studies carried out so poorly that it's actually kind of embarrassing. Now, the paper definitely has elements worth criticizing, but to my understanding, it mostly simply explains why researchers need to do better and proposes solutions on how to get there and how to avoid preventable harms. It seems like consequentialism 101.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and we'll see if the other people share your opinion. Next up, we have Smugbug.
Hey. So yeah, I think the consequentialism point is a big one, right? They take a lot of effort to say that the pursuit of knowledge is an inherent public good, and they repeat this throughout the article. So it's clear that they don't think that knowledge is neutral. They think knowledge is always a benefit, and that the harms need to outweigh that benefit in order to justify pulling back on any particular avenue of research. One thing that I think is really interesting is that they put a lot of effort into highlighting the fact that scientific ethics has been far more focused on the participants in the study rather than the actual population that might have, consequential outcomes of that study. So you may even have like a group of that population agree to a study, but if the wider population is consequentially harmed by the outcome of that study, that can cause a lot of problems. So for example, I think a really good area to look at is the detransitioning debate here, because this is an area where scientific articles tend to get pulled in pretty repeatedly, disingenuously used, misunderstood, and a lot of the highlighted recommended guidelines here would actually solve a huge number of the problems in that debate specifically. Better categorization, smarter categorization, making sure that you're actually defining things correctly, and making sure that your studies aren't likely to be misused and abused, especially when studies tend to get broken down into one tweet and then blasted out without really observing the entirety of the study itself. There were a couple of things I had problems with, but they mostly related to some identity perspective stuff, which I thought was cringe. That's it.
Okay, thank you for your perspective. Next up, we have Zonia.
Hello. So I wasn't able to complete looking through the whole thing, and as was mentioned by Chris, there was a lot of stuff in there that was difficult to get through. But overall, not a lot of complaints with regard to the article itself and what the proposed ethics guidelines were, or the new ethics guidelines were, expanded ethics guidelines, I should say. There's a history of research being weaponized against groups of people. It's easy for people to take data out of context and turn it against, especially minority groups and marginalized groups. This is something that happened with the bell curve that was based off of a study that was both using biased information in terms of using what we later learned was biased, was the IQ tests. But then in addition to being largely incomplete in actually grounding its findings, and so that was effectively weaponized and popularized by what we today call what people today call themselves race realists, and in other numbers will be used out of context to turn against minority groups and stuff, and to label them as being inherently harmful groups of people or inherently barbaric groups of people, etc. So this is something that just happens, and I think the ethics guidelines, they looked okay to me, but again, it's not an area that I'm super well versed in, and so there's a lot to kind of go through and kind of wrap my brain around that I wasn't entirely successful wrapping my brain around. But I think one of the things that we have definitely observed recently is that there seems to be a bit of a lapse in people being conversant in data, statistics, understanding studies, etc., in addition to a lapse in critical thinking skills. So with that combination, we're going to have a lot of people being easily manipulated or misled by statistics, by out of context numbers, etc., and they are much more vulnerable to others who have malicious intent to manipulate them into seeing communities being harmful or being etc. So based on weaponized information or out of context numbers. So I think one of the things that we could also do, I think the ethics guidelines seem okay, but I think something that also needs to be observed is that people need to be more critical in their thinking about these things and asking questions about what is what they're being told and what the intent of what is being told to them, and wanting more information instead of just taking something at surface value, or at face value. But even then, also becoming more conversant at an earlier age and understanding research and statistics. We don't teach that until college when you get down a research track, and that's something that we probably should be introducing to people at earlier grades in K through 12 somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Tubi, please.
All right, thank you for having me on. I'm super tired because I've been doing experiments all day, so I'm sorry. But yeah, I thought for the most part, the article was fine. To me, it seems like it was, if you kind of are in a PhD program or you're pursuing some kind of graduate school, at some point you will encounter kind of discourse that circles around this idea of like, what's the best way to conduct research? What is ethical research? What does that look like? How should we evolve ethical research as we go into the future, etc. And it's extremely important. Our conception, because science is a field guided by expanding our knowledge, it is important for us to consider what is the scope of science and what kind of conclusions can science draw. It's directly guided by empiricism, and so it's because of that it's limited in terms of the scope of the kind of conclusions that it can draw. It cannot make statements about the superiority or the inferiority of a group. It should avoid highly subjective language like that.
Beckett, you got a hot mic. We can hear some kind of background noise.
Oh, apologies.
Tubi, go ahead.
It should avoid highly subjective language like that. And to me, it seems like this article is just going through, it's like a treatise basically on a systematic way to begin to determine a more nuanced framework for evaluating if we're speaking out of the bounds of science. So I think it's totally fine the way that it is. Some people will probably find they'll probably have problems with the idea of retracting information based off of perceptions of offense taken by conclusions that are drawn or certain language in the article. I don't think that's necessarily a reason to take offense. It depends on what the editing process for that looks like. If you come to valid scientific conclusions, they should be statements of fact. They shouldn't necessarily be statements of value about or applying valuation to the conclusions that you're drawing. You can identify, for instance, a genetic locus of disease, right? People in this subpopulation who have this genetic mutation, they develop this disease. You shouldn't say that, therefore, these people are inferior or worse or, make some moral statement about the people. You should say, you can say, I think it's scientific valid to say that, in a certain context, because they have this genetic locus of pathology at a higher incidence than other people in some other population, that can put them at a genetic disadvantage, or that can put them at a survival disadvantage. There's a difference between those two statements, though, saying that one is inherent, because you're saying one is worse, like they're inherently worse, versus saying that given a certain context and given this genetic background, they will probably perform a certain way. It's not making an absolute statement of value. It's saying within a certain context and given this background, they will perform this way. I would consider that statement ethical within the confines of science. The other one begins to branch off into philosophy, in my opinion.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate all of you for being here. We'll get into the opens just after a minute, but just for my perspective here, as a normie, someone who is not involved in the publishing or research of data and things like that, reading this seems to play into, and this is my issue with the article, is when I read it, most of it's, like you said, okay, right? Most of it's just bog standard stuff, but there are several pieces of that which seem to suggest that if you have data that does not comply or might be used by bad actors to hurt a minority community, instead of publishing it, you should just not publish it or retract it if it's already done harm. And in the 80s, this was a thing too with sickle cell anemia. It was found that the Black community had an overabundance of sickle cell anemia. They were very prone to it. I'm not sure the exact language here.
They're genetically susceptible. It's genetic in origin.
Genetically susceptible. There's a lot of pushback, and from even publishing that data, right? They got a lot of pushback at the time for publishing that data from certain groups and things like that, because they were worried it was going to have deleterious effects on the Black community. As you said, this isn't a new discussion. This isn't a new kind of topic. So I worry, especially when it comes to the trans debate, for example, trans sports and things like that, that by putting out this article and saying what they are, like, hey, if we have data that could be used to marginalize these communities further, you shouldn't publish it. It's just going to make the people who already do not trust science even more. It's like giving them a gift. And that's my main pushback against the article and why I'm concerned here. Hopefully you guys can clear that up.
I would just say, I'm curious. Sorry, who's?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and I was just going to say, especially when it comes to like the trans issues, I understand the concern, but you've got articles out there which. There's one that used to be cited a lot a few years back when we were doing the whole trans debate for the first time. And it was essentially an article, I'll find it in a second, link it in chat, which was saying that transness spreads socially and the being exposed to trans people makes you trans. And the way how they have arrived at that data is by polling parents of trans children on websites entirely online, such as Fourth Wave Now or Transgender Trend. So I think it would be fair to say that if that is the best that you can do to get your data for an article for research, then maybe it should be retracted and you should rethink your life choices because you're a fucking imbecile.
And also,
can I jump in, because I think I'm going to be like in the minority here, but I want to give a little bit of perspective. So again, I'll joke about the fact that I'm from political science and stuff, and I'm sat with a lot of people who are sort of hard science academia, but actually professionally, I'm a data analyst in STEM. Like that's my job. I work with a lot of hard science data to draw conclusions from. I'm entirely data and evidence led. So when I'm coming at this, I think part of my concern is, like, let's take the bell curve stuff. The bell curve stuff was rightly shut down, but because it was just shut down as racist, rather than going into why that research was so goddamn bad, and actually engaging with it, there are still people who trot those same arguments out. And this is something we see a lot in the social spheres and social sciences. People will push towards, ideologically, we can't talk about that, but the people who are bad actors and the people who are working on the fringes are still going to use those arguments. We're still going to have race realists. And I was going over a bit of old research from sort of the race realism conversations that were occurring in the sort of anti-SJW sphere back in 2017, 2018. And there were a fair amount of people there who were moving over to the alt-right because that conversation was shut down. People who could do that, have those conversations and research, were getting sort of those fringe kind of followings, which then spread out into Facebook, they spread out into Twitter. And there's a danger here of just being complacent, which we saw with kind of COVID and everything else, of just going, well, believe the science, trust the science. But if we're not being careful about how we present science to the public, because it's not just academic anymore. We're not talking about the academia of 50 years ago where maybe 5 people will really care about a topic area. Stuff is trotted out to persuade the public, and we have to be really careful actually to maintain the status of the sciences as sort of independent.
I think you're kind of contradicting yourself here, because like this article is doing what you want in a way that I think you're not looking at. Like, okay, so the problem a lot of the time is that you're right about the complacency, but I think the complacency is on the side of the scientists, and I think it's a complacency in how they present their ideals. And I think in invoking the data analyst side, it feels to me like you're kind of saying, well, look, we need to dig into the data of the bell curve. No one would ever give a fuck about the actual data of the bell curve. Once the damage is out, once it's been presented poorly the first time round by a malicious actor or by a scientist who did a shit job presenting it, which, to be fair, most scientists are fucking terrible rhetoricians, and they're terrible at presenting their own data effectively to the public. The result is going to be that bad actors will pick it up, they will run with it, and if you haven't done a good enough job categorizing things, which one way that this really helps is in that article, they do specifically break down each component of like trans science inquiry, right? They define gender, they define sex, they define gender identity, they define all of these things that often get confused across all of these different studies, and by standardizing it, now we can talk about the same thing effectively, and it's less easy for people to just run away, adding their own rhetoric to a grand narrative built from those studies. So I think my problem is really the complacency in the side of science, rather than the giving out the data and providing like the truth to people who will find it. Not enough people will find it at the moment.
Zonia, then Corey. Go ahead.
Okay, so I missed that part because I was looking through the research and I was trying to keep an eye out for anything that was talking about retracting data based on like optics like that, right? I saw where it was talking about guidance in how to present that, or how to present that data, but I didn't see where that was going to be retracted, because that was the thing that I would actually care about. And one of the things that I'm observing in a lot of these things, like for instance, what Beckett said, is
Sonia,
that
just to real quick, it's at the very end of the article, right? And I'll just read it out real quickly for you.
Sure, that'd be great.
Sure. It says, sexist, misogynist, and/or anti-LGBTQ content is ethically objectionable, regardless of content type, and for research, regardless of whether a research project was reviewed and approved by appropriate ethics specialists, editors may raise with the author's concerns regarding potentially I'm just going to shorten all that line to anti-LGBT assumptions, implications of speech in their submissions, engage external ethic experts to provide some inputs in such issues as the peer review process, or request modifications, and in severe cases refuse publication or retract post-publication. Sexist, misogynist, and/or anti-LGBT.
Wouldn't that make sense if they're introducing biased statements in the findings that are effectively coming to conclusions when findings themselves, like usually what happens as you find something, you're effectively given more questions and answers. You can find correlation, right? And you can find more and more correlation with more research, but you're not usually saying, we can conclude that here is this statement about the LGBTQ community. I could see why that would be ethically questionable and would have to be retracted and say, let's take the bias out of this. Let's not try to jump to conclusions on this, state the findings, and then state what potential further research could be done to further correlate this, or to find some causation, or to rule out something, right? So that actually makes sense to me. You wouldn't want to pull something just because it shows you some element of information that could be weaponized. It's about whether or not you're introducing any conclusive statements into there that will be, that are effectively pointing at a group or a subgroup, right? And saying therefore. That's what it seems like they're talking about, is they're saying that could be pulled. I know, at least with a lot of research, when you're going through university, like this is something I learned about, like my sister going through, she just got her PhD recently, and she was talking about how many times her research project got kicked back to her because she kept including like information that comes from her personal perspective or is biased, right, or framing, and they kick it back to her and say, you can't word it this way, you can't be offering suggestions, you can't be giving your perspective, this is research, it's got to be unbiased. And so that's what's going on with her professors. As they're looking at it, they're kicking it back to her. Now in peer review, things get a little bit messier depending on the field, because it's up to peers reviewing it. If you've got in the hard sciences, it's a little bit more rigid, and there's a lot more of just aggressive preening and grooming of any kind of biases you can get. But it's also a lot easier because you're generally working with very rigid numbers and very rigid data, right? So with the social sciences, things get a little bit more murky and a little bit, there's a lot more stuff included that isn't necessarily exact or precise. And so inferences have to be made to create quantification on that so that they can actually have something to research. So, and they're heavily statistics based. So there's a lot more room for those kinds of biases to be introduced to the actual findings and the data being presented and such. And it's a lot harder to catch it. It's easier when everything is really hard data and hard numbers to find bias in there, because somebody can offer a suggestion or lean into something that, make a jump to a conclusion that isn't actually there. So it contrasts very easily. Whereas you got a whole bunch of social stuff that's going to be not as clear, it's not like a night and day kind of thing, and it's harder to catch. So it makes sense that they would have these kinds of, guidelines to say, work this one out, remove these things, or reword this in a way that isn't drawing a conclusion based on this group of people, and make it more abstracted and more based on the data and not as biased and not as absolute, right?
Interesting.
Can I respond to this really quickly? I know Corey wants to go, but actually let Corey go, and then can I respond to that? Is that
you might be responding to both of them.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Corey.
Just to, and
after you respond, 2B wanted in. So
just want to maybe rewind a bit in terms of what you brought up originally, Wick, when you first spoke about, you brought up the example of sickle cell anemia, people of African descent. And so I think that is a fantastic example about how potentially just simple data or simple observation can be weaponized. And if you put a certain spin on it, as in you sort of alluded to, there were people out there that, were going to potentially use this information to, make the argument that people of African descent are inferior. And if you make that argument, you have shown your agenda. You've also shown that you don't understand science, because again, I think it's such a great example because there are great biological and evolutionary reasons as to why sickle cell anemia has a higher prevalence in people of African descent, because it's an advantage. It's literally an evolutionary advantage, because since malaria is as much higher prevalence in Africa, sickle cell anemia is protective against malaria. And so as a result of that, it's in that environmental context, it's an advantage. And so if you actually understand the science, and I'm not saying that you should frame it that way, this is just an observation, but someone who frames it in that negative way, pretty much shows that they have an agenda. And so and you sort of address what Beckett alluded to earlier, of a lot of this is, I think, also driven by science is much more in the public sphere. It's no longer these publications. Before the internet, they were publications on paper, and that if you wanted to access an article, you got to go track down that journal, and or you have to pay a subscription fee, which are pretty costly. And generally speaking, no one from the general public is going to do that. Not only do they pretty much aren't even aware that some of these journals exist, they're not going to pay the high subscription cost or article fee. And so, given the fact that there's just more science accessible to the general public, and unfortunately, I'm not afraid to say that the general public is just very ill-equipped to read and understand science. I think we're seeing some of the ramifications of that, of now science is weaponized by people that don't really understand how science works or is conducted. And I think this sort of reinforces that notion of hey, Science is out there, and we have to be really mindful. And I'll wrap up by saying that I think one of the great things about this article is that it reinforced the notion that these are pretty much all the things they outlined, gender, sex, they are evolving constructs. These are not things that are set in stone, and that they've changed sort of, the argument is that, it's biology, it's just biological sex. That's what it is. It's just like this, it's set in stone.
Okay.
And it's not like that. And I think it's good that it reminded them of that.
Sure. I want Beckett to go, then Tubi. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm so glad you said people will just run with it, people will come in with agenda. I also think anybody who is watching, if you want articles, things like Justicore, you can get subscription for. ResearcherGate, contact academics, people will actually send you stuff and talk to you, because actually I don't think many people like the current publishing situation we're in. So I want to just clarify something. Ethics are a thing we need. They're important. Anybody who's done any research in the real world is going to have dealt with ethics, and we're going to end up talking about things like survey research not being great, and the difference between qualitative and quantitative, and then postmodern research, all that kind of stuff can kind of muddy
Welcome,
the
Bob
waters.
Marley.
But looking at
And
this
yes,
from
exactly.
a social sciences point of
Positively
view,
selected
I think
for.
one of the things that's
100%.
missed, and one of the things that I worry about with the hard sciences, is the disciplines I've come from are the disciplines where this has gone wrong in some regard. And there are good examples of this, particularly within positivism, of actually trying to use quantitative research for things like political science. So if we take the example of Tofts' research on rebel victory, which is used by the UN, it's cited regularly by Harvard academics, and basically the research says rebel victory is better because in this set of data that I've got for you, rebel victories last longer. But the data itself is questionable when you dig into it, because people aren't going to read the appendices. So for instance, one of her examples of victory is Afghanistan. It's in a really set time frame and a really set death rate. And if you expand it out even slightly, her entire argument falls apart, because a lot of what happens in academia, which we all know, is we are pushed as academics to publish, to bring out research, to bring out the next big thing, either for research funding for your university or for your own reputation. Not to mention the fact that different scientific groups will have
Thank you
kind
so
of
much
niches in them where you end up
for the
siding
sub.
with. And I see that
Appreciate
as a
it,
danger.
and thank you enough.
Because actually, when we're talking about this, I know we're going to come on to kind of things like detransitioning and stuff, but I just want to pose the kind of opposite effect. Let's look at Addyi, the female Viagra. That was a drug that was not safe, had a 0.1 to 0.01% increase in sexual desire in women.
That's 0 for Americans. Okay, go on.
Yeah, and basically didn't work, and functioned as a date rape drug. It was not safe for release, and then was pushed by activist groups to be released to the public. And that was, when we're looking at this, it's not just politicization of, we can't talk about this. It's politicization of the public will sometimes get an idea that sometimes exists and then not really understand the science behind it. And politicians and activist groups will grab onto it with the best intentions, but not really understanding the science. And we need to be careful about divorcing science from politics, because I think that is almost a better approach.
No
than
explanation
trying to bring a lot
needed.
of social
You don't even
sciences
I'm just
and the
grateful
stuff that's
that you
happening
subbed, and you
into
totally
the
don't
way
have
we're
to.
conducting research, or being at least more upfront about it as a core proponent, as opposed to kind of going, well, this is the science, other people can deal with that.
So if I may, just to ask you the question, then Tubi, and then I see you, Chris Speaks, with your little weird hand. Is that your hand raised too, Smug? Is
Hell
that
yeah.
pounding on the table?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
What a
your
vibe.
VTuber stuff. I don't know if I'm
love the
comfortable
VTuber
having
stuff,
two
it's so
knees
cool.
on my panel, but it is
Did you
what
just
it
call
is.
me a fucking VTuber?
That
Yes, I
sounds
did.
really, you
I'm
sound really bigoted
I'm a
right now,
PNG
Rick.
tuber, okay? I'm a PNG tuber.
Okay, but my question to you, Beckett.
I
right?
apologize.
No, it's,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Sure.
My question to you, Beckett, is so it seems to me that your concern isn't so much that they're blocking data from being released, but they are pushing bad science for a political agenda. Am I getting that right, or did I miss the boat?
Yeah, I think there's both sides to that. I think the more we politicize academia and the more that's happening, the more we're seeing bad research and bad data come out and get
Okay.
supported.
No, absolutely
because
not. No. I don't think so at all. What
there is an issue with trying to get results, like getting something out the door.
Yeah,
but
that's
usually
bad.
you still have to pass the checks and balances. Generally speaking, it doesn't always happen. There are areas where that slips up. But to say bad science is being pushed out there I would not say that is the case.
Actually, I think I've got.
Can I clarify? Can I clarify really quickly, and then I'll let
Right.
you, and then I'll let you jump
Sure.
in. Just it's not that is happening. Like, I'm not claiming that that's happening huge amounts in the hard sciences, but I can see how it has developed in the soft sciences and social sciences and humanities.
No, I
and
think it
see
should
that
happen.
progress.
I think it should happen. I think it is happening, and I think it should happen. Like, okay, I think the best way I can describe it is like the ironic misogyny. Okay, if someone is a base leftist, they can get away with saying more ironically misogynistic shit than someone who is clearly actually believes in misogynistic shit. And in the same way, I think that if we had like a base level ideology that was part of science, right, like some of the things outlined in this article, like for example, all humans have an inherent equal value, etc., then we would be less afraid to do things like research stuff like sickle cell anemia, because we would know that there's a baseline assumption that we're saying, hey, science by default we should make sure is inherently treating all people as equal. But if you try to build this like data mail appeal to like pure truth and rationality, then all you're doing is creating a kind of anti-ideology, which creates a vacuum which other people can then fill with their own ideological aims. So I think it's better to have science say, hey, look, as scientists, we think these things are good, these things are bad, this is the ideological foundation. And now that we've established that, we can do riskier research in the same way that I can make riskier, ironically misogynistic jokes because people know that I'm a leftist and not a Nazi.
Well, there's an interesting thing that came
after
up.
After you, we got to go to Tubi. He's been
Sure.
pushing, so.
Sorry. There's an interesting thing that kind of came up in my conversation with someone a couple days ago, is the idea that if you try to protect people from information by effectively saying that that we're not going to talk about this one thing. It was a conversation with Destiny talking about like, if we decide that like Nazis are ontologically evil, etc., and we're not going to entertain any of the things that they have to say, and we're just going to blacklist them, right, and black hole that information, then the general population becomes ignorant of the arguments that can be used to sneak in those ideas just based on simple out of context numbers and statistics. Like, for instance, a lot of people have been swung on race realism by taking out of context statistics and and separating them from what the underlying causes are, and using them to suggest to people that this is a fundamental thing that they need that they should be paying attention to. And so people become vulnerable to it because they don't have both they're not conversant in what the topic is or the information, and they don't know the underlying causes, and they don't have the ability to really analyze and see this coming. So hiding information from people just makes them more vulnerable to the core components of that information being weaponized against them. So I would argue alongside with Smugbug that we shouldn't be afraid to dig into controversial research subjects. We should be able to move on along those lines and research things that may be considered to be very controversial, assuming that we're not doing a biased research, that we're not researching based on our biases and trying to prove something that we already believe about something. That would be biased research. But we shouldn't be shying away from these things and trying to hide people from it. It only serves to make us more vulnerable to the underlying arguments of those things being weaponized to sway people and create more bias.
Okay, Tubi and then Chris Speaks, and then Tubi, Chris Speaks, and Beckett. I know you want to push back against them.
Then me,
and then Court.
Yeah. So to me, I think the trajectory that Beckett thinks, or is possibly suggesting, that the publishing of this article and the adoption of this kind of ethical framework is putting the hard sciences potentially on. So the same trajectory that he believes the soft sciences is on, that's a negative trajectory. I don't think that the publishing of this paper, or even the adopting of this ethical framework, necessitates that conclusion, or necessitates the placement the hard sciences on that trajectory. Particularly because if you look at the examples that they're giving in a lot of throughout this article, they say things like basically when they're talking about race, that we need to be more careful in terms of the inclusion of race as a variable or as a grouping variable in particular kinds of studies. Why? Because race is a socio-political construct, which of course it is. A more apt description of how people behave, the genetic diversity that actually characterizes people, are biological clines. That is the actual language that we should be using when we group people together based off of genetic homogeneity, approaching genetic homogeneity, or diverging from genetic homogeneity. We shouldn't be using race. Race actually acts as a confound and race can also act as a confound for many other variables. You could have two different groups, and this has been demonstrated. There's higher incidence of diabetes in the African American community. People have identified, look at these genetic markers that predispose people who have them, who share them, for developing diabetes. It must be an inherent quality of the African American collective, because they have these genetic markers that predispose them to developing diabetes. That must be something inherent to the African Americans. Well, when we look at the Native Americans, they have these same genetic markers, much lower incidence of diabetes. So it seems like it's not so much that the genetic markers are the predisposing factor. It seems like some other factor is actually predisposing them. Maybe differences in their diet, maybe differences in their socioeconomic circumstances are surrounding them. I think people hear those kind of caveats and they think that that is an infiltration of a kind of left-wing agenda into academic high-level research science. To me, that's a refinement of the language. It's a higher level of requirement, a higher level of precision that you actually need to satisfy so that your variables are properly controlled for, so that you have less confounds. It also limits the scope of the conclusions that you draw. The less precise your language is, the broader the conclusions you will draw. And you were talking about the bell curve, and you're saying, well, people are levying criticisms of it's racist, as opposed to let's actually look at why this data is poorly analyzed and poorly collected. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. If you're making, if you're drawing from data that was poorly analyzed, conclusions that are too broad and are actually approaching something that reaches more of a value statement and not a statement, an objective statement that you can come to a conclusion about based off of a valid analysis of the data, which was appropriately collected, that book is wrong for two reasons. It's wrong because it's making statements of value, which science cannot make. I cannot stress that enough. Science does not make statements of value. It comments on mechanism and it comments on objective mechanisms leading to occurrence of phenomena. It describes phenomena. It does not make statements about whether that was right, wrong, better, worse. It doesn't do that. So if your statements, if your conclusions begin to approach that, you are reaching outside of the bounds of science. You are not doing what we call science anymore.
Science doesn't exist in a vacuum. You can't make it objective. Like there's no you can't.
No, it's not about making it objective. Not making a value judgment on something does not mean that it's objective. It means that you're not applying a value judgment to it. There's a difference, like I said, between saying
you're not getting oughts from science that comes with.
There's a difference between saying that this person has a genetic locus for disease. They, because they have this genetic locus, they have a predisposition to developing a disease. So if you put them in a certain context, which takes advantage of their disadvantage, they'll perform worse than someone who doesn't have that.
Why did you study that? Why was that studied in the first place? I'm asking why. Do we just throw a dart? Do we throw a dart at a universe?
Well, hold on, wait.
Board?
Typically.
No, I'm just asking why that was studied specifically.
If we're talking about disease, we're studying it because we typically view disease as deleterious and we don't want to die from disease.
Isn't that a value judgment about disease?
No, the scientific.
Totally different. That's an impetus. Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
That's totally different. That's the impetus for why you are interested in establishing a certain line of inquiry to answer a question. So that can be subjective. I have a family member who died from cancer. So I want to establish a line of inquiry breaking down the mechanism for that particular line or that particular form of cancer.
That's just values
Sure.
with extra
Well,
steps. Yeah.
No,
No.
you're
No,
you're
no,
not
no,
understanding
no.
what I'm saying.
I'm not
There-
saying
that's
the
not something-
research has
that's
values,
not
but I'm saying
something-
values drive the research. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine though. The problem comes when you throw in those value statements into the findings of a research paper.
Yeah, that I'm against.
We're not talking about
acting
we're
like
not- yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. That's what
Okay.
this article is arguing against. That's why it's a good thing. I'm saying
Yeah.
when you
Well, no.
inject that-
The article clearly has values, right?
This is like a friendly fire incident, I feel. Like,
No. I think the article clearly is establishing values and some kind of look. I've
Well, the
interrupted.
article
Chris
isn't
has been waiting
science, it's
so long to
ethics.
talk. Sorry, Chris has been waiting so long to talk.
I know. You guys keep interrupting.
I'm the
It's
worst.
these
Look,
fucking VTubers every single
you
time.
need
man.
to
I
just
swear
yell
to
over
God I
me,
hate
okay,
those,
Chris? I'm
okay?
trying to
be
teach you.
assertive,
I'm
VTuber.
teaching you to
Here's-
interrupt me,
No,
please.
I can't do it right now. I have to like do it after I have like got some audience from you, and then I can burn the bridge. But I can't just do that before I've even built the fucker.
Just
Okay.
fucking wreck me, okay? Please, I'm begging
Right,
you.
okay. Corey mentioned earlier that like laymen do not understand science and they don't understand how science is conducted, and I could not agree more. But the thing is, I wonder if some of the people who publish some of this research don't really care about the science either, beyond making sure that they like abide by the bare minimum guidelines. Like they understand that to normies, words such as science or research, they're like a fucking ivory tower of like peak intellectual capacity. And to credit what I have said earlier, and Smog just stole from me for no reason, having a set of guidelines that normalize certain rules is probably going to be super beneficial in sort of dealing with that. And I would also only add that people generally speaking on Twitch, they like blood sports, right? And we're not really providing that because you lot are a bunch of fucking nerds. So I wonder,
I'm fucking
what
straight.
do you guys think about abandoning science and just using Andrew Tate to determine what's right and what isn't?
I think that's pretty
We-
basic.
we
I
can
think,
get- we can
I
get
think it's
some-
fine.
look.
I think it's fine as long as it is how badly we can kind of damage Andrew Tate mentally. Like, if your arguments hurt him, they're better arguments.
Okay. The memes aside, I think that Tubi made an interesting point, and I kind of want to dig into it a little bit with you, gang. And he mentions the impetus for establishing certain lines of inquiry, and the impetus is perfectly okay to have values on doing this. But do we not think that simply that this has a biasing effect on the way we go about research?
Absolutely,
Wouldn't it
yeah.
naturally do so? And if that's the case, shouldn't we seek to mitigate it, right? There are some people who I've heard and read say, now I don't think anyone here is saying this, to be very clear, right? So I'm subtweeting a little bit, but I've heard them say, like, look, politics is always going to be a part of science, so instead of leaning away from it, we should lean into it, and we need to use our politics to drive the science in a way that we think is going to be politically viable and help them and do the most good. And that, to me, makes, as a normie, for example, it makes me cringe away. So I wonder how much of that is driving current research. I'm not involved in it, so I may be totally off base. This may be just something an unreasonable fear, and that's why I've gathered you all together today.
I think you can maintain a truthful and as unbiased a form of like doing science while allowing politics to drive some of the impetuses for doing that science, right? Like if we respect the scientific method, if we respect how research should be conducted effectively, respect the data, and be willing to seek out data even where it might be controversial, it's still a good idea for the political impetus to drive valuable research, right? There was a political impetus to drive eugenics research, and that was a bad political impetus. If we have good political impetuses, then we can focus our research on things that matter and problems that we need to solve today.
Okay, can I push back on this?
You can, but I want to push back a little bit first. Right, you're gonna go next, Beckett. Then we got Sonia. I saw your hand. Don't worry.
Oh, I have my hand up too.
Oh,
At some
I'm
point.
sorry, Corey, but
Okay.
you're a white man, so we don't care about you. Anyway,
True.
to push back against that, like at the time, they did not think it was bad political impetus, right? We're always going to think our politics are good politics. That's just why.
Yeah, they called
politics.
it neutral necessary science.
Yes,
They didn't acknowledge
and
there were
so this
values
is
driving
my,
it.
My worry is that what we are in the name of what we think is good politics, because of course our politics are good. We wouldn't have bad politics, are going to go into weird areas. But Beckett, go ahead. Maybe you can do it better than me.
Well,
Okay, firstly, I want to just say, Tubi, I'm annoyed at you because you're clearly really interesting, and I agree quite a lot with everything you've said. So I don't want to attack you, but you're fucking I think you're bang on with a lot of the categorization stuff, and I do agree with you. I think that there is wider things going on here. So I want to push back on this idea of kind of like almost morally lucky kind of political research. So let's look at the 90s in the UK and the origin of the anti-vax movement for the mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine.
Yeah.
That was research within the scientific ground published, that got caught up in the media, got pushed forward massively through political scaremongering, purely for like monetary reasons. The research was fucking terrible, and then it snowballed on itself, and we can see that happening. And I think the core of this, with the question of does this article concern me, I think part of the reason I have concerns over the way we're talking about ethics is actually there are other things that perhaps we could be reforming, such as peer review. Is anybody in this panel happy with how peer review works currently?
No,
When we're talking about, yeah, like just quickly, like let's take Nature for a second, because Nature is a publication with huge amounts of money behind it. That if you want a free article up, I think it's $1,100. If you want that to be open access in Nature, and it puts a huge amount of pressure on researchers to become reviewers for free because it is prestigious and for the science. And I think there are wider problems with what we're talking about. I think if you want to have a framework like this, if you want to push ethics and everything else, then I think that's actually a really good thing to do, because good ethical rigor will lead to better research. But there are other problems going on in academia, such as the way we're talking about reviewers. And I know reviewers who are like, well, they didn't cite me, or they weren't in line with what I was thinking, and they will kick back good research, as opposed to looking into the appendices and going, holy shit, your data is fucking awful, what are you doing? And because there is that sort of impetus to publish things that are interesting as well, or capture the public imagination, I feel like this is A, a band-aid, and B, there is interesting things written here. I think Tubi's pointing to a lot of them, but when we're looking at just that last paragraph, sexist, misogynistic, and anti-LGBTQ+ content is ethically objectionable regardless of content type, research, review, or opinion. That is politically loaded, and there's reasons we're seeing stuff like this come out in the hard sciences that I don't know if we're being completely honest about, because we are humans. I agree with Smug, like, you can't be totally objective sometimes, but I worry that people's politics are bleeding more and more into areas, both public, private, academic, civil, and government, that is going to cause issues for us down the line when we come up against problems and we're like, well, we actually do need to look into the research of this. And then maybe you're right. Maybe having this agreed framework where we can suddenly talk about everything because we can accept that we're left wing or whatever is true. But I don't see it, because even in spaces that are very left wing, we're still crucifying each other over the slightest purity spirals in our communities. We're seeing this in Twitch poll. And people will do that in the public sphere as well. So
are you saying that the research community is like Twitch poll? Is that what
I'm saying? That humans are humans everywhere. No, I'm saying humans are humans everywhere, and we have intelligent people on this panel who are still affected. We're sat in here with a load of people with science qualifications, or at least tangentially work in STEM, and we still have those political impetuses and will to talk about it. We're not, we've come out of labs or our workplaces or kind of spreadsheets or whatever to come and talk about this, and that is not an anomaly. The only anomaly here is we're prepared to do it openly on the internet.
Hey, Corey,
do you think it's possible to avoid meddling politics with science?
Yes, but I think that a lot needs to be done. But I think the ideal would be the idea of being honest about the limitations of science with the public, and also far more pushing of sciences to the public, basically. Maybe even media restrictions on pushing bad research. I think back to when there was some earthquake study, and the media articles was, earthquake study disproves Einstein's theory of relativity. And they were like, no, our instrumentation was just not working. No, you've disproved Einstein. And that's part of the problem. It's so sensationalized, and there's such a huge risk there. And also it makes money for universities who frankly kind of don't care, because they're, administrations don't care whether the research is good. They care whether they're making money.
Okay, so if I can address your point, Beckett, in terms of like, it seems like you view this article as like, this is not priority number one, or like, there are other things that we should be focusing on. But I don't think these are like mutually exclusive, as in like, whatever, if you want to talk, as someone who's been through peer review and has published, in scientific journals, like I have no problem talking about peer review, or even just like how whatever the current, the current model of publishing is just like absolutely abhorrent. And if you want to talk about how, our politics and our economic system sort of incentivizes that, like that's fine. But I don't think these are like mutually exclusive issues, where it's like, I don't think that thousands of hours or hundreds of thousands of hours were spent like writing this editorial, this 2 or 3 page editorial. Like this is just trying to like put a message to the scientific community, or like anybody that wants to publish in this journal, that like, hey, we reserve the right to pretty much like call you out if you're basically treading into sort of unethical territory, or if you don't understand the implications of your own research. And this is also like not a new thing in terms of like what I think you even used the word like deplatforming or censorship, where it's like there's totally censorship in science. Like again, as someone who has presented and gone to scientific conferences, like you have to submit an abstract, and they don't just accept any abstract. I can't just submit my abstract about this is my study about me questioning evolution through my results of deep prayer. I can't just go and present that. That will be, I can write up the abstract, it's just going to be rejected. And similar to what this article is alluding to, of like, you can carry out the science, you can collect the data, but depending on how you frame it and how you word it, and your potential implications that you might be alluding to, you might just not get it published. And that's a good thing.
Do you not think that you should...
Smug, real quick, and then you can go, and then Zonia, right? Zonia is waiting, very patient.
Oh yeah, sorry. Zonia can go first. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Fair enough. So to your point, Corey, here though, like when they talk about being careful about how you word things and things like that, sometimes it's very important, because a situation is ongoing and it's imminent, to word it in very clear manner that yes, might be used to stigmatize the community. Monkeypox, great example, right? Someone brought this up into my chat, and I'm going to steal it. It seems like, at least from all the data I've seen, it poses a significantly bigger threat to homosexual communities than it does to heterosexual communities right now. That seems to be where all the data that I've seen from a wealth of research points to, and we need absolutely more research on this. But it has been getting a lot, very big pushback, where people are afraid to say it and phrase it in certain ways, because they are afraid that they're going to get canceled, for lack of a better term, that if they actually point this out as an actual threat to these communities, is going to be seen as a gay disease, it's going to be weaponized against the gay community. So is this not an example of a very important, like, of one of the deleterious effects of using the ethics that this article is trying to say that you should use? Or am I off base here? How am I wrong?
I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I think your example of monkeypox sort of, I think, reinforces the notion that this article is trying to like, or reinforces the message that this article is trying to, send out, in terms of like, yes, the data is showing like the observation, but of like monkeypox and potentially greater risk in certain populations, and you see this data being weaponized in certain political spheres, and I think it's trying to keep in mind that like, this type of spin happens, and we as scientists, when we're presenting our research, given that now pretty much science is way more publicized, we have to keep that in mind. And it might just be as simple as like reinforcing the notion that like, yes, this is the observation, but it doesn't mean X, Y, Z in terms of like stigmatizing a group.
I just don't want a scientist. I just don't want a scientist or a researcher or a publicist, even someone who's publishing things, to hesitate when it comes to publishing this timely kind of data. But that's me. Zonia, and then Smug.
Yeah, so There's a few things that I wanted to kind of touch on here. One would be when it comes to impetus to perform, to do research. So one of the things that Corey brought up is that you can still do the research. Like usually where you have an issue when it comes to things that are either popular or politicized, etc., what that comes down to is like funding for the research, right? So being able to get funding, get grants, etc., for being able to do the kind of research that you want to do. So there is a bit of a sort of a gateway there when it comes to things. If you're going to research something that's really popular, or that's currently like needed, for instance, like in times of war, etc., a lot of research that the the military ends up utilizing gets a lot of funding. So a lot of money goes out to get specific things researched that the military plans to use or would like to know more about. So there's definitely going to be some of these things where you're not going to get as much access to funding if you're doing something that's not as popular. So that's one thing to consider there. The other thing would be is or to consider is that like
Welcome, Oily Olive.
Okay, so when we're
Thanks so much for
talking
passing by.
about research being guided by popularity or politics or whatever, what have you, right? Military conflicts, etc. That's kind of it, just collectively where things move in a direction. It's like, what is popular right now? What is most affecting us? What is most needed? What is most what would you call it, like deleterious to society right now that we're currently being plagued by, like monkeypox being a big one, right? So you want to, in a way, you do want to have a lot of the research go in that direction. Now, obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's also going to be researched at the same time that's not as popular, not as interesting, or as I've heard them say it oftentimes in my industry, not sexy, right? They'll say it's not sexy research or not a sexy thing to research because it's just not that interesting. People don't really care that much. So but there isn't necessarily, like, I would argue that there actually isn't something inherently wrong with a lot of the intent to, or the guiding of the direction that things will be what will be researched. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that being guided by these, politically driven or wartime driven or what would be a good term for it, like pandemic driven events. That makes sense, and that gets a lot more funding and attention, and so it's more likely to produce a lot more broader results, giving you a lot more data to work with and a lot more correlative information and such. So I don't think that's a bad thing, unless somebody can like really argue a good case for why that would be bad or why that would be a problem. Because it doesn't, like Corey said, it doesn't prevent the other research from happening. It just doesn't get as much funding, and it's not as many students want to go down a track that does that kind of research, etc. Because again, not sexy as people put it in the industry.
Well, luckily everyone on here is sexy. Smug, go ahead.
I think if you, and again, I think this is where ideology fueling the impetus for science actually helps, right? Like, if your goal is just to produce the most interesting research, right, the most it's not necessarily profitable, but like as an academic, essentially, like reputation is your kind of, is the thing that you're chasing, right? Citations, it's passing peer review, etc. So like, I think that if we were to instead use science for a good, right, and then I think you're going to end up with better outcomes, because you're basically like some science may be super interesting, and some science may have a lot of great utility for society if we agree on some basic principles that are good, which is hard enough to do. But I think, again, this article does a good job in agreeing on some basic principles that are not universally, accepted in a lot of the ways that science is used, like, equal rights between all people, etc. I also think that if you're not honest, like, I think that if we appeal to this idea, again, of like neutrality in science, I think if we're not honest that there is an ideology there, and we don't, I think you should almost, I don't know what this will look like in practice, but I think you should almost like declare the ideological basis alongside your funding, right? These are the two motivations you have for creating your studies. I don't think that you should.
How does
look,
that look like? Just out
well,
of
so
Smug,
well, it
what
looks
does
like
that look like? Do you say
it looks like
publish
it
a
looks like this
paper
article. It looks
and
like
you
this article.
say, I'm a left-wing I voted
No,
for
no, no,
this.
no, no, no.
It's
It looks like
weird.
this article. If science as a whole, right? If the mainstream science is saying, okay, these are the principles that we want to adhere to, right? That's basically scientific inquiry stating, hey, on the gender issue, these are the basic principles we adhere to. On the on the issues of race, these are the basic principles we adhere to, right? And then that is itself an ideology that's fueling research, right? So anything that we have that helps us on that front is better, rather than like hiding, I guess, the values that are driving the impetus in a way that means that it's much harder to hold accountable. Now at least we're transparent about the fact that, hey, there's an ideological driver for science that's always been there. It's been there historically. It's there today. We should
So you
probably
would
declare
rather
it in the same way as funding.
And tell me if I'm this is what I'm hearing, so if I'm hearing you wrong, please correct
Yeah.
me. You're saying rather than just try to pretend that political bias or political leanings or political impetus isn't there, we should just be upfront with what they are and perhaps lean into it a bit rather than trying to mitigate it. Is that what you're saying?
maybe institutions can put out regular like assessments of their own research over the course of like the last 6 months or year, right? And then that can be rated on some kind of objective scale for bias in the way that we often rate media for bias, right? So it maybe certain
I'm just
institutions
gonna
can be known as like
honest with you. Like at
yeah.
first blush, this idea I do not like it. But I haven't thought about this idea very much. But at first blush, I'm like, wait, no. If what we want to do, at least in my opinion, as a non-researcher and non-scientist, is try to mitigate the political biases we have as much as possible. Control for that variable as much as possible, right?
How do you
And get
control
rid
for a
of it.
variable you're
It's
not
very hard to
measuring or
do,
seeing?
right?
Right?
There's-
Yeah,
Recognizing your bias.
There's a
I think
thing-
honesty is the best policy there, right? Institutionally and individually.
I think we need to kind of clarify something though.
Sure.
When we're talking about these ethics guidelines, this is Nature Portfolio's ethics guidelines for accepting research papers, right? So you want to separate like you want to separate sort of like the ethics from the the science, which is information built upon by the scientific method, right? By utilizing the scientific method. So you don't want to marry those two too close together. Now I agree that because you want to get published, right, you may end up finding yourself catering to those ethics guidelines in order to establish research that is more likely to get published, right, and get accepted at a conference so that you can speak about it, etc. So yeah, that can definitely guide the hand a bit. I think chilling effect is a good way of putting it. So far this is one of these publications in particular with these guidelines. Others may end up following. It's going to be different, I think, with the hard sciences. Obviously, usually you're not going to find these kinds of ethical guidelines, like these particular kinds of guidelines, like the way that they're framed. Especially if you're working in computer science. So right, but so probably like for SmugBug. I think you definitely want to have that clear separation. Like this here is not the science, but yes, this can influence those who are doing the research in order to better cater to something that they feel is more likely to get accepted, and published, right? So
yeah,
just
I think
to have that clear separation of language, so we're not conflating the science with the ethics.
Yeah, I'm just pushing.
Smug, hey, just real quick, Smug, you can respond to that since you were addressed, and then Beckett.
I'm just pushing back against the data males who think that like this data tends to exist in a vacuum and they can separate that perfectly. We should really be addressing like all of the influencing factors on science, and I don't think these guys are doing that appropriately.
Okay, I think, look, so hands in the air, I don't think that's an unfair criticism of those of us who are kind of very, very data heavy, and I'm obviously gonna be. But I suppose what I want to push back on is this idea that like leaning into stuff, it can be helpful, because like let's just go back to sort of my basis in counterterrorism. When we're looking at kind of where political science is and why political science exists, it is literally the case where political science wanted to be valid, so they started using kind of really hard data, and it was largely inappropriate. And you can see this push from the public sphere to research in certain areas, which led to a lot of really bad research into counterterrorism. Stuff like with the war in Iraq, for example, there was a massive push for why we're there. How do we justify elements that governments are doing? How do we justify the way that we try and reform countries, for example? Because then politicians are able to pick up those papers and use those arguments. And I agree with you that these things don't happen in a vacuum. I think part of my argument is actually maybe we should be pushing that they do. The idea that you can kind of be more specific about your ethics and what you're looking for from an ethical approach to your research. I think to a certain extent we already have that. It doesn't need the same codified language, which it will lead people to look at certain pieces of research and say, okay, well, is this appropriate? Is it appropriate for this, not just this language, but the research to be taking place in the first place? As opposed to the question of, is there something here in that research which is telling us something potentially important that we hadn't thought about, or even the ability to take articles and that are published and brought out and then use them as an example of bad science or a bad argument. And the final thing I just want to say is the idea that we can kind of force everything in a direction of research that we want it to be, whether that's ethical or a particular type of research or a process, whether it's postmodern, modernist or whatever, is I think really dangerous. And again, going back to kind of counterterrorism studies of the alt-right, when you look at kind of alt-right studies just post-Trump, most of them were on the ground studies of the far right. They were on kind of the day-to-day activities at protest march rallies. But there is a huge gap in the research on 4chan, on anything that happens online, even on people like Richard Spencer. And because nobody in the academic sphere respected that online research, and still to an extent doesn't, it's very hard to get it published because the argument is, well, we can't really trust the internet, as opposed to looking at the research honestly and going, okay, there might be something here. And I worry when you look at the ethical stuff that people won't look at it and go, oh, there's something here. They'll go, oh, that seems a little bit suspect or a little bit too far one way, so maybe we'll just ignore it. And I think that's a real risk.
If we set science up against people like Richard Spencer with those basic values, like, people deserve to be equal, then I think that drives a specific declared utility for nature as well. One thing I want to note is that I don't think that all of science should immediately tomorrow have the exact same ethical guidelines. I would expect different publications to focus on different areas and maybe have slightly different interpretations of how things should work. And over time, like all good science, it'll begin to coalesce towards, the truth. I don't think that. Well, you keep bringing up the counterterrorism thing. I think because I read a book called Super Forecasting, which went quite heavily. Is that maybe? Have you read that as well, Beckett?
Sorry, I muted. I'm aware of it. I don't think I've read it.
Okay, all right. They go into a lot of detail there, and one of the big problems
Imagine reading a book. What?
I know. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's the only book I've ever read. I swear. Okay, I need to maintain
Fucking
my.
nerd, man.
I know. So anyway, I read this book. All right, and like a lot of the problem that occurred in that like counterterrorism situation wasn't that the bias was there, because there's always a bias there, but it's that it was an undeclared bias that amalgamated across multiple institutions, and they all aligned without realizing, because no one declared their biases. No individuals at the levels making recommendations up top declared their biases, and so no one was able to sit there and go, well, hold on a fucking second, all of these compasses are aligning in the same direction, we have no oppositionary force checking this data, clearly like everyone's just kind of yes-manning each other because they all agree that we should go to Iraq, rather than actually think about rather than provide attention on that. And I think science does require that tension to be effective, right? You need that tension is, what makes the good parts of peer review good.
Oh, no. You just kick out anyone who disagrees with you and ignore them. That's how you do it. But go on.
Do you not think, like, okay.
After you, Beckett, 2v1 then.
In
Go
a
ahead.
nutshell, I almost agree with you, but I just think that this is almost going to have the opposite effect to that potentially. Not just this. I don't want to strawman this article as the worst thing that's ever existed, but
Sure.
I worry that pathway where we're throwing out good research and so I don't want to come too far onto the detransitioning stuff, because I've seen some of the research and I'm not a biologist, but my understanding, limited though it is that it's not particularly fucking good, frankly. So I'm not going to sit here and defend it. But because it then gets shut down as well. The story isn't that research that is bad, which I think was the case in Bath University a few years ago. The research was just bad. It wasn't that research bad shut down. It was controversial research shut down. And if you want to kind of take the argument that we need to account for the politicking in this, either the messaging needs to be much clearer, or we almost need to let things run their course and then deal with it and then bring out 20 other articles showing why that research is absolute bollocks. Now, yes, some fringe groups are going to run with it, but we've seen this with everything from flat earthers to race realists. There are going to be people who run with those things, and the best thing we can do with them, and this includes anti-vaxxers and everything else, is present them evidence that they are wrong, objectively wrong. This goes for climate change as well. It's not enough just to say we're not going to debate it. Like, climate change is obviously happening, and that's why we need more and more data and more research and more articles coming out to fucking show people. Because the truth is that people aren't always going to accept the evidence of their eyes. But when you sit down and go, here are our rainforests.
We have the data. I think we're missing the pathos. Yeah. I think scientists are fucking lazy about that. I think they sit on the truth.
I wouldn't even blame the scientists.
No, I would. I think they have a moral obligation to present their ideas better than they have been.
Well, I would say that no matter what, because I deal with people who are, far right all the time, and what they do is they'll go and dig back, because we'll have modern information within like the last 10 years that clearly gives us much more clear correlative, direction for things that would disprove what their claims are. But then they go and they say, yeah, but this research back in 1992, right? And so they go and they will still cherry pick things at the same time. So not only will they pick older research that has since been, deprecated and shown to be incomplete or invalid or biased, etc., but they will also cherry pick the data out of it. So for a lot of people, it just doesn't matter. They will use both out of date and debunked information, as well as they will use things out of context and cherry picked in order to support their own biases that they have. And I think what this comes down to a lot of is, this is why I stress having a lot more emphasis on just in general educating people on both the being on critical thinking skills to help them circumvent their own confirmation bias, but then in addition to becoming conversant in and understanding how research and data work, right? And doing this at an earlier age. There's no way to avoid the cherry picking. You can make the people who are doing the science themselves, you can take the researchers themselves, and you could educate them on how to present things responsibly and how to be more well-spoken and articulate and in everything. It's not going to make a damn bit of difference.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go ahead.
I understand. Tubi has been trying.
Yeah.
And then you're directly after. Okay. Go ahead, Tubi.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to formulate this point now because we've talked about so many ideas, and it's because it's an interesting discussion. So I think, again, within the scope of this paper, I don't think that, Smugbug, he was saying that he feels like we're trying to essentially dehumanize or remove the human impetus for why.
I said you were data males. Yes.
Sure. Who are So again, we're trying to remove the impetus and pretend as if science is conducted and conclusions are reached in a vacuum. That's not what I'm trying to do, and I don't even think that's what this paper is trying to do. This paper is just establishing criteria for what they view as the most precise way to arrive at conclusions ethically in science. I think you can have pretty much every impetus that you want for doing a particular line of inquiry. I can research brain cancer regardless of whether I'm Republican, Democrat, a misanthropist, a misogynist, whatever, and I can gather my data, and if I gather my data appropriately, and I didn't do selective cherry picking, which could be motivated by my impetus, but you can't control that at the individual level. So I don't think I'm trying to remove the impetus. The impetus is what moves you to establish a line of inquiry or seek out establish a line of inquiry or try to conduct experiments to figure something out about the world. I don't want to remove that from people. What I do want to remove from people's process by which they come to conclusion is that impetus having equal weight to your data or achieving parity in terms of the weight that yields for you generating your conclusion. That should be separated. Two people can have totally different impetuses for why they start the same line of inquiry and gather the same set of data. Regardless of the fact that my impetus is different than your own, the data should be the data. And so I should be able to interpret the data using the same methods as you and arrive at a similar, if not the exact same conclusion that you arrived at. If we can't, because my impetus for pursuing something is different than your own, they have achieved parity, or it could be even said that the impetus is even more important in terms of shaping your conclusion, which it should not be. There are two things. There's philosophy and then there's science. Philosophy establishes ethics. Science explains why phenomena occur, not why, by what mechanism they occur. Philosophy, mice should be harmed as little as possible. That's an ethical framework. I can't come up with a set of experiments to prove that to you. Science.
What about
mice
pain
can't feel
receptors?
pain.
What about their capacity
Hold
for
on,
suffering?
wait. I was just about to say that. I'm so glad
Okay.
you said that.
All right,
That
great.
is a scientific question. Mice can feel pain. I can actually establish criteria for what we're calling the biological response of pain, and then I can figure out whether mice respond that way.
I see what you
And
mean.
if
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
analogous to how humans respond that way, that's totally different. Philosophy, everybody should be equal. Science, one group has a higher capacity to do something. Totally different. And there are limitations to research. I don't care what your impetus is, there's limitations to what you can research, and their tractability.
Okay, sorry,
So
maybe you can educate me. I actually want to ask you a question. So, are you familiar with the
Sure.
Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness?
About animals, I am.
I-
Yes, we're pretty much extending consciousness. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess that declaration is basically essentially that animals, or at least some animals, have enough consciousness, and we probably don't need to continue doing pain experiments on animals to determine precise measures about their experience of pain. We've got enough to know that for the most part, it seems like that they feel pain, and many of them can experience it in a way that's
They share in the human experience.
Exactly right. They share in
Yeah.
the human experience. Exactly. So, like, I guess at what point in the science do you make the ethical decision to make that declaration that we don't need to continue doing that science? Right. That seems like a philosophical question, but it's also driven by the science. Like, where's the line between those two things? Because you've separated
It
that
is,
quite
but-
distinctly. But that seems very
It is.
combined.
Well, it is, but you won't ever come to the conclusion that you don't need to do that by designing experiments. You'll come to that conclusion through a consideration of moral ethics. You'll come to that conclusion through logical syllogisms. I won't design an experiment that proves to you that actually, now that I've done this one experiment, now we no longer need to experiment with animals. I will do a set of experiments, and that will inform my understanding of the world, but how I craft an argument for why we should abandon the current standards we have for ethical experimentation on animal models, that won't ever be reached by me just doing experiments. That's a logical syllogism that is within the domain of philosophy.
All right. I
Right
have one
now-
more question after
Okay.
this. Sorry, if you want to finish.
I was just saying, right now, there's various schools of thought as to how ethical it is to even work with mouse model. For instance, I have a great moral compunction about working with mice. I have to kill them while I collect tumor cells from their brains, and I hate doing it. I have to perfuse them, so I have to break their ribs open while they're still breathing and essentially push all of the blood out of their body with an isotonic solution called PBS. And it's horrible. I hate doing it every time. And lots of people feel a moral compunction about that. But we don't just do whatever we want with animals because we feel that they're worthy of moral consideration. Some people are absolute abolitionists in terms of they don't think we should ever do any experiments on it. And there's a school of thought for that. Some people think that, well, actually it should be a tiered system in terms of how animals, mice in this case, are worthy of moral consideration, but it's okay to do research on them because the benefit that we can derive from them by doing this experiment on them outweighs this negative deleterious effect of a mouse dying. So I don't like that kind of utilitarian calculus. I think all of this shit is crazy. I have to do it as a scientist because for you to want to, for instance, for cancer, to try to come up with a cure, you have to develop what we call preclinical data. And that's in a mouse model, so that if you have a drug that shows promise in a mouse model, you can then proceed to testing it in people. Because for whatever reason, we find it more more morally repugnant to just take that putative or suspected effective therapy and start on people immediately. We want to show that actually it's safe at this dose in animals and they can tolerate it and all that stuff, and then we proceed to human. For me, I don't see a reason that's not just highly subjective for why we draw that demarcation. I think that shit is crazy. I'm sometimes having to do the perfusion, it makes me think, wow, maybe some people do need to die from cancer, because this shit is horrible. Like, I can't explain to you how much I hate doing it.
If we assume that testing on
I
humans
just
is
want
bad,
to interject.
Wait, I had one last question.
You can have
I had a
your
question as well.
But I'm a capitalist. I gotta do some shilling, right?
Oh,
Gang,
boy.
I want to do an experiment right now. How many of you can sub to my channel, right? If you are for science, right? If you love science, if you think science is great, you'll hit that sub button right now, right? This isn't just a philosophical thing. We're gonna measure this. If you love science, hit that sub. Gift a sub to your friend. Hit that follow button if you have it. Gang, this is great content. Give me money. Okay.
If you're anti-science, drop bits,
hold
by
on,
the way.
Smug. No dropping bugs. Now that Wick's irrelevant segue is done, okay? There is a bit in this research that
Tessie
says
Johnson loves
unnecessary
America, right?
suffering
Tessie Johnson
of
loves
non-human
science.
animals
Chris,
as a result of
interrupt louder.
experimentation. I am going to fight for this, okay?
Go,
because
go.
I have a question for 2B.
Do
If
it,
we
go,
assume that testing on humans is bad and testing on animals is okay for the benefits of humanity, at what point are we fine testing on furries?
Amazing.
We should actually.
We don't test on
they're not
furries.
human. It's perfectly fine to do it on furries. They're not worthy of moral consideration.
Well, they're
We should
in the tier
actually use
system, right?
them.
Yeah, but
What
when
about-
we
what
do
about-
the
you
system-
go
They're not
mouse
worthy of-
you go mouse to furry to human, right?
What about
They're
those who use?
amoral. They're amoral objects. They're like rocks.
What about? What
I'm
about?
sorry, did you
we
put
should-
mice lower than furries?
I'm a vegan, okay, so
I elevated mice.
That was tough for me.
I elevated mice
What the
above
fuck?
furries.
that was tough for me, all right.
Mice are worthy of moral consideration. Mice are worthy of moral consideration, which is why I give them a painkiller before I have to do what I have to do with them. The furry, I wouldn't. There's no painkiller for them. They're not. worthy of
Sometimes,
Jesus Christ.
well, the thing is, like in a lot of medical research on animals, they actually can't introduce sedatives, so that's another thing.
Yes,
and
it's a
actually-
confounding
because I-
variable.
We love
Yeah.
science.
Yeah.
But I want to hopefully seriously address a point that Beckett made earlier, where if I remember correctly, like you were putting forth the argument or the statement that in order to basically change opinions, we need to just present the evidence to people, and that there should be better communication about the evidence, and that if you want to go in a certain direction, just present the evidence. And this is going to get a bit meta potentially, but there's decent evidence showing that to change opinions or change people's political positions, showing evidence pretty much is not effective at all. There's still a substantial portion of people in the United States, I think 20-30%, that still don't accept evolution as an actual thing, as a biological or phenomenon that occurs, and no amount of evidence are you able to show these people that will change their mind. It's way more than that, and there's something to be said potentially. I'm not necessarily staking my claim on this, of just not being fully public about potentially all your findings, just because not only can some people not handle it, also at the same time just evidence is ineffective in very specific, or I think many circumstances, and then that is also borne out by evidence.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What are you advocating for when you say this? That we should so I reject the notion, right, that the polling data shows that 30%, right, 20-30% just they no longer trust science, and that's a true thing. But I would say that a lot of that can be mitigated. We can reduce that number. The problem I have, and one of the issues I have, right, is why the way that Nature has presented this article is likely to increase that number. It makes, at least to the layman, at least to the person who doesn't understand these things, it is being weaponized right now this is how it came to my attention, right? I saw people on right-wing Twitter using this article to say, see, we told you that this science is being, the data is being put backseat to the politicalization of things.
It never
We
said that
told
once,
you
though.
this is happening.
Yeah, but
Can I address that point, please?
No one's throwing shit out.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
If I can't remember 100%, but I don't think, and this was an ethics statement, right? If anybody's questioning, or if anybody like particularly on the right is like, see, I told you, like, science is being more ethical. Like, okay, that says a lot about you. If you're questioning, like, should we go in this ethical direction? Again, given a pretty dark history of unethical
Corey,
science.
just real quick, Corey, if the question is, and if the ethics statement, as I understand the Nature article, is that we should, if we have some sort of thing that shows a thing, but if it's going to cause harm to communities, we should think twice about putting it out. I would argue that Nature editorial should have thought twice before putting this editorial out, because it's being weaponized against minority communities, right?
They did. They did. There is a line in there that
This-
says specifically about the fact that the focus should be on avoiding preventable harms. The idea isn't to just censor everyone, it's to make it so that if there is like a very obvious preventable harm and you did nothing as a researcher to address it, then like that's the problem.
Yeah, you can't stop
And
the
these
right
are
toys all the time. Okay.
and these are again the ethical guidelines for, or the ethics guidelines for Nature accepting a paper, right? So
Yeah,
this
and
isn't
publishing
about.
it.
Can I
Yeah,
jump
and
in, because I
publishing,
want
right.
to address what Corey said, because I agree
So-
with Corey.
Beckett.
The data overwhelmingly shows that actually presenting research doesn't really convince people, and this gets into like the fact that people don't like to be proven wrong. Like we talk about kind of like actually the example I use is actually mostly humans are faith-based creatures, so we believe things really strongly, and an attack on somebody's faith, say like religion, is actually an attack kind of psychologically on like fundamental ideas of reality that can make lots of people really uncomfortable and doesn't help. What I'd say is that part of the problem we're seeing with limitations on research, let's for a second just take eugenics. Eugenics is something that like we generally don't talk about anymore for very, very good reasons. But Richard Dawkins came out with a tweet basically saying eugenics works, but that's not the reason we like it. But that doesn't mean we should do it. But actually, like when you look at like the body of work of eugenics doesn't work. It has issues with basically limiting how humans like our genetic diversity, for example. It has multiple fucking issues with eugenics. But because people then say, and I've done this as a bit of a meme in debates, it's like, well, we can domesticate animals, and we've done this with fruits, vegetables, and everything else. So why can't we do breeding with humans? Now, the answer to that is actually really fucking obvious for multiple reasons, by and large because humans are more complicated as well. But actually saying, oh, we're just not going to talk about it. There are plenty of people, not just on the far right, but the moderate right and even the center, who say, well, why can't we talk about it? Is there something there? Like, there's a like Mitchell and Webb sketch like from years and years ago where they're like, let's feed into the computer whether killing all the poor people will make the economy better.
I remember
And
that one.
they say, and they say, oh well, I didn't realize that if it came back right, you'd already be gathering up people like sleeping outside Asda. Obviously, we're not going to do it. But there's
Actually, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I
just wanted
address
just
that
because that leads into the question I actually wanted to ask earlier to Tubi, which is, are there any questions that we shouldn't be asking, like that one, right? Like if the
Yes.
result indicates a course of action that would be harmful, even if it's true, should we not be asking the question in the first place? And following from that, doesn't that mean that we need an ideology to decide which questions we should and shouldn't ask?
I can add. Well, I'll give Tubi space to answer if they want to.
You're the moral censor.
So this is within the context of eugenics, right? So for me,
Yeah, or like
you-
IQ or stuff like that.
sure. For me, I think the problem with eugenics and something like, I don't want to say IQ, but definitely something like eugenics. Eugenics seems to me to incorporate a colloquial understanding or colloquial like social appraisal of traits, and then makes value judgments about which things ought to belong and which things ought not to belong. For me, that's outside of the domain of science.
Okay, can I stick
can
to?
come-
Can I give you a different, more specific example then? What if we were to conduct a study to see whether white people are inherently evil and that's why they like historically colonized people? Like, did they have
That's
some?
outside of the realm of science.
Well, no, they have some
Yeah.
genetic proclivity.
can't
They have
figure
some
out
genetic. They have some genetic proclivity for domination, right? That other races don't have. Should we be asking that question ever? To be clear, I don't think so,
genetic-
but I feel like you need an ideology to back that
So
decision.
I have a more interesting question for you, Smug and Tubi, right? So are there any kind of eugenics
Wow.
questions that you think that we should ask?
I think it's what I was gonna say. Sorry.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is that a useful, a practical approach to something like eugenics would be: can we come up with a method for instance, typically we think about eugenics as wanting to optimize the genetic pedigree of people, right? Like there's some disease that's genetic in origin, and if we just don't allow those people to breed, that gene will get removed from the gene pool, and then we won't have to suffer that disease anymore, right? If you can, the closest thing we have to something like that is a technology called CRISPR.
Yeah.
And CRISPR allows you to edit genes, but you have to do it if you want to get rid of the disease. You have to do it when they're like a zygote, because once they're multicellular, there is no technology that we have for introducing what we call exogenous or outside DNA into a multicellular organism all at once. We can take your cells, your adult cells, and take one of them and introduce that genetic material and fix the problem in that one cell.
Yeah, this is
have
why I wanted to get away
trillions of
from
other
eugenics,
cells.
because I know there's a good eugenics that you can do, quote unquote good.
So I can
Like-
maybe answer that attempt to
Corey
give my,
and then Chris.
and also
Corey and then Chris.
and also address the point that you brought up, Beckett, of like, you know, talking about eugenics. And this is where it's like, I think this is where this article, this editorial comes into play of like, I think you can talk about eugenics, but it matters in terms of the language that you use. Why not just reframe it as, given the fact that eugenics is understandably, given the historical context, a loaded term, you can just talk about genetic modification of humans. And then I think everyone's like understands what that means. Why do you have to use the term eugenics? Since, you know, sure, it can be potentially about doing something for the good of humanity, but given the fact that, you know, it's a loaded term, that it's hard to have
Corey,
that conversation.
You know the answer to this question. Why do the people
Well, hold on,
call it
and-
eugenics?
But
to,
hold on,
to
hold on.
dismiss
Also,
it.
Yeah, well,
but
yeah.
also to
Go ahead, Tui.
But also to expand off what Corey's saying, again, that's talking about like genetic engineering, right? That describes a discipline that's interested in developing facile or easily deployable methods for modulating your genetic pedigree.
Yeah, that's how we get cat
That's
girls.
fine. That's fine. The problem with eugenics is it makes value statements. It has a colloquial, it incorporates this colloquial social appraisal of particular traits and saying that those don't belong in society. Genetic engineering allows people, say you're, I don't know, you have some disease or whatever, and you don't want to be cured of it for whatever reason. In a world that's developing methods through the ethical framework of genetic engineering, I would assume that their ethical framework would require consent for you to ethically engineer somebody's genome. So in that world, you can have your disease, and I can think that that's terrible, and I would not want to live that way, but you still have the freedom to live that way. Eugenics is saying that that person doesn't deserve to breed. It's totally different.
And also, go ahead, Wade.
Finish,
Okay.
Corey.
Yeah.
Finish, Corey. And
No
then,
one
and
answered
then
my
Chris.
question. I'm mad.
So if you want to restate, because I think I can attempt to answer, but I just want to make sure I have it clear. Do you want to restate your question?
My question.
Yeah.
My question is, can we let Chris speak before I start?
Sure.
Wait, so do I go now or do I not go now? Okay, so
That's
so
a philosophical question, not a
that's always a rough one.
Do I say or do I go? That
We-
is-
we can't
It's,
give
it's,
you
it's a
odds.
question for the scientists.
Should the
though,
humanities
right?
student
Because-
answer it? Is that okay?
Sorry, they prefer data mail.
Well, data
I do
mail is
prefer data mail. I
derogatory.
do prefer data mail.
But so we've spoken about furries earlier, right? And like, so this is a serious question. Let's say I don't wear the full body costume, but I wear a latex gimp mask with cat ears and a tail accessory. At what point does it become okay to test drugs on me?
That's good.
At the point where you are posting on Twitter and forums using a furry PFP.
Oh, that just sounds like bigotry and sounds like you're boring, mate. I don't know what to
Nice.
say.
Well,
Alright.
I would absolutely advocate for testing anybody who has an anime profile pic.
That's
I think
true. Yes.
Totally, I think that's
Oh my
within the
God.
bounds
Fucking weebs.
Zink!
I swear
Just
to God, I
never
hate
mind.
those people.
of right. Yeah.
Sync
I would
all
like to
anime
point out,
PFPs.
I'd like to point out that I literally like post on Twitter as a crab, so I'm not sure what the fuck I'm talking about.
I
But,
mean,
Well,
basically,
that's just because you're
basically
a
same here.
furry.
Basically, same here, buddy. All right, solidarity.
Look,
can someone answer
you're
my
a furry,
fucking
so you're
question?
multiple rungs above anime
research
PFPs.
Hey,
So
Motherfuckers!
Please,
Hey,
please
hey,
research
hey!
the question.
Are there any questions that we can't ask? Because you keep dodging it, and I know
Yes,
why you're
that's
dodging
not-
it. It's
that-
because
Honestly,
well,
the question
I-
you keep asking is
I-
fucking boring.
no,
Can
I-
you,
it's
can
not.
you answer that one?
So I attempted
it's
to
not.
answer, but you just gave a
it's the
meme
heart of the problem.
answer. Like, okay, so there are some questions that are not worth answering, or the barrier to answer them is so high that it's probably not worth pursuing, or rather the ethics take precedence. I can probably give, hopefully, a crystal clear example. And this is something that I've covered previously in the past, of like, you know, corporal punishment of children, or like spanking, hitting children. As in, you know, this is the pushback that I get of like, we don't have good studies about, you know, corporal punishment of children. Well, there's a reason for that, because no ethics board approves the intentional hitting of children. Same thing of like the question, is it good to
We now have the Caleb Moppin case
Yeah.
study in this research as well.
That's a case study. That's not a good study. Just as the question, you know, is there potential benefits to sexually abusing children? That's probably not worth answering, okay? And
Yeah.
understandably, no ethics board will approve it, okay? And I could even use the same argument. We have no good studies about the sexual abuse of children, and so we should have randomized controlled trials where we take, you know, a random group of kids and we assign them to parents, and then we just instruct them on how to sexually abuse children. And then we have the control group. Obviously, no ethics board.
Flip
Like,
it, gang.
you,
Flip
you,
'em.
you'd be
It's just-
monstrous.
I actually disagree with you. I
knew it.
disagree
I
with you.
Go, yeah,
That's why
go
I
ahead.
wanted to ask. I knew it.
I
You-
disagree.
you're all the
I
same.
I don't think there are any questions that I think there is research that we should not be doing, but I don't think there are any questions that we should like lock off and say we should never fucking ask that question. Not because there is like value to research, but actually just from a humanities point of view, there is something within academia that allows us to pursue knowledge, and there's a historic basis for this. Like, a lot of people want to look at like the church historically and say church has always quashed science and ideas, and it's fucking bollocks. Most of natural philosophy comes out of the priesthood because they were the only people with the time and money and like situation to conduct that research. Like, I think it's Lancaster University is looking at the notes of Bishop Grosseteste, because his descriptions of how God used light to create the universe mirror very closely with like modern understandings of like the Big Bang, and whether there's like value to that knowledge. It's not about like within academia, like I would like to see a return to kind of old school academia in some regards, that knowledge for knowledge's sake has values. Now, does that mean that we should allow like fucking the sort of like experiments we saw in like Nazi Germany or the Soviet Union? No, of course not. There should be really rigorous ethics around what like how we conduct research, whether that's
But the
animal
question,
genome, whatever.
the question implies that there's an option, right? Like that there's some potential course of action beyond what we've already agreed is moral. So like if you're going in and you're saying, you know, if you're asking, I don't know, whatever horrible question you want, I'll go with white people are evil because that's probably going to fly better on Twitch than anything else I would say. But yeah, if we go for the okay, fine, are Jews greedy inherently? If you do the research, right, if you ask the question, are Jews inherently greedy, right, due to some genetic proclivity, then I don't think that question is a question that should be asked, because there's no answer that's beneficial. If you find that the answer is no, that kind of implies that and that matters to your ideology. It kind of implies that if you found the answer to be yes, you would do something about it, and that something has some problem.
But we're coming back to this Mitchell and Webb thing. My argument is that not all knowledge has to have an application. There doesn't necessarily have to be utility. I used the example the other day, like I think talking to Yamato about this topic when I was doing research. Like, let's say there is somebody who's like, ginger people steal cats. Like ginger, if you like, I've noticed that ginger people like want to steal felines, and they want to conduct a study, and they find that ginger people have a 70% proclivity for like stealing cats or something. Obviously, that's it could be used in bad ways, but also the knowledge is a little bit absurd and ridiculous. But I think like
Look,
academia
I'm going to use this as true right now. I'm gonna ignore everything you said before and after that, and say, wow, a scientist said that ginger people
classic
steal
right-wing
cats.
interpretation of
call me a
science.
scientist.
You know what?
Please
No,
do
no,
not
not
salute
only,
me classic.
hold on,
Databro is-
not only is
Databro is
Bug
fine.
100% right? I would say more. Do you know who else goes? I just like to ask questions, Beckett. Do you know who else does that? Nazis do that, mate.
Oh no. Oh
It's
no.
not exactly rocket science, is it?
Yeah.
But look, I think that again, like we shut this down because of the way that some research has been used for terrible outcomes, but also like research that was considered good at the time or or like within the framework that existed. Like take lobotomies, for example. A startling amount of lobotomies happen. Now we look at that and say, well, that was fucking horrific. But if we'd at the time, if they'd set up a framework of going, okay, well, we know that lobotomies work in our time period, so we're never going to question it again, maybe that wouldn't have progressed any further. Yeah, sure, if we had these like stronger ethical frameworks and stronger research frameworks, maybe we never would have hit the point of lobotomizing people. But at the same time, the idea that we can kind of sit back on our laurels and take this end of history view and approach to where we are, I don't think is entirely fair. I think the ability of academia to have useless knowledge, and like, okay, just a very quick story and then I'll shut up. There's a friend of the family who was an Oxford Don, and he tried to commit suicide. And people asked him afterwards, this is fucking decades ago, like, why have you done this? You're like one of the most knowledgeable people on the planet in your topic area. And he said, I have wasted my life. Because ultimately a lot of academia, particularly in the humanities, and I know this isn't as true for hard sciences, though there are elements of hard science that are, a bit fucking random. Generally speaking, the ability in academia to just allow people who are smart to research things for the sake of knowledge accumulating is, I think, an academic principle that perhaps we're forgetting about as academia itself progresses. But some people just need to be allowed to sit in a room and study, I don't know, whether the color green has some sort of emotional response. Like, it may not have any application, it may have some application, but sometimes people just want to ask questions, and I think there's utility in and of itself, like information.
Yeah, I think you've shifted the question over a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we were talking about a obvious negative application to the outcome, not like we love useless knowledge, but the problem is this knowledge is only useful for one application. That's the problem. Right, like either you can only do one thing with that knowledge, or you can just like put it aside and leave it for someone else to weaponize it.
But okay, I want Corey to go after you, right, Smug?
Yeah.
But to just really ask you, like, this framing, right? There are certain things that some people would see have obvious and only obvious harms, but this is kind of assuming, right? We assume that it can only have obvious harms to question these things. I'll give you an example. Like if someone questioned, right, and asked the question, hey, do certain cultures have higher propensities of domestic violence? Do certain cultures have higher propensities, or certain religions, for example, have higher propensities of their practitioners having domestic violence? There are uses for this knowledge. There is utility to this knowledge, but it can also be said. This can also be said and argued that, hey, no, wait. If you do the study and research on why certain cultures having increases in domestic violence, is going to have stigmatization towards these cultures, and these cultures are already oppressed. These cultures are already seen as less than by the community.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with oppressing these cultures. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is with I picked a very specific question, which is that do Jews have a genetic proclivity for greed, right? That's the kind of question that only really has one outcome, which is essentially some kind of eugenics or some kind of like discrimination against that group. Obviously, that's not a socioeconomic thing, and that's the distinction, right? The questions you asked were socioeconomic questions, which are very valuable because we do need to know which cultures are, have greater domestic violence so that we can create solutions. But there is only one solution for Jews being genetically
enough
greedy.
of that. Corey, go ahead.
So that's the problem, right? Like, there's one outcome.
Okay. So to hopefully address your point, Beckett, especially as someone who does like foundational research, like as in the research that I conduct as a biochemist. If there's no like direct or immediate application, it's generally in the realm of like, this is knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Like I'm all for that, but I would say not all questions are equally valued, or like are whatever created equally. Where it's like, if you're at the end of the day, whatever, I view science as a scientist, like you should be driven by curiosity, but that curiosity comes from somewhere. As in, like, the difference between, you know, the scientist who is asking the question, like, why does a jellyfish that's washed up on the shore of this beach, like, glow in the dark, and that leads to green fluorescent protein? Like, that's driven by curiosity. That's different than the curiosity of someone asking, like, is there an IQ difference between, you know, gingers and people of other hair colors, or like a certain group?
Obviously.
Well, yeah, they spend too much time around cats.
And so like, and it gets really tricky. I totally agree, because you don't have access to people's internal world, and it's their internal world that will drive the question. As in, like, the person asking the question of like, why is this jellyfish glowing, is different than like, you know, what are the IQ differences of these particular groups? That I think that's fair to say.
Okay, so just to respond quickly, so I agree with you. I agree with you. I don't think all questions are equal. I don't think they're all equally valuable, either in their like utility or outcome. That said, okay, so I just want to talk a little bit about disciplines, because I'm not sure, like, from a layman perspective, people are as aware. Like, one of the purposes, I think, of university and academia. No, I'm not talking about anyone here.
I'm joking.
Please,
Go ahead.
intelligent.
I'm sorry. It's a joke. It's a joke. Please.
I'm already offended. I
it's
don't
fine.
care.
It's very hard to tell like what your feelings are when I'm speaking to a little blue bug who's adorable, but like starting.
This
to
is how I
terrify
feel.
me a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, I like that. That's cute. Oh, so
Okay,
okay,
great.
so disciplines.
Let's fucking go.
Disciplines. Like there is a reason, like when we are like teaching, like say, really kind of like ethics and like I'm just going to go back to militant studies. There are disciplines in the way that we kind of construct our arguments within our own disciplines, and not all disciplines are the same. Whereas like the question of I don't want to TOS myself, but let's say the question you gave, Smug. Like,
Yeah, I bit the bullet. Come on, don't leave me hanging here.
There may be a like discipline framework where we can tackle that question where it can't be like where the outcome becomes much more academic, or if we see like papers without true conclusions and we present data and it does sit for a second. Now, I'm not saying that academia is currently at that point. I'm just saying that maybe that's a possibility. I would also say that like part of the problem when we're having this conversation is we're already making a judgment on what that data, other pieces of data will inform, because often when you're conducting research you'll find bits of information that will surprise you, and then you'll go, okay, cool, well maybe that will inform that other thing. And that can often be, you know, when we're looking at like penicillin, for example, it's a bit of an accident that kind of that's discovered, or at least that's the mythology behind it. But I'd also argue that from a damage point of view, the question when we're like going, well, this could be really damaging, even research with the best intentions can do things like lead to nuclear weapons. When we're looking at kind of like the Manhattan Project, those are like physicists working like on the theory and working towards like technological advancements that could revolutionize society. But yeah, like quite often, not just research that can sound like it has bad intentions, but all research when it enters certain spheres and political like situations or ecosystems, people will immediately go, well, I mean, we could use this to, you know, blow up a city, for example, and those unintended consequences can be just as bad. And so going back to my original argument, I think there are wider problems than just the question of like how we're talking about misogyny or racism or sexism within research. I think there needs to be more of a separation in some regards for academia to be able to go, this is just academic knowledge, and the first question shouldn't be its application, it should be knowledge itself. Because when we think of things as only their application, like in wartime or like in times of political strife, which we're currently in, because let's be honest, a lot of papers are coming out so they can be used in arguments, or they come out like this. And I agree with you that this wasn't the intention for it to be a political statement, but it is being taken by the right as a got your moment. Even and again, people will twist things, and the more we kind of remove academia from that side, and we should certainly be doing that with medicine, because we only have to look at the effects of the pandemic on it. I think we are damaging ourselves. And going back to, sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but also just as a
You
last
are.
thing, there's this other element, like in my profession. A lot of people I work with have PhDs and everything else, and they don't want to be in the academic sphere anymore. That's why they work in the public, civil, and private sectors, because they can just get on with research and doing science without the massive pressure that is being placed on them through academic institutions to publish in the same way. And I think that is damaging us, because I know some really intelligent people who would do wonders back in the academic sphere, but they're actually, they're not directly informing those papers anymore. They're mostly just going, okay, well, how do we make things work? And that's helpful as well, but I feel like academia is losing something in its current trajectory, and maybe that might be my opinion as a data bro.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ,
do-
Becker, that is a
by the
really
way-
long way of saying you just want to talk about the JQ, my guy.
Do you hold on? Do you not think that like an ideology would mean that you could play? Hang on, Beckett. Do you not think that if you had an ideology in place, again, the ironic misogyny question, okay? Do you not think if you have a foundational ideology fueling what you're doing, right? Let's say, for example, actually, I got a great example for this. What if you had a pacifist ideology, right? A purely pacifist, like scientific application, right? Science in this society is never warlike. Don't you think we could advance more quickly in a bunch of different technologies? Don't you think we could safely like play around with nukes, knowing that they would never be used for ill, and they'd probably find a lot more about the universe? You could nuke the fuck out of whatever you wanted, and know that you would never nuke actual people because there's a truly pacifistic ideology
Slug,
involved.
that's not how this works at all. Just because you have an ideology doesn't mean the research you publish is going to be used by
Well,
people
yeah,
who
but
share your
it's
ideology.
hypothetical, Wick. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so my point is that clearly
Okay,
an
okay,
ideology
okay.
allows you. Yeah, go.
Okay. So let's say you had that
Here comes
purely
the JQ.
pacifist ideology. Let's say you had that like all
Don't be wrong.
research is, it'll never be used for anything other than research. It is purely pacifist. In that situation where stuff wouldn't be weaponized, would you then be like comfortable with the with somebody doing research on the JQ question?
Yes,
If
if
it
Nazism literally didn't exist, if there was literally no potential for consequential negative outcomes, yes, I think you should study whether Jews are inherently greedy, okay? But only if there's no potential for, like, not Nazis specifically, but there's no potential for the harmful outcomes, right? So like,
my
it-
argument is a
it's
push towards that
inaccessible.
research, but I just don't think this is doing that. I think that
But
this
you're
is
doing that-
towards
you're-
further politicization.
But yes, because having that that ideological foundation gives you more freedom. Ironically, like again, because I'm a base leftist, I can make mean jokes about women more often, and I don't get dunked. Okay, because people know that actually I'm a feminist.
I don't think that's how that works either.
Shh, it's fine. It's definitely true. So like,
As a
we can have a
matter of-
debate on a. I'm pretty sure. Listen, Zonia, you approve.
Show
okay?
me your data of that. Show me
Yeah,
your data of it.
basically because we
So
are
it's not
morally
in 3
superior.
weeks, okay?
Yeah, I mean, we're leftists, so we're morally superior. So we could be
Motherfucking
racist.
Man,
We
no,
could be
no,
bigoted.
no.
You know.
Actually,
Okay. I actually have a serious question for all of you, and then
What's
we're
the serious
going to wrap
question,
it up.
Wick?
right?
Well,
Then we're gonna wrap it
All
up.
of the questions so far have been serious.
My
Yeah.
serious question is: say we have some mad scientist, some scientist who's unethical. It does a bunch of research in very
be.
unethical ways,
Don't call me
and-
out like that, Wick.
right?
So
No,
basically
Corey
Harry
is most
Harlow.
ethical, and no one should look into
Yeah.
what he's doing
Or
right
Josef
now.
Mengele.
No one at all should check his basement. That would be a terrible waste of time. No one at all, I'm telling you this
Right.
right now, should look into Corey's
Lamb-
house and
Wait.
check into what he's doing.
It's
no
like
one
being a
should do that.
Slytherin. There's
Okay.
never been a
Jesus
biochemist
Christ.
who
That's
hasn't
it.
gone bad.
That's it, right? So, and they come out, and the research they gather actually has a lot of useful data. Okay, actually has a lot of useful data. They find medical
Welcome to Flavor
advancements and data that could be used in medical research. Should we discard that data because
Thanks so
it
much
is
for the
being
follow.
gathered
Let me have my
unethically,
opinions.
or should we use it
Super appreciate it.
anyway?
Well,
we did
actually-
that with our with the research from the Nazis on depressurization. We used that to learn how to basically build structures and suits that can survive in the vacuum of space, right? So
It's
it
actually-
is something that we do.
well, I was gonna say this actually serves my point perfectly, right? Like the only so listen, okay, right. So morally, we cannot use that data if the result would be that it's likely that people would want to gather more data in the same way because of how useful it was, right? That would be a moral bad, right? But
not if we're putting people with anime profile pics in to do the
true.
testing.
But assuming we've already solved that problem, then the depressurization experiments, okay, right? So if we used that data and it turned out that there was a okay, let me simplify it. We can only use that data because we ideologically and morally kind of promise that we will never do it again, right? If we were to gain utility from it, then
squared. Okay.
Exactly, but it's true, right? Like we can use that data for however good or bad it was. We can use that data under the condition that it's not so useful that we decide that we're going to do it again, right? I think that if you knew that it was possible that this was so useful that it would kick back up again, then I would discard it. But knowing that we're never going to do this kind of experimentation again on humans, I would be fine using that data. So that's where again, an ideological basis gives you access to more data. It's a good thing.
What if I had data right now? And this is true.
Yeah.
I have data right now. But if
no, Wick, you're a data mail too, not you.
If I release this data, right? If I tell you all what I just found out, like literally just now on Twitter, right? Well researched, as I said, but I confirmed it, right? That this would be used to weaponize. This data would be used to attack marginalized community, someone who is a marginalized person. Do I have the ethical duty to release this data to you? Even it's true, and there are implications to this data, gang. Like there's implications for going forward with things like GoFundMe's and things like that. But it might be used and twisted to attack a marginalized individual. Should I tell you or should I not?
I mean that's the whole point of the study, right? Like you have to weigh up the pros and cons. You have to. There is an
asking
inherent
you
good
right now. Which is
I think it is potentially okay. So data gatekeeping is it has other implications to it, right? So, for instance, so we have Nature publication that's Nature journal that's saying we don't want to accept things that that would do something like that, right? Where it's like definitively going to be weaponized against a marginalized community. So they can definitely say that, but in general I think that data should be available. I don't think it should be gate kept at all. Now a journal can because journals they operate on their own, they have their own principles that the fellows of the journal have that they want to uphold, and they will set guidelines based on that for accepting papers or publishing it within their journal. But overall, no, I think that information should be made available. Now, this is where I kind of get back to, these things are going to get weaponized no matter what. So we need to push back a lot more on in giving people sort of the tools necessary to better understand this information and not be as easily manipulated by bad actors, biased reporting, etc. But absolutely, I don't think we should be data gatekeeping. I think that just causes a lot of other problems.
Okay, thank you all for coming today. I do have some things I need to get into, and I need to research this more before I'm comfortable enough to running with this data that I have. But
are you gatekeeping?
The reason I'm skeptical.
He literally pulled the panel together.
I'm gatekeeping. But the reason I'm gatekeeping, the reason I'm skeptical of this data is because it confirms all my previous biases in a way that makes me. It sends up my alarm flags. Like, wait, no, this just confirms everything I said. So it has to be wrong. That's
honestly, it's probably just because you're old. You have to reread it a few times.
As well. But I want to give everyone here a chance. First of all, to my audience, thank you for coming by today. Thank you. This has been a really interesting discussion. This has been a lot of back and forth. I know we had a bit of a dog pile on Beckett, but you know what? That's okay. I think he.
Well, actually, that brings something up. I just remembered. So it's September 1st. So just so everybody is aware, this is Ginger Awareness Month. And so for everybody, if there's a ginger near you, hide your cats. You need to be aware that there are gingers around and that they go after cats.
I want to be clear that it's being aware of us so you can avoid us. It's just that yearly reminder that we are monsters.
And
keep your cats indoors, folks.
Also, it's September. It's September. So if you subscribe for long periods of time to my channel, right, there's actually a discount. This is true. So if you want to sub to my channel and you want to sub for multi-months, now's the time to do it, gang. Do it. Give me money. But I want to give all these wonderful individuals an outro. And yeah, then I'm going to go get some McDonald's. I'm going to get some food in me. And I'm probably going to research and see whether or not someone, a very famous person, scammed a lot of people. Let's find out. Beckett, please, go ahead.
Okay. I have had so much fun doing this. I am Beckett. You can find me at Imperial Orator on Twitch and at Crabs Are Great on Twitter. I found this really interesting. I think that honestly, I'm happy to have an open conversation about it. Also, I love being called a data bro. That's like my new favorite thing. I too have drawn some
mail.
Is it data mail? Okay,
Data mail, yeah.
Data mail's fine. I like just anything with data in it. I think ultimately it's a really difficult question to answer, and obviously I'm going to be cynical from two sides, but I do worry about what's going to happen to the hard sciences if we're not careful about avoiding what's happened to the soft sciences and the humanities, which has been dramatic. But yeah, no, it's really good. I'd love to chat with everyone here again, and please come over, give me a follow, a like, whatever, and yeah, thank you very much, Wick.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming by, gang. He runs a D&D game every Wednesday, which I am usually a part of. You should check him out. Give him a follow. He does some nerd shit too. He's a great guy, even though we fight sometimes, but we love him. Speaking of fighting sometimes, but loving him, Corey Campbell, please.
Yeah, so again, thank you so much for the invitation, Wick. Grateful to be here, and also grateful to be on the panel with fellow panelists. Pleasure to meet you, Tubi. Always a pleasure, Sonia. Pleasure to meet you, Smugbug, High Definition, and Chris Speaks. And also great to run into you again, Beckett. Always interesting. Always, I guess, spicy so far. So pretty much, I'll keep it as short as possible. As in, like, you know, this message is coming from the hard sciences. As in, like, this is from like nature, human behavior, and I think it's coming from the hard sciences for a reason. Because like science should be guided by ethics, and that is largely a good thing, given historical precedents. And so I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry, so I'm in the hard sciences. You can find me on Twitch and follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84. You could find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I put his link down to his Twitch chat, gang. Go give him a follow. He's a great guy. He comes on. He's willing to eloquently and educatedly defend his positions, and we love having him on, even if we disagree sometimes. But that's okay. It was nice to have you on and kind of tackle some of my preconceived notions here. I really appreciate that. I really do. Next up, we have Chris Speaks.
Hi, yeah, honestly, I just want to plug my socials more than I want to do a closing statement, so I'll do like a short and sweet one, and then we go to the good stuff. So having guidelines standardized and research in certain fields is A-okay as far as I am concerned. Genetic engineering to cure diseases is fucking boring when you can have cat girls, and there are some questions that we shouldn't ask, and it's become clear to me throughout this panel that Beckett wants to talk about the JQ, and Smugbug is indeed a VTuber, no matter how much he denies this.
YouTuber!
So it is what it is. Yeah, my name is Chris. It's spelled Krys. I go by Chris Speaks pretty much everywhere, though I'm mostly on Twitch. I am a VTuber and a variety content creator. I play games, talk social issues, Red Pill stuff, relationships, and sexual kinks. So if that sounds like something any of you guys are interested in, then hop on over to my corner of the internet and let's get to meet each other.
Yeah, I put his Twitch link in chat. Go give him a follow, gang. He's a great guy. He was a good sport. I know this bored you a little bit, but that's okay because it was good numbers for me, so fuck you. Thanks for giving me your content. Really appreciate it. No, for real, go check him out. Give him that follow. He deserves it. He's a great guy. Get a great interlocutor. So give him a follow. Next up, Smugbug.
Okay. Closing statement. Data mails are cringe. Beckett, come argue with me about it. Tubi, come argue with me about it. I already destroyed Will and his channel over being a data mail. Okay. I think data is bad. All right, and I will debate you on it. I do
Welcome
blood
to
sports
Flavor
debates like it's fucking 2019. All right. We're going back to tradition. All right. And yeah, come follow me.
Thanks so
It's
much
fun.
for the
I have
follow,
a great Discord
Blood
filled with
Blower
lovely
508.
people
I
who
think
all
you're
argue with each
directly
other,
from
and we all
Wit.
hate liberals, but for
Much
different
appreciated.
reasons.
Happy to have you here.
Fun times. Well, I will be the most hated creature on your channel. But no,
That's
thanks
right.
for coming by. Thanks for coming around and being willing to participate in this discussion. Thanks for actually doing some research on it. That was based. So, as the kids say, I think. So yeah, give him a follow, gang. He deserves it. Speaking of deserving it, Sonia,
I do.
please.
Hello.
Very
Okay.
deep.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on again, Wick. A little out of it today. I think I'm actually coming down with something. So, but yeah, no. Thank you for having me on. It was fun. And regarding ethics in research, I think we're going down the right path. If we get to the point where we start gatekeeping data, I think we get into some problem territory where there's going to be a lot of things that we could discover that could benefit us if utilized properly. That we will not that'll get buried effectively, right? Buried because of the fear of how it's going to be used improperly. But these things will get used improperly regardless. I think we need to focus more on ways in which to educate the population to give them better defenses against being manipulated by this kind of data, and from confirming their biases, etc., and making them more conversant in understanding these kinds of things. Additionally, I think we should go back to the good old days of throwing subjects into decompression and compression tanks. I think that we learned a lot from that. I don't think we should be doing it with furry creatures and stuff like that. I think that's unethical and immoral, and we probably shouldn't be doing it with humans. But fortunately, we do have subjects that are available to us who are not humans. They're not furry. They're not cute. They're people with. They're not even people. They are subhuman creatures that use anime avatars as their profile
close
pics.
one.
So I think that there's a lot of potential there, a broad base of subjects to use for this research, and I don't think we should shy away from it. And I think most people would agree there's nothing unethical with that. So anyways, thank you for having me on, Wick. I cover a lot of do a lot of social commentary and such, and I do some news commentary. But yeah, Zonia Dead at Twitch. And I have banger tweets. If you go over to my Twitch channel, the about section, you can get to my Twitter.
Yeah, thank you for being willing to come on today. It's gang. There are certain people that it's very hard to get onto my panel, right? Because they're hot commodity. Okay, Zonia is one of them. Everyone wants Zonia. Only a few of us can get Zonia. So I appreciate you choosing Wick After Dark, right? The Death of Certainty show to spend your time. Appreciate it even more because it is earlier than you usually like to be on here. So thank you again for being here.
I'm looking forward to a nap at some point today.
Yeah, give her a follow, gang. She's great. She's awesome. I'm very Zonia pilled. Speaking of people, it's very rare to have on my panel. Tubi.
Yes, thank you for having me on. All I can say is there's so many brilliant people in the world. I love coming on the panels because then I get to interact with them. So my last thoughts are, so Beckett, I thought he made a really poignant point about knowledge for knowledge's sake, and that itself being a virtue. I think that guides the theoretical sciences. And because of the innovations that the theoretical sciences have made, we can now ask more precise questions in the applied sciences. And so I do feel like there is becoming a culture surrounding science where the applied sciences and just producing results and just getting things done and not doing our groundwork to really push the theory forward is actually leading down to breakdowns in terms of, even if you look at the biomedical sciences, why do most drugs fail to translate, to go through the full preclinical and clinical phase development? Because some of the stuff that we thought we understood in the preclinical phase doesn't translate over into people, and so the drug fails. That's a breakdown in terms of us doing our groundwork at the theoretical level. We have a molecule. It interacts with this protein. Are those proteins the same between the mouse and the human? We should know that before it proceeds to clinical development and clinical trials. And then Smugbug, you asked, I think, a really good question too that I didn't really have an answer for in terms of questions science can't ask. I don't know what if there are questions that science can't ask. I know that there are questions that science can't answer. So at the very least, those questions, you can ask them, but to utilize science as a method to answer them is pointless because you can't. And so I think ultimately what this paper that we've been tasked with reading and we've had this discourse about is talking about is the separation between the intrinsic and the extrinsic properties of a paper. So what are the intrinsic properties of a paper? The intrinsic properties of a good paper are it has reliable methods which produce robust results reproducibly. Those are the intrinsic properties of paper. And it also uncovers knowledge. It creates new knowledge. I don't want to say creates, it uncovers findings, right? It makes knowledge available to us. And so what are the extrinsic properties of paper? It's the deriving of the knowledge and the ability to be exposed to the knowledge. I feel like this paper is saying that if bigotry, racism, relative valuation about intrinsic properties of people become embedded into the intrinsic properties of a paper, such that when you get exposed to them, you derive that also as an extrinsic property of the paper, that's bad for science. And I agree with that.
Tubi, you're awesome. Gang, check him out. I'm not sure if you stream or not. I don't know how to spell your streaming name.
Very
so
cool.
Put your link in chat if you want. Gang, we're going to rate out. And first of all, Chris Speaks, are you streaming after this?
I am still staying on for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, double rate. Let's go. I'm gonna rate him
Nice.
too.
And then we'll raid into Chris Speaks. And we'll
Energy.
Can I not get a raid? I got dogpiled all day. No,
all right, I gave you a raid. Oh God! Like,
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Raid Chris. Raid
okay.
Chris. He's had to suffer through all the technical
He
bullshit.
has,
true.
he
Nice.
has,
Raid
and I
Chris.
feel bad for him.
And I am
gang,
super underqualified to
gang,
be here,
tomorrow-
okay? So, like, give me stuff.
Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have a small panel on the utility of hate. Is there ever utility of hate? So there's still room, gang. If you guys want in to sound off on that, just hit me up.
What time is it, Wick?
I'm also going to 6 p.m. Eastern. All my panels are 6 p.m. Eastern. Also, I'm going to be looking into, right, whether or not Keffels is actually going to bring a lawsuit, because I'm hearing, and this is rumor at this point, that she's not. In that case, what, like, was it just a scam? And I have...
Many people are saying this.
That sounds fun.
That's why I
Destiny
gotta look
brought
into
up.
it, because it confirms all my biases, and
Yeah.
I'm very suspicious of this. So don't take it as a gospel, gang, but I need to find out. Anyway,
Wick, I
we're
hate
rating
to,
up.
sorry, Wick, I hate to interrupt. Can one of us raid Beckett and one of us raid Chris if they're both going to be
Yeah,
staying
you
live?
can raid Beckett, and I'll raid
Okay, all right. Beckett, what's your fucking Twitch?
It's
Imperial
Imperial Orator.
Oh, that's
All
right.
one
okay.
word.
I wasn't listening to your shout out because
No, you're
I
fine.
switched off
Please. God, don't.
the moment you started talking again.
Okay, I'm going away now. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone.
That was a pleasure.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
It's time for Telly Bye Bye.
Alrighty. That was something. 1 second. So firstly, thank you to anyone that's sat through all of that. That has passed by or just has come through. Kitty, I hope you're doing well. Always happy to see you. Thank you so much for passing by. And let me have my opinions. Thank you so much for the follow and passing by. So the stream's not over. I'll actually be streaming for quite a while more because I have another show or panel to go on. But hopefully, not that this panel wasn't fun. Like there were I mostly enjoyed it. There were some times where it just like pretty much broke down into memeing. Which is fine, but that's not like my thing. Since this was a scientific, this panel was about a scientific article, like I wanted to hopefully have a semi-serious discussion, or like to actually take the discussion seriously. But I have another panel to go on in about an hour and a half. But this is literally, this is a mock panel. It's just straight for fun. I'm supposed to be playing a character, and like pretty much just like if my character is conservative, I gotta like be playing conservative. Well, pretty much like putting forth the conservative arguments. And so that should hopefully be pretty much, fun, and hopefully entertaining. I don't know how good I'm going to be at playing a character. I don't think that there's any topic selected just yet. Actually, let me check my Discord. 1 second. But that mock panel is in about, well, it's currently 8:22 p.m. my time, and that panel or show is supposed to start at 10 p.m. So I got about an hour and a half to kill, so to speak. But like, yeah, even though I said it, multiple times throughout the panel, I think this is an overall like great editorial, based off of what I understood of this article, and I read it twice, and I read it, I think, pretty diligently. I think this is like an overall like good direction to go in. Of like, you know, just ethics guides the research. Ethics guides how you discuss your research, how you discuss your data, how you frame it. That's a great thing. You know, like this is the title, right? Science must respect the dignity and rights of all humans. Like, I could be wrong, but I don't see how that's like, you know, a controversial political statement. And as I tried to allude to on the panel, if you are spinning this as like controversial, or like, oh, this is now the politicization of science, when it's really just like an ethics statement, then I think that says something about you. It says something about your agenda. That I'm not going to hold it against you. We all, you know, have our strengths and weaknesses. And hopefully, if bioethics is a weakness, hopefully you can turn that into a strength. I think bioethics is pretty important. Like, obviously, I know that you're an ethical person. Like, you not passing bioethics doesn't really say much, because, like, courses only mean so much. But I just have to check my Discord, make sure I'm not missing anything. I'm just gonna respond to some messages. Well, actually, maybe I should... Second. Should probably put something on... Well, entertained. While I'm checking my Discord messages. 1 sec. Ooh. Maybe this video might relate to the panel we just had, or like very loosely relate. Do monkeys have a moral compass?
If you've ever been to Malaysia, or maybe Thailand, or Costa Rica, or Sri Lanka, you know. You know the grip that certain local monkeys have on the community. You've experienced what it's like to live under a ruthless regime. Sometimes called the monkey mafia, you quickly learn you can never let your guard down. Any snacks you have put a giant target on your back. And if you don't have any snacks, anything you own is still at risk. Some monkeys have learned to steal your camera or your phone and hold it hostage until you cough up some snacks. They are extremely clever, and sometimes it feels like they use this cleverness for pure evil. They're like small humans with small thieving hands, born with no sense of right and wrong. A truly terrifying combination. Although I am mostly joking, these monkeys do present some interesting behavioral biology and even philosophical questions. If they're so smart, so organized, and live in such tight social groups, do they have some version of morality? Even for humanity, defining morality has been a philosophical conundrum for millennia. But in general, it refers to what societies determine as right and acceptable, and is what enables people to live cooperatively in groups. Sometimes acting in a moral manner means individuals must sacrifice their own short-term interests to benefit others. If monkeys live in groups much like we do they require a similar social contract? Are monkeys capable of sympathy and compassion, and also their negative counterparts such as malice and spite? Do they have a sense of what is fair and what is not? And by looking at our animal relatives, can we learn more about our own morality, its origins, and how we came to learn right from wrong? Some sociologists argue that in order to be moral, you must have an understanding of what is fair. Without a concept of fairness, we can't make judgments about other people or decide who deserves what in any situation. Humans are certainly very sensitive to fairness. Studies have suggested babies as young as 15 months can work out when food distribution is unfair and take steps to correct this imbalance. And it turns out that at least some monkeys also have a strong sense of fairness. Brown capuchin monkeys were tested to see how cooperative they would be in a task if they found.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you, Kitty. Where, you know, there's just mounting and mounting evidence showing that, you know, the line between human as animals and non-human animals, it's a pretty thin line, and that many animals, if not like the majority of animals, share in the human experience. And we have to hopefully integrate that knowledge.
Found out they would not always be fairly compensated. The monkeys were asked to give their human testers a token, and in exchange, they received a treat. Some monkeys received a piece of cucumber, while others received a grape, the grape being a much tastier treat to a brown capuchin monkey. The monkeys were able to see each other and see what their neighbors were getting for their token exchange. When the cucumber monkeys saw that their neighbors were getting grapes, they became much less willing to engage in the game, suggesting that they had realized they were getting a raw deal and didn't want to cooperate. In some cases, the outraged monkeys flung their exchange tokens away in frustration. Interestingly, a later experiment showed that female monkeys were far more sensitive to unfairness than male ones. These experiments can tell us how monkeys react to unfair situations, but they can't tell us exactly why they react that way. The researchers suggest it may be that monkeys, like humans, are guided by social emotions, thoughts and feelings based on expectations of how others will behave. And this ability to anticipate certain behaviors could help monkeys and humans cooperate and live in groups. But what about the monkeys getting the better deal? Do they feel any kind of guilt or empathy for their unlucky friends? Empathy is another social skill that has been argued by philosophers to be central to morality. Without understanding that others experience their own wants and needs, and without an ability to imagine what those might be, it would be hard to behave morally towards others. Do our monkey brethren share our ability to empathize? In another experiment, also with capuchin monkeys, test subjects were put into pairs, and one of each pair was offered a choice of 2 tokens. A selfish token gave them access to a slice of apple, but meant their partner got nothing. A helpful token meant that both monkeys got a treat. The monkeys chose the helpful token more often. They didn't see any reason not to secure their friend a treat. This changed depending on how well the monkeys got to know each other. When the monkeys were allowed to interact and engage with their partner, they consistently chose the helpful token. But when a screen was placed between the monkeys so that they could see but not fully engage with
Well, that definitely wouldn't surprise me. And also, you know, as we're watching this video, and to relate it, maybe loosely relate it to the panel, since this was brought up on the panel, of like, you know, the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness. And this goes back pretty much almost exactly a decade, where it's like, you know, it's, as I said earlier, it's pretty like abundantly clear at this point that the majority, if not all animals, like share in the human experience, and that like we once thought, and many I think still to this day think that, you know, consciousness is just a uniquely human thing, and that like only humans, you know, possess consciousness, and it. From what I gather from the research, my own sort of like readings of like, you know, the past concept of like consciousness was like a binary. It's like you either have it or you don't. And I think the evidence is pointing in the direction, pretty strongly pointing in the direction that like consciousness appears to be some sort of spectrum. Obviously, we don't fully understand it, but it's almost certainly not like a binary, and that there's like levels to consciousness. And this is like also covered in the Wikipedia page, where it's like, yeah, in 2012, a group of neuroscientists attending a conference on consciousness in humans and non-human animals at the University of Cambridge in the UK signed the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, where it's like, the absence of a neocortex does not appear to preclude an organism from experiencing affective states. Convergent evidence indicates that non-human animals have the neuroanatomical, neurochemical, and neurophysiological substrates of conscious states along with the capacity to exhibit intentional behaviors. Consequently, the weight of evidence indicates that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrates. That's basically, the neurological foundations, or like the neurological ingredients that generate consciousness. Non-human animals, including all mammals and birds, and many other creatures, including octopuses, also possess these neurological substrates. And I think the example of octopus is like super interesting, where it's like they are pretty decently removed from us, evolutionarily speaking, and they might be an example of like pretty much like two organisms independently evolving, and they have like sort of evolved the same thing, as in like they both evolved consciousness, and like totally different environments. Or like humans land-based, octopus, whatever, ocean or water-based, and yet they still, it looks like pretty much it's conclusive that they possess pretty much some level, if not like a similar level of consciousness to humans. Consciousness is just a word and thus subject to interpretation. Yeah, like I cannot define consciousness, and pretty much any definition of consciousness that I've come across, like I don't really fully understand it. Consciousness is memory and plasticity. I have no doubt that this plays into it, and that's a variable with consciousness. No, I'm not saying consciousness is convergent evolution. I'm just saying that, if in fact, and it appears to be the case, that octopus can possess consciousness, then the fact that humans have consciousness and octopus have consciousness, that's just an example, a potential example of convergent evolution. Back to Theo.
Their neighbor, they chose selfishly more often. The researchers suggested that the level of empathy the monkeys felt would depend on how well they knew their partner. Macaques have also been found to express what could be called empathy. A 2015 study placed pairs of macaques opposite one another and gave them a screen on which they could press icons that would offer the other macaque a reward or a punishment. Most of the macaques preferred to give their partner rewards in the forms of sips of juice than punishments, which were puffs of air to the eyes. When a macaque did choose a punishment for their neighbor, the scientists observed that they blinked their own eyes in response to seeing the other macaque get a big puff of air to the face. The study authors concluded that these monkeys can understand and empathize with what their neighbors are going through, and adapt their own behavior towards the neighbor accordingly. With a sense of morality comes an ability to make judgments. Humans have developed quite complicated processes for assessing if someone has done something bad. And on top of this, humans will make a special effort to punish anyone who violates a social norm, such as someone who takes resources unfairly or who does harm to others. And certain monkeys, too, are more than happy to punish others. In one study, capuchin monkeys were found to yank on a rope to collapse a table that is holding another monkey's food if that other monkey had stolen their food. This seems like a fitting punishment. But these monkeys didn't stop there. They also happily pulled the rope even if the other monkey simply got more food than they did, even if it meant neither of them got any food, in an action that looked a lot like spite. And while I'd like to use this as evidence for a monkey's lack of moral compass, it's actually an indicator of inequity aversion, an important feature of a cooperative society. And it's one of the most human behaviors ever observed in monkeys. Spite used to be thought to be uniquely human. But the if I can't have it, no one can attitude's evolutionary origins may be deeper than we thought. But just as monkeys can act spiteful to each other, they also seem to be capable of forgiveness. Monkeys have been seen to make up after fights, and in fact, making friends after a bust-up leaves them feeling better about themselves. When monkeys reconcile after fights, they feel better. That is, indicators for distress and anxiety, like elevated heart rate and compulsive scratching, decrease. What this doesn't tell us, of course, is if monkeys know that they are reconciling. Are they driven by a sense of morality to be fair, to be empathetic, and to be apologetic? Do monkeys act on instinct, or are they actually thinking about the feelings of their friends and family? We do have evidence that apes and some monkeys have a sense of self. The mirror or mark test is an established test that tries to prove if an animal is self-aware, that it knows it exists as an individual. An animal has a dot painted or a laser pointed on a part of their body they can't see with their own eyes, and are placed in front of a mirror. Animals that don't have a sense of self, it's argued, can't understand that the creature in the mirror is doing exactly what they do, and therefore must be themselves. They don't try to find the dot on their own bodies. Animals that do recognize that the mirror creature is performing the same actions, and therefore must represent themselves, will try to touch the painted dot on their own head. It's not as easy as it sounds. Most animals, and kids under 2, can't pass the test. But some monkeys can. One study demonstrated this with a laser pointer. The monkey in the mirror always touched the dot on its head. And notably, such monkeys with mirrors constantly use the mirrors to inspect their own butt. We can safely say the monkey absolutely knows it's him in that mirror. But being aware that you exist and have autonomous actions still doesn't guarantee a monkey understands that other monkeys also have a sense of self. Do monkeys know that other monkeys are their own selves and therefore should be considered in moral reasoning? A study done on Japanese macaques suggested they might have a theory of mind. The scientists used an established experiment usually used on human children called the false belief task. The monkeys were shown a video of person A placing an object in box A. Person A leaves the room, and person B moves the object to box B without person A seeing. The scientists then measure where the monkeys looked when person A returned to the room to gauge if they would expect person A to look in box A or box B. And it turns out the monkeys looked to the original location, suggesting they understood person A would not know the object had been moved. That is, they understood person A had their own set of beliefs and view of the world, separate to person B and separate to themselves. However, a similar study done on rhesus macaques was less successful in showing theory of mind. So it likely differs in different species. Some researchers suggest that monkeys understand that other monkeys see, hear, and know different things than them, but they probably don't understand that other monkeys have different beliefs about the world. So if monkeys can act fairly, empathetically, and have the capacity for forgiveness, yet they don't necessarily understand that other monkeys have their own beliefs and ideas about the world, are their actions really moral? Is it morality if the monkeys aren't necessarily making a choice about how they behave? Is there any other way to explain their seemingly moral behavior?
Yeah, I would guess that as well. And, you know, here is where I think it's tricky. Or like, you know, there's always the caveat of like, you know, we are trying to, you know, study consciousness or like human concepts and like apply them to animals or like use testing and draw conclusions on animals, where it's like, you know, it's very difficult to like test animals because like they are not human, or rather they're non-human animals. And so like the inability to find something, for example, like, you know, determining an animal does not possess consciousness through like our human testing, like that could just be a matter of like, you know, we're just not good at designing tests for these non-human animals. I think we saw that play out with octopus, where it's like, you know, it was only through like really creative testing that like using the traditional human testing for consciousness that we had to pretty much like discard that and be creative with our testing. And it's only then we're able to like really see that, oh, it does appear strongly that octopus possess consciousness. Oh, and Victor Spade, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And also, thank you so much for the positive feedback. I appreciate it.
We know that moral behavior in humans can be linked to certain parts of the brain and to certain hormones that modulate brain activity. The study of morality and the brain has been coined neuromorality and is in its infancy in science terms. It often involves asking test subjects to carry out certain actions or watch videos or respond to a stimulus while having their brain activity monitored. We can see from these studies that certain neural networks are associated with assessing the intentions of others, and that these networks can interact to make a judgment about where blame lies for certain actions. We've also seen that serotonin can enhance negative feelings when we observe others enduring harm, making us more likely to be empathetic. Put simply, our brains tell us when we see something wrong, and we don't like how that feels. This could help motivate our pro-social actions. We can even see differences in how the
And also, just to sort of like reinforce my point, and also to like encourage what I think is a great documentary of like, so this is on Netflix, Inside the Mind of a Cat, where it's like, whatever, going back 20, 30 years, or like, traditionally speaking, cats are thought of or looked upon as like pretty much like antisocial or like not as sociable as dogs. Cats, untrainable. But this documentary, which I think came out recently, I think in the past few months, where it's like goes through like, a lot of the conclusions that we have come to about cats, like appears to have like pretty much a lot of them are being overturned, or like we're calling them into question because we just haven't. It seems like we haven't been testing them properly.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Oh, and Tav, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Where it's like, actually, it seems to appear that cats may just be as sociable, or like desire connection with humans just as much as dogs, but we just don't test for it, or like the tests that we use test for that. Like were just done poorly, or they were not customized to cats.
The brain responds to pain and distress in others, in people who have a limited sense of morality and those who don't. In people who exhibit psychopathic tendencies, when shown a situation in which a third person
that's probably like the more eloquent way to phrase that, of like, we are just not speaking their language, where it's like, cats are social creatures, but we just didn't know how to test for the way that they are social.
is hurt, their dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, part of the brain involved in social decision-making, lit up far less than those without diagnosed psychopathic tendencies. What this suggests is that the behaviors that we generally understand to underpin morality, fairness, empathy, and justice, are pretty ingrained. They are written into our brains, and they are observable in our distant monkey cousins. So is it, after all, really morality? In perhaps his most famous book, The Selfish Gene, the often controversial Richard Dawkins suggests that altruism, doing something that benefits another at your own expense, is, when you get to the bottom of it, non-altruistic. The central argument of his book is that the gene is the ultimate unit of heritability, that all human behavior boils down to ensuring your genes are passed on to the next generation. By protecting close relatives, even at risk to yourself, you're really protecting the same genes that reside in your own DNA. Is this the root of morality? Is our so-called moral behavior just another tool in evolution's box for enabling the fittest to survive? But even if morality did indeed evolve as a simple adaptation to allow animals like us to live in groups, or to pass on the so-called selfish gene, there's something about morality that seems to transcend the normal paradigms of the animal kingdom. There's a little bit of magic in the way we, or our monkey cousins, seem to have goodness in their hearts. But sometimes we all get tested or pushed to our limits. We've all been given a cucumber when our friend got the grape that we wanted. We all deal with emotions like envy, and though we like to think of ourselves as more evolved than monkeys, we get food envy too. There's always something sad about eating a bowl of cereal while watching MasterChef or Bake Off on TV. Or
What? I don't. What's so sad about that?
eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich while seeing incredible food your friends are eating on social media. But luckily, we don't have to be the angry cucumber monkey. Because luckily, we can sign up for HelloFresh.
Got it. Transition into an advertisement. All right. So there was also a few articles that I wanted to cover. 1 second. Yes, cereal. I don't buy cereal anymore, and one of the reasons why I don't buy cereal anymore, just because like it never lasts. And like I'll pretty much like I'll buy an entire box, like a family size box of cereal, and it'll be gone like a couple of days. So I just don't buy it. For 1 second. Get some articles up. What do I think of eugenics? So if you are pretty much just asking, what do I think of genetic modification of humans? I think it has clearly potential benefits in terms of treating diseases, preventing diseases. Like I'm pretty much in favor of that type of eugenics. Let me just get some more up. And some of these are from the Discord, or sent in the Discord. Oh, and I also wanted to cover sort of articles that, like, I thought I would reference during the panel, but I didn't. Sort of trying to cover, like, some of the dark sides of science, or some of science's dark history, which it very much has one. One, I think, clear example of science's dark history that I don't think many people are aware of is what they call, or what was like sort of referred to as, the Olympic Anthropology Games. Where it's like, yeah, and this goes back to 1904, where it was like literally, you know, pretty much putting, you know, races, ethnicities, you know, getting them to compete against each other. You know, which literally, which one's the most superior? Right, trying to ask that question, which I think I don't think this is like common knowledge, or at least this seems to, like, when I bring this up, not that I bring this up often, but this seems to be like, you know, really brand new information to a lot of people, or they're just not aware of this history. During an Olympics marked by futuristic swimsuits, age-reversing super Pilates, and nationalistic razzle-dazzle on LCD screens of heretofore unimagined scope, it's helpful to remember that Olympic progress can be measured by more than falling records and technological innovation. The August 8 Parade of Nations featured representatives from 204 countries and territories of varying degrees of sovereignty, bearing 204 flags and wearing 204 outfits designed to reflect the essence of the folks back home. The parade is more than a quadrennial check-in on socio-political changes and fashion changes. It is perhaps the most powerful symbol of actual progress the Olympics has to offer. That's especially true when you consider that people from several of those parading nations first competed in the Olympics at a bizarre, demeaning, borderline freak show designed to further racial pseudo-science. And this article was published in 2008. and it, it's pretty much talking about the 2008 Olympics, and referencing this, pretty awful historical event, where the 1904 Olympics weren't supposed to take place in St. Louis. The International Olympic Committee had already awarded the first non-European games to Chicago, but St. Louis complained. It was already hosting the Louisiana Purchase Centennial Exhibition, aka the World's Fair, that summer. And there was no way it was going to let some upstart sporting event rain on its parade, or midway, or technological exhibits, or elaborate temporary architecture. Determined to thwart Chicago's plans, the exhibition's organizers threatened to out-Olympics the Olympics. They'd organize a bigger and better athletic competition that would put Chicago's little continental import to shame. Fearing a calamitous setback for his nascent movement, Olympics founder Baron Pierre backed down and gave St. Louis the third Olympiad. It wasn't much of one. The prospect of an arduous trip to a second-tier city in the American Midwest kept almost all of the top European athletes away. Ultimately, fewer than half the events had even one non-American entrant. The Baron himself steered clear of the games, later recalling that he had a sort of presentiment that the Olympiad would match the mediocrity of the town. Even in the US, the Olympics were seen less as an epochal sporting event than as yet another attraction at the World's Fair. Yeah, exactly. Like, I would say even darker than that. Like, it was really bad. And again, it surprises me that more people don't know about it. When Judy Garland's fictional family goes to the Louisiana Purchase exhibition at the end of Meet Me in St. Louis, they say it's the most beautiful place on earth. It was pretty cool. Real visitors saw typical fair industrial exhibits, the world's largest organ, Abe Lincoln's boyhood cabin, newfangled foods like cotton candy and peanut butter and waffle cones, and of course, a human zoo. Like the Beijing Olympics, World's Fairs of the time were a great way to demonstrate the host nation's various virtues, best, and presumed cultural superiority at worst. In 1904, America was in the process of stepping out onto the world stage as an imperialist power. One of the centerpieces of the fair was its Philippine Village, featuring live specimens from America's newly acquired territory in a replicated native habitat that spread out over 47 acres. Smaller villages were constructed to house pygmies from Central Africa, American Indians from Mexico, Syrians, Turks, and other savages. Visitors, and in quotes, savages, visitors could gawk at them as they simulated a normal day back home. The display was in the spirit of both turn-of-the-century colonialism and social science. World's fairs were conceived in part as a strollable compendium of the world's knowledge. Its organizers wanted the paying customer to marvel at, say, a new wireless telegraph and a dog-eating member of the Philippines' Igorot tribe, and draw the same conclusion: white Americans are awesome. Yeah, exactly. Good old neighborhood human zoo. Also, I think a fair point. The Olympics had their own role to play in this pageant of progress. A man named James E. Sullivan brought the games to St. Louis. He was a celebrity of an utterly archaic type, nationally famous for sponsoring and officiating athletic competitions. In 1904, he was the head of the fair's Department of Physical Culture. Just as the Department of Exploitation, that's what they called the marketing department, was designed to promote the virtues of the fair's attractions, Sullivan's group was charged with extolling the virtues of American-style athleticism. If the display of primitive people from around the world, and even from St. Louis's backyard, there were many Plains Indian tribesmen on exhibit, was meant to show Anglo-America's cultural superiority, Sullivan saw an Olympic Games dominated by American achievement as a demonstration of our physical superiority. So, like, again, literally trying to prove the superiority of white Americans. Here's where the fair's creepy, early 20th century ideas about racial superiority reached their icky apogee. Throughout the fair, The so-called primitives participated in physical displays alongside cultural presentations. A visitor to the Patagonian display, for instance, might see native Argentine do a traditional dance and also perform some athletic feat. Sullivan subscribed to the view that the white Anglo-American was at the top of the racial hierarchy in brains and brawn. Here, at his fair, was a chance to prove it once and for all. He talked to William McGee, his counterpart at the fair's Department of Anthropology. So again, that's why I alluded to the anthropology games, because there were like academic anthropologists involved, and proposed that they combine their efforts. They would hold a Special Olympics, Sullivan's phrase, during the plain old Olympics in which the savages would mimic their white counterparts. For Sullivan, it would demonstrate the inherent inferiority of the world's indigenous peoples. For McGee, it would create a body of data that would help him make his mark in the emerging field of anthropology and help him develop his pet bit of quackery, a complete racial hierarchy. And so this is what I sort of... I did want to reference it during the panel, but I don't think it was any real good opportunity. But this is what I was referring to, or one of the examples that I was referring to, as like, you know, a dark history in science. Where it's like, you know, in the name of quote-unquote science, let's have these anthropology games. And let's see how, you know, the races, you know, fare in these athletic competitions. And to potentially establish a racial hierarchy. And this is coming from, you know, academia, or like the world of anthropology. The Special Olympics were harder to pull together than they expected. Despite the fact that the folks in the human zoo were in quasi-captivity, they were paid professionals, with agents and everything. Very few of the, quote, primitives had any interest in participating in an amateur competition. The Ainu people of Japan might have stooped to climb trees for fairgoers, but that was because they got paid for it. Some, too, seemed to balk because they thought the Olympic sports were ridiculous. Water polo, no joke, was quickly scratched from the program. But eventually, whether due to coercion or curiosity, contestants were secured and the bizarre games within the games began. Why would they ever change the name of the Department of Expo? Yeah, exactly. Anthropology Days, as the event was called, took place on August 12th and 13th, 1904. So like almost exactly whatever 118 years ago. The first day featured European-style competitions: shot put, the high jump, the long jump, mile, and others. It went poorly. The events had been pulled together very quickly, and there was no time to teach the participants. One strength event, throwing a 56-pound weight, apparently enticed only 3 competitors, all 3 of whom refused to try a second round of throws. The high jump was confounding. Even the 100-yard dash was problematic. So many languages spoken, the starting gun concept was understandably lost on many of the participants. So too was the idea of breaking through the finish line. Many would stop short or run below the tape. And it's like, yeah, you have a bunch of competitors from various different, backgrounds, and obviously speaking various different languages. And so, like, can't even communicate the instructions to these games to these people. And obviously, it's not like they're accommodating these people, right? They're like, it's pretty clear. They have an agenda of like, they want to, quote unquote, prove these, other ethnicities as inferior. Like, I think that's pretty much their explicit intention. Oh, thank you for sharing. Gonna check that out after this article. The second day featured what the organizers saw as more savage-friendly exhibitions: a tree climbing contest, archery, fighting demonstrations, a Mohawk versus Seneca lacrosse match. So like, literally, putting one community or demographic of people against another. And mud throwing. But even these supposedly more culturally appropriate games didn't work out the way they'd hoped. Thinking that spear-throwing peoples would fare well, Sullivan and McGee were shocked to see that most participants had trouble with the javelin. The Anthropology Days were seen as a near total failure, with very little notice. The Department of Exploitation wasn't able to promote it. Very few people were there to watch. William McGee's body of data never emerged, with the events so haphazard and poorly designed as to prove statistically insignificant. No surprise. No, I think it's fair to say that this individual is not concerned with gathering high quality data. They have pretty ill intention, pretty strong ill intentions. If we pretend to accept for the moment that such statistics could ever be significant. For James E. Sullivan, however, the games were at least partially successful. They demonstrated that these savages couldn't even play a proper game of tennis, after all. Sullivan considered the natives' failure to beat the Olympic record for the javelin a sure sign of racial inferiority, rather than an aversion to an apparatus never before encountered. The Anthropology Days experiment was, thankfully, a one-shot deal as an Olympic event. McGee did go on to repeat the experiment that fall, however, this time giving the participants, mostly Native Americans, no surprise, time to learn and practice the games. 30,000 spectators packed the bleachers. Taken together, McGee wrote, the two events proved that the course of human events marched on, inexorably toward the civilized white American ideal. His quackery had proved the physical inferiority of primitive peoples. Despite the best efforts of James E. Sullivan, the first Olympics on US soil weren't a total embarrassment. George, Page became the first African American to win a medal, taking home the bronze in the 400-meter hurdles. Frank Pierce became the first American Indian Olympian, running in the marathon and setting the stage for Jim Thorpe to dominate in the 1912 games, Michael Phelps style. And two Zulus working the fair as part of Big Boar War exhibit asked whether they could run the marathon and wound up placing 5th and 12th, but Sullivan could take heart. A white American won. And so again, this is just one of the many numerous examples that I wanted to reference as a dark history in science. I totally agree. It's generous to call these people scientists, right? Because I think it's pretty clear that they are not. But this is where it's I think at the time, they consider themselves scientists. They probably consider themselves serious researchers. And is this part of science, or was science co-opted for clearly pretty evil intentions, right? It's a fine line. Are we, or am I, as hopefully an actual scientist, am I able to discount this and say, well, no, they weren't scientists by my working definition, so this is not actually part of science, or I lean more towards this is part of science's dark history, and we have to take that into account. We should not forget it, and recognize where we have gone wrong, and hopefully go in a much better direction. And that's why I tried to relate it, or I would want to relate it to this, where it's science has a dark history of pretty much unethical practices or unethical science, where it was science came first and the ethics came second. And now, hopefully, we're moving in the direction of ethics comes first and then the science. Or at the very least, the science and the ethics are on equal footing. So now instead of Olympics designed to promote strong races, we have them designed to promote strong nations. How much? Yeah, I don't... you are speaking sort of my language, or rather that is my exact sentiment of like, I would totally be okay of abolishing or getting rid of all Olympics. Or pretty much like, I don't really care much for competition. But maybe I'm just, you know, too much of a loser to care about competition. But I do think that, you know, the Olympics gets co-opted, you know, for largely negative reasons, where it's not really for the spirit of competition. It's, you know, pretty much to promote nationalism, or, you know, at best patriotism, and at worst, you know, nationalism. But let's check out what you linked, Kitty, and thank you again. Race meta theory, or a dissolution of a calamitous concept. Oh, okay. So pretty much, actually, when was this published? This was published last year. So, and this article literally says the same thing, or reiterates the same thing, where like race is, you know, a social political construct, and that it's not rooted in biology. Right, yeah. Race and ethnicity are socio-political constructs. Humans do not have biological races, at least based on modern biological criteria for the identification of geographical races or subspecies. So, this, at the very least, this opening line, nice to see. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but just to, I guess, read the abstract, get the idea, but rather a peculiar social construct used to divide people. Race is problematic because the concept is unclearly understood and defined from a psychological perspective. Terms used for race are fraught with controversy, because there is no clear definition or meaning. There is no credible information, documentation, or evidence that supports humans being inherently different based upon race. The manner in which race is discussed and rationalized within various fields of education and research is confusing, and unwittingly contributes to the incalculable problems race as a concept presents. Race meta-theory provides a theoretical and practical framework to address complex issues associated with the concept of race. The use of race in any method of research within science and academia is stigmatizing and should not be used. So I'm going to save this. And welcome, Vampire Hunter D. Even though I'm pretty confident you have nothing nice to say and you'll reiterate the exact same points about the vaccine, or whatever. Call me a bad scientist, or pretty much discredit me, which is totally fine. I can take it. I disagree with some minor points, but I do like that it spells out the problem measuring race. Yeah, totally. Where it's like, I think there's a fine line to walk, of like, yes, when it comes to like biology and science, sort of as alluded to earlier in this article, where, yes, just because the concept isn't rooted in biology, or rather like race is not a biological concept, that doesn't mean that it's meaningless, right? Or that currently that we can treat it as meaningless. Because obviously race and ethnicity have real world implications. Like clearly it exists as a concept and construct. It's just that it's a socio-political construct, or maybe even, as they said, a psychological concept or construct, where like, yes, we often use it to otherize, and as a result of that otherizing, it has real world implications to these communities, to these marginalized communities, that we absolutely cannot and should not ignore. But I'm going to save this, and I'm probably going to read the entire thing, highlight some what I think are key points and then go through it more in-depthly on a future stream. So what else did I want to cover? Oh yes, this is from the Discord. This was sent by, I can't remember their username, Anosmia or Ronan of Stag. But like, so this is published a few days ago. When does life begin? Unless the study is specific to the socioeconomic status of the participant, measuring race or studies like clinical trials can only confound data. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Or rather, I don't fully disagree with you. I think there's some nuance there in terms of like, you know, this is just like an open question or speculation on my part, of that there might be sort of relevant biological differences, you know, between the races that we might have to take into account from a therapeutic or clinical perspective. That's like at most what I see, but I largely agree with you that, like, you know, designing studies or like separating groups out using race pretty much almost universally not justifiable when it comes to, like, you know, a clinical setting. When does life begin? As state laws define it, science, politics, and religion clash. Let me in. As life-preserving medical technology advanced in the second half of the 20th century, doctors and families were faced with a thorny decision, one with weighty legal and moral implications. How should we define when life ends? Cardiopulmonary bypass machines keep the blood pumping, and ventilators could maintain breathing long after a patient's natural ability to perform those vital functions had ceased. And here is where, you know, I think the conversation gets tricky, because for many people, okay, who use the argument of like life begins at conception, where it's like, oh, it's this pretty clear dividing line, like it's just so obvious that it's like black and white. Life begins at conception, and so like abortion after conception cannot be justified. Not recognizing that, you know, conception or fertilization, not one singular event, and there's a whole series of events that takes place with conception, and that even the statement life begins at conception, we don't have a good working definition of life. And the same thing holds true with death, of like, yes, for many people it might be obvious or intuitive of where death begins, or when an organism is no longer alive. But actually, if you like get into the nitty-gritty details, like the dividing line between life and death can get pretty gray and pretty muddy, and that it's not so clear where exactly death begins, or we might be getting to a place where we would have to really try to flesh out what exactly death, or what is our current working definition of death, especially as they're sort of alluding to here, given many advances in technology, where like we can keep a human body physically alive, but they are essentially like brain dead, or like we may get to a place, okay, where like we have the ability to like remove the entire brain from a human body and still keep it quote unquote alive, where like blood is pumping, the heart is functioning, all the other organs are being perfused with blood, and we can just maintain that state perpetually. Is that person or human alive? I think it introduces some pretty interesting philosophical questions. Yeah, exactly. Life begins with Jesus, which, you know, that's not my opinion, but I think there's far too many people that have that opinion. After decades of deliberations involving physicians, bioethicists, attorneys, and theologians, A US presidential commission in 1981 settled on a scientifically derived dividing line between life and death that has endured more or less ever since. A person was considered dead when the entire brain, including the brainstem, its most primitive portion, was no longer functioning, even if other vital functions could be maintained indefinitely through artificial life support. In the decades since, the committee's criteria have served as a foundation for laws in most states adopting brain death as a standard for legal death. Now, with the overturning of Roe v. Wade and dozens of states rushing to impose abortion restrictions, American society is engaged in a chaotic race to define the other pole of human existence. When exactly does human life begin? At conception, the hint of a heartbeat, first breath, the ability to survive outside the womb with the help of the latest technology. Well, I'm super sorry to hear that. I really hope that you get to a place where that is no longer your day-to-day experience, and that you can I'm hoping you have some days filled with joy. I'm hoping you have some days filled with, both joy and pleasure, and that, have at the very least like some baseline level of like good well-being. And I hope this becomes like a rarity for you. No, I know you're being dramatic, but still, like, even though I know you don't mean this to literally be true, the fact that you say that points, at least, alludes to, you not being fully content with your existence. Or like, you having days where you have dark days, just like everybody else. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I will do my best to hopefully continue that trend. A legal and political maelstrom that we've been able to devise and apply uniform clinical standards for when life ends, but not when it begins, is due largely to the legal and political maelstrom around abortion. That's it. Am I fully content? That's a great question. That's a great philosophical question. Am I ever, and there's nothing to apologize for. Am I ever really fully content? I think the obvious answer is no. And I guess that probably holds true for most people. But I think on my day-to-day, or if I'm tracking it, at least when I'm overall healthy, like I'm pretty decently content. Not fully content, but like, I look forward to tomorrow. I wake up and I generally look forward to the day. Not every day. There are certainly some days where I struggle to get out of bed, but like on the whole, if I were to like average it out, I'm thankfully, okay, and I know that I'm fortunate that like I have a pretty decent level of contentness from my day-to-day. And in the 2 months since the U.S. Supreme Court issued its opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, eliminating a long-standing federal right to abortion, state legislators are eagerly bounding into that void, looking to codify into law assorted definitions of life that carry profound repercussions for abortion rights, birth control, and assisted reproduction, as well as civil and criminal law. The court said that when life begins is up to whoever is running your state, whether they are wrong or not, or you agree with them or not, said Mary Ziegler, a law professor at the University of California, Davis, who has written several books on the history of abortion. Unlike the debate over death, which delved into exquisite medical and scientific detail, the legislative scramble to determine when life's building blocks reach a threshold that warrants government protection as human life has generally ignored the input of mainstream medical professionals. Instead, red states across much of the South and portions of the Midwest are adopting language drafted by elected officials that is informed by conservative Christian doctrine, often with little scientific underpinning. No surprise. Christian doctrine, pretty much opposed to science. A handful of Republican-led states, including Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, and Oklahoma, have passed laws declaring that life begins at fertilization, a contention that opens the door to a host of pregnancy-related litigation. This includes wrongful death lawsuits brought on behalf of the estate of an embryo by disgruntled ex-partners against physicians and women who end a pregnancy or even miscarry. One such lawsuit is underway in Arizona, another reached the Alabama Supreme Court. In Kentucky, the law outlawing abortion uses morally explosive terms to define pregnancy as the human female reproductive condition of having a living, unborn human being within her body throughout the entire embryonic and fetal stages of the unborn child from fertilization to full gestation, childbirth. Several other states, including Georgia, have adopted measures equating life with the point at which an embryo's nascent cardiac activity can be detected by an ultrasound at around 6 weeks of gestation. Many such laws mischaracterize the flickering electrical impulses detectable at that stage as a heartbeat, including in Georgia, whose Department of Revenue recently announced that any unborn child with a detectable human heartbeat can be claimed as a dependent. Defining the role of government in life and death. The Supreme Court's 1973 decision in Roe v. Wade that established a constitutional right to abortion did not define a moment when life begins. The opinion, written by Justice Harry Blackmun, observed that the Constitution does not provide a definition of person, though it extends protections to those born or naturalized in the U.S. The court majority made note of the many disparate views among religions and scientists on when life begins and concluded it was not up to the states to adopt one theory of life. Instead, Roe created a framework intended to balance a pregnant woman's right to make decisions about her body with a public interest in protecting potential human life. That decision, and the key ruling that followed, generally recognized a woman's right to abortion up to the point medical professionals judge a fetus viable to survive outside the uterus at about 24 weeks of gestation. In decisively overturning Roe in June, the Supreme Court's conservative majority drew on legal arguments that have shaped another contentious end-of-life issue, the legal standard employed in Dobbs, that there is no right to abortion in the federal constitution and that states can decide on their own, is the same rationale used in 1997 when the Supreme Court said terminally ill people do not have a constitutional right to medically assisted death. That decision, Washington v. Glucksberg, is mentioned 15 times in the majority opinion for Dobbs and a concurrence by Justice Clarence Thomas. Often, the same groups that have led the fight to outlaw abortion have also challenged medical aid in dying laws. Even after Dobbs, so-called right to die laws remain far less common than those codifying state abortion rights. 10 states allow physicians to prescribe lethal doses of medicine for terminally ill patients. Doctors are still prohibited from administering the drugs. James Bopp, General Counsel for the National Right to Life Committee, who has been central to the efforts to outlaw abortion, said that both abortion and medically assisted death, which he refers to as physician-assisted suicide, endanger society. Every individual human life has inherent value and is sacred, said Bopp. The government has the duty to protect that life. Both issues raise profound societal questions. Billy Bob Thornton. Welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. And also, shout out to Billy Bob, or Bill Bob Thornton. Check them out. They stream Fortnite apparently. Fascism Friday is out of fashion. And now it's all Fortnite Friday. But to answer your question, generally speaking, abortion is pretty much like largely settled, or it's not that much of a contentious issue in Canada, where it's like, yeah, our Conservative Party of Canada does does not approve of abortion, but they know that it's basically political suicide to pretty much all our abortion laws into question, where pretty much the majority of people in Canada support the legal access to abortion, and that the Conservative Party of Canada knows that they're in the minority when it comes to their views on abortion, and so they basically just like they don't talk about it, and it's pretty much largely settled here in Canada. But you never know. Somewhere down the line, you know, political opinion might change. But generally speaking, on the whole, Canada is more left-leaning than the United States. And I think our support for legal access to abortion, I think, hovers at around overall like 70-ish%. Both issues raise profound societal questions. Can the government keep a patient on life support against his wishes, or force a woman to give birth? Can states bar their own residents from going to other states to end a pregnancy, or prohibit out-of-state patients from coming in to seek medically assisted death? And who gets to decide, particularly if the answer imposes a singular religious viewpoint? Okay, this article is almost done, as I think before my mock panel begins, they want to have a discussion. Just as there are legal implications that flow from determining a person's death, from organ donation to inheritance, the implied rights held by a legally recognized zygote are potentially vast. Will death certificates be issued for every lost pregnancy? Will miscarriages be investigated? When will social security numbers be issued? How will census counts be tallied and congressional districts drawn? Where it's like, I think you're seeing some of this play out, or I think it's mostly a meme at this point. I don't know how serious it is, but like, given that, you know, Roe v. Wade was overturned, and like, you know, now a zygote is you know, a person, is a pregnant woman. I think like there was like a TikTok or Instagram post about this, of like, you know, this pregnant woman was like using the carpool lane, because now that their pregnancy is viewed as like a full-fledged person, then, you know, they're technically carpooling, since they're driving while they're pregnant. Like, I don't know how serious that story was, but I do remember I was making the rounds in social media. Medical professionals and bioethicists caution that both the beginning and end of life are complicated biological processes that are not defined by a single identifiable moment, that are ill-suited to the political arena. Unfortunately, biological occurrences are not events, they are processes. And this is something that, you know, not enough people know. When you talk about life begins at conception, like, conception is not this single, like, millisecond moment in time. It is a process. And so, like, where in that conception process are you saying life starts? Is it like when the sperm hits the egg? Is it like, well, I'm not going to go through the entire process of fertilization, because like it really is a complicated process. But just recognize that there's a whole chain of events that are involved with conception or fertilization, and like putting the dividing point there is pretty arbitrary. Moreover, asking doctors what is life or what is death may miss the point, said Magnus. Medicine can answer the question, when does a biological organism cease to exist, but they can't answer the question, when does a person begin or end? Because those are metaphysical issues. Ben Sarby, a doctoral candidate in Duke University's Department of Philosophy, who studies medical ethics, echoed that perspective, recounting the paradox of the heap, a thought experiment that involves placing grains of sound, one on top of the next. The philosophical quandary is this: at what point do those grains of sand become something more, a heap? I'm literally, so it's called Social Truth. It's a for fun, well, it's supposed to be for fun. We'll see if it's fun. I'm pretty sure it will be. but it's not like a serious panel. Like I'll actually like let you know what the questions are. And I'm supposed to go on the panel as a character. I will copy and paste the questions. But the panel is called Social Truth. It's a new show that Towler and F-Bombs for You have started. So one of the questions, I don't know if you can see, but I'll read it. With the debt skyrocketing and wages stagnant, should Brandon, through executive order, announce that we will get all streaming services for free? Question 2, should all chicken eggs be required to be incubated until it hatches? Third question, as schools start to adjust to so many new speech and books and gender limitations, should the government regulate the genders of all class pets? So those are some of the examples of the questions. Yeah, it literally is debate LARPing. We're going to have a rough time placing a dividing line that this counts as a person and this does not count as a person. Many things count as life. A sperm counts as life. A person in a persistent vegetative state counts as life. But does that constitute a person that we should be protecting? Even as debate over the court's abortion decision percolates, the 1981 federal statute that grew out of the Presidential Committee's findings, the Uniform Determination of Death Act, is also under review. This year, the Uniform Law Commission, a nonpartisan group of legal experts that drafts laws intended for adoption in multiple states, has taken up the work to revisit the definition of death. The group will consider sharpening the medical standards for brain death in light of advances in the understanding of brain function. And they will look to address lingering questions raised in recent years as families and religious groups have waged heated legal battles over terminating artificial life support for patients with no brainwave activity. BOP, with the National Right to Life Committee, is among those serving on advisory panels for the effort, along with an array of doctors, philosophers, and medical ethicists. The concept of personhood that infuses the anti-abortion movement's broader push for fetal rights is expected to be an underlying topic, albeit in mirror image. When does a life form cease being a person? Magnus, who is also serving on an advisory panel, has no doubt the commission will reach a consensus, a sober resolution rooted in science. What's less clear, he said, is whether in today's political environment that updated definition will hold the same sway, an enduring legal standard embraced across states. So like, yeah, I think this is an overall pretty good in-depth article, and I'm glad that they're calling attention to the fact that, you know, there's a definition of death, and like, it's just as our definition of life is an evolving concept, our definition of death is also an evolving concept, and that like life and death is not this black and white issue, and it's way more complicated than we think it is. But so I think the panel's gonna begin shortly. Is this still going on? Going to put this on as I go to the washroom.
With an idea.
Because I want to, you know, be comfortable during the panel, the mock panel. But I will be back in a few minutes.
Unique among nations. That in America.
Or actually, no, I'm not going to put this on because this is like, I don't want to bore you to death. Let's put on some.
We are sensing
some vegan propaganda.
Right, we have complete awareness of our surroundings, and we are on the hierarchy of the food chain. We are a predator.
Thinking that, you know, maybe a meal that might last half an hour and then you completely forget about versus something that could live for 10 or 20 years is really self-centered.
Today I'm in the French Quarter interviewing people about this quote. Whenever you find yourself on the side of the majority, it's time to pause and reflect.
I don't understand the question. Well, you need to at least ask yourself, what is the minority thinking and what are the questions that they're bringing up? Why are you part of the majority? It's probably the ultimate question that you have to ask yourself to really, get anywhere deeper.
I think a lot of people's views are skewed by what other people are thinking, so you should rethink if what you're saying is just to agree with other people or if what it's actually what you believe in.
Can you think of any times, either throughout history or maybe even a personal example, where like people were kind of going along with the majority and have been wrong?
I think it happens all the time. You could talk about it politically, you could talk about it economically, you could talk about it socially.
I also like to talk about kind of broader society things like, we're in Jackson Square, right, where slavery used to be like the norm. Do you think people back then, they would have disagreed that there was a moral problem with slavery? Do you think they were just like too blinded by culture or what?
I think it's an issue like how we use prison labor, which is slave labor, and no one bats an eye. It doesn't feel like a moral issue now, but maybe 100 years from now, it will be a moral issue.
One of the biggest moral blind spots that I see in our society is the way that humans treat animals. What do you think about that?
I think that there's definitely some work that needs to be done. Now, I will say, like, my name is Hunt. I hunt and fish, and so I think that, some examples of factory farming are terrible. If someone were to come at me and say, hey, the deer that you killed at your hunting camp, that you cleaned, that you cooked, that you handled, that you fed for years, that's a bad thing.
What do you think about the way humans treat animals?
I think it's horrible. I think factory farms, as soon as you do your research, it's terrifying how awful we treat animals, that a lot of people keep in their homes as pets, but a different animal that could be smarter or more emotionally intelligent is treated like a commodity rather than a living thing.
That type of hunting and that type of meat eating to me is probably the most humane, because I'm hunting with a crossbow a lot of times, I'm hunting with low caliber rifles, and I have a great deal of respect, and it's not like you can just go package and buy a deer. You have to, you understand the gruesomeness of what you're doing, and you understand how special that animal is ultimately. So there's definitely ways to improve in society, though. I would be lying if I didn't say that.
And you think they definitely should not be treated as commodities?
Oh, of course not. I think they have feelings just like we do. You wouldn't treat your fellow man like the way we treat pigs in factory farms. It's horrible.
I guess I'm curious because I've heard a lot of hunters say that, and I guess the thing I never really understood was like, how is killing respectful? Like I would never say that about like a dog or a cat.
Sure.
So why say it about like a deer? Like, could you explain that to me? Like I'm 5.
It's not that killing is respectful. It's that I have a respect for the animal.
The killing isn't respectful, but you have respect for the animal.
So, in fact, I would say the killing is morbid. I mean, until someone's come up to me, I've spine shot deers before. And had to slit their throats, right? Okay, so there's nothing that, in a way, it's a morbid act. You don't want to do it, but I'm also not going to let that deer suffer, and I'm going to eat that deer, and I'm going to provide for my family, and it is part of the food chain, and it is the hierarchy that we exist in. We are humans, and I treated that deer as best as I could, and I gave it a chance. I didn't cage it in like a lot of hunters that have hunting properties with high fences that the deer can't escape. My land is connected to the national forest.
What percentage of animal products in the U.S. currently do you think come from factory farms?
I say about almost 100, maybe 98 or 7, or it's big business.
Yeah, it's 99%, so you're pretty much right.
Farming in general is pretty unethical, but I'd rather support small businesses than big businesses.
There are people that don't have a lot of money, for example, that meat is the best alternative to get a lot of those 21 amino acids. Like red meat is one of the only foods that has 21 amino acids that are natural. You can get a lot of protein from beans and other things, and you can supplement like Tom Brady, and he does a fantastic job. The problem is, to be like that type of person, you have to have a lot of money generally.
Do you consume animal products then?
I do. I know that's kind of hypocritical, but what can you do?
Most vegans are actually not rich. Like when you kind of look at countries and GDP, the higher their GDP goes, the higher their meat consumption goes.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me just finish this point. When you compare plant-based diets to omnivore diets, they come out around 30% cheaper. The only thing you have to supplement is B12, which is important.
Iron.
No, you don't have to supplement
eat
iron. Right. Well, everyone should be eating right. You could say a meat eater needs to supplement iron. They could be low in iron as well. What was your question going to be?
I was going to say, how long have you been a vegan though?
Yeah, I've been vegan about 2 years.
So
and
you're on the tip of the journey.
Everybody has their journey.
Journey.
Right?
the
Yeah,
beginning
yeah,
of
you
the
can say
journey
it.
because you know a lot of vegans that I've talked to were vegans for one of my coworkers, he was a vegetarian and trying to be vegan, but the problem is not after 2 years you're going to start seeing that you do need some fats and some amino acids that you get from animals eventually, because your body you'll feel worse even if you think that you're getting everything you are and you're getting your protein, your carbs, your fats. There's human
That's wrong. I don't know. It boggles my mind that this information or this myth is still out there. Where it's like you can't meet your nutritional requirements like on a vegan diet. Like that notion has like been gone for like decades.
Humans are ultimately not herbivores. We are omnivores. We have the canines and the teeth to prove it, and so your body's used to regulating and running on some meats, on some types of other, it's not just like we can eat just plant products and be completely healthy.
Do you think there is anything you could do?
I could go vegan, which is a step in the right direction. Trying to become pescatarian and stair-step it. Because
These are
I
not
think it's a
your,
lot harder to
oh, you
become
bounce
vegan
off and
right
are
out the
fine
gate.
doors. These doors are sturdy ass doors. And so I hit right on my ear and the side of my face, and I was like, shit. And I knew I had a concussion because as soon as it happened, this side of my head started hurting, and I was like, okay, I know what's happening. And then I was starting to see the black, and I was like, okay. To like call someone to help get the dogs back in the house because I need to sit down. Or because I've never had a concussion, but like I know how they work. So I texted my friend who's the queen of them. Because she trips over like the lines on the basketball court. Like that is how clumsy she is. And so like one of our favorite moments was her tripping over first base.
Sorry to interrupt, but just to let you know, I'm currently streaming, so I don't want to.
Okay. I am too.
Oh, I've had concussion sliding. Well, there's a reason why on this side of my head it's completely white. It's because I got hit in the head with a line drive when I was sliding into home plate. And when I came to, because I was knocked unconscious, yeah, I actually had, because I got hit on this side, I had a black eye on this side, and it was hurting all over here. This side was completely fine, but the other side subsequently, had a black eye, and I thought, oh my gravy, like
See,
yeah,
and that's surprising. I have played softball my entire life, and this was the first time that I'd had a concussion. And so that's why I was so freaked out, because I've never broken a bone or anything. I'm pretty, like, I have an aversion to pain, so, like, I don't put myself in positions to be in pain. I also have metal cleats, so I was usually the cause of pain. But there was one team that would do it to us on purpose. So, like, being the one of the few people who had metal cleats, you gotta do payback when your pitcher's arm is just like shredded because of some petty bitch in high school. It did, and it was right before prom too. She had her entire arm torn up right before prom. It was so, I was just like, you just wait. I'm getting you.
you went to high school with her too. With the same one, eh?
No, this was a high school that we were rivals with. Sorry, I think I'm still not thinking straight. Let me tell you, I hit so hard it knocked the Adderall out of me. Like I was in full swing. Like my Adderall should have been kicked in, but after about 20 minutes in the ER, I started talking like a drunk person. And that's when I was like, I'm so glad I went in. Oh my God. If I would have done this at home, I would have just like had a panic attack because it happened so quickly. I went from like being normal to my mom being like, are you high? Like, are you high? Are you, like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, I think I do in fact have a concussion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I ended up that and a sprained neck. because I was looking this way when I hit. So it like everything from like the top or I guess the base of my skull to like midway down my back just has been sore. But it's not too bad, and I haven't taken my naproxen or anything today. Really, the best thing that's helped me has been the natural shit. Like, before I even got my meds filled, I have a new strain called Matanuska Thunder, and that, like, immediately took the headache away, and I was like, should you be smoking if you have a concussion? I'm like, yes, Mom, because it's bringing the inflammation down. And it's taking the pain away rather than waiting for the muscle relaxers which thank God it wasn't like Flexeril or the things that are like known to cause issues and shit. What's up?
Hello, how's it going?
Looking good. Real good.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
You guys.
I'm a
down.
greasy chatty boy today. But
I'm trying to
yes,
figure out why chat can't hear you guys.
Is that
How do you-
a real MAGA hat?
no, it's a knockoff, cheap, shitty, fucking knockoff one. I think the real ones have like 45 and shit on the side or some shit.
I was gonna find one, but
It's just some
it didn't
piece
go
of
with
shit.
what I was supposed to be apparently. But I was like, it would have gone if I would have had a Hillary shirt.
And I like an I'm with her shirts or some shit.
Yeah, that would be the only way that I could wear it. Which I'm assuming that's why he wants us to talk first, is so that we know who's who. So it's easier to like pop off of each other.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
probably
so
should have
I
like
guess-
worn a collared shirt because I'm sort of So I've been told by Wick that I sound like Ben Shapiro, so I'm going to attempt to channel them as best I can.
Are you a lefty? Are you a centrist? Are you a righty?
I'm pretty much going to be LARPing as Ben Shapiro as best I can.
Okay.
Well,
So I'm highly
I-
intellectual.
I am Carol Ann.
Face.
And you'll never guess what my views are.
Are you a liberal?
With the name of Carol Ann from the great state of Arkansas.
Are you righty?
Nope. I'm right down the middle, bitch.
Fucking
I'm here to
centrist.
cause
Fucking liberal.
problems. Carol Ann's coming for your sweet ass biscuits. And your noise
Amazing. Oh,
gate
yeah.
needs to come on.
Yeah, we can hear your air conditioner gnarly.
Great. You are about to go into space, homie. Your rocket is launching. I
Is that
don't know if
better?
you're aware.
Is that better?
Slightly. You know that you can. There's noise suppression. You know that, right?
Nope.
Okay, so let me share my screen and will follow me.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it in voice and video?
All right. So, yep. So,
Noise reduction?
yep. And you can also put your sensitivity up so that it's not picking up your fan when you're talking.
Okay. What about? What
But I
about
have-
now? Do you still hear it?
No,
Not-
it's good when you're not talking. That's perfect. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
And you
Good
can
shit.
do echo cancellation.
In Discord?
Yeah.
Very cool. I can
So if you click that, that might help you too. I have all the shit clicked.
Hell yeah.
I got it. Oh.
I'm sorry for being late, by the way. I needed a shower really bad. I was smelling like some old ass salami.
You're not late. Fucking we're all fucking just right on time. The show hasn't started yet.
Oh, that's why.
Okay,
it's
so
not-
real quick, who's so that way I don't end up doing the same thing someone else does.
So I think we got 2 righties so far. Lefty and a centrist.
Okay.
I'm
okay,
a
okay.
conservative centrist.
Oh fuck. Shit.
All in fun anyway. So even if somebody fucks up or whatever, it makes it even more fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if there's already 2 righties and only 1 lefty, I guess I should probably take that. But then again, like, it would be so hilarious to be a K-Hiver.
Oh, fucking, like, you can be like a centrist, like, for sure, like a liberal, like, fucking, for sure. Like, you can definitely do that. You can definitely do that.
And with my communist flag in the background.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Oh my god. Oh, that'd
The
be
world is
so
your
good.
oyster. Like the whole point is to like have fun and just fuck around and play off of each other and just play a character. Just people with like the worst arguments that you've seen from that kind of vibe. And so wherever you can harness the best and make the best worst arguments is what I'd recommend going with.
All right.
It's actually
The best, worst, I'm going to try to keep that in mind.
Yes.
It's so unreal to see my idea come to life, because this started as me popping into F-Bomb's chat and just being like, yo, would you want to do something like this? And he ran with it.
Oh, fuck. That's
And
awesome.
I was just like blown away with like what he came up with, because I couldn't figure out like have the audience guess or whatever, but like having it set up like where people had like these like the prompts pre-done and stuff, like it's so neat to see like what he did with it. Last week I was so proud. I was like, yes. But I was also I'll let you later on a little secret. Jason also cheated. I was in his ear. So all the zingers were coming from me.
Look at that. Cheater! Cheaters! God damn, that's fucking funny.
Hey, I wasn't gonna let the first one be a failure. So like I was like, I'm gonna be feeding this shit into your ear. I was like, you say the funny ones, and then I'm like, I'm gonna take credit from at a later point.
Now is that later point.
Yeah, now is that later point of if you laughed at anything Jason said, it was probably because I said it in his ear and he said it out loud.
Funny. How's everybody doing?
Amazing.
So
Good.
fresh and so clean.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Does everybody have a name?
Lloyd Buchanan.
Wait. Hold on.
Lloyd Buchanan?
Lloyd Buchanan? Nice.
That's a great name.
I love it.
I did real quick. I got this thing where I tell people to look up a music group called Lloyd Buchanan and the Boat Boys, and they Google it. It doesn't exist, but I don't tell them for like 10 minutes.
And the Boat Boys.
Lloyd Buchanan and the Boat Boys.
Maybe looking
Oh,
up
man.
Pat Buchanan. Corey, how about you?
Yeah. So my name is not Corey Campbell. It's Corey Campbell, like Stephen Colbert.
That's funny.
Not Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert.
Campbell.
Campbell.
All right. Campbell. Cam being your middle name.
I'll go with that.
Clyde.
I'm Carol Ann.
Carol Ann.
Yep.
Okay.
Carol Ann.
Ann being your last name. What
It's my Ann. Carol Ann. It's my middle name and my last name.
and what are our political persuasions?
I am a conservative centrist because I love my Southern pride, but I just sometimes both sides are just so darn convincing,
All right, so conservative centrist, Mr. Campbell.
Right, Campbell. Since I've been told that I sound like Ben Shapiro, I guess I'm a libertarian or a religious libertarian.
Oh yeah, baby.
Conservative libertarian.
Okay, all right, and Lloyd.
I guess I'm gonna be going with like a K-Hive, Andrew Yang, liberal, whatever the fuck, something like that, dude.
Gang, gang, K-Hivers, let's go.
There's
All
just
right.
something about cops that I just love so much. They should arrest more people.
Based, Yang Ganger,
We're gonna agree on a lot in this one, I think.
Pro Blue. All right. Holy fuck, Squirrel, you're fucked.
Okay. Well, actually, I didn't get sleep last night, but I'm exhausted still. So
Welcome,
it'll be much of the
Reesters.
same
Thanks
as
so much for
last
passing
week.
by. Hope you're doing well.
Okay, so here's gonna be the deal. Obviously, those like natural positions, many of them will not jive.
I don't disagree with you,
Squirrel
Tegma.
here.
And welcome.
So, I think what the fun game will be as it like develops, you don't have to really work on it. It's just gonna happen naturally, where like it will be 4-on-1. So if something starts to happen and you see it like 2 or 3 times, just start fucking with it. Like if she says something that pisses one of you off, keep hitting that button like throughout the time. If like you did with mushrooms last week. If somehow if somehow Cablin and Corey can't like agree on which god is the right god, then like whatever it is, just play with it. The goal isn't about like you having the best lines or the best characters. Like this is the show, so if somebody's struggling and you can help them out, like if you notice somebody's like and I don't do it, y'all do it.
I'm good at pulling people out of stun locks, but I'm also pulling these out for Corey.
I hope y'all saw the 4 questions. As a Jew, I tend to always do the 4 questions. Sorry, that's a Passover joke.
Goddamn, should have been a Trinity fucking figures.
Oh my God.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about with them 4s.
All right, so Igloo made us an intro. Go ahead, Corey.
I just want to ask. So, did I understand it correctly? Like, this is not like a joke. Like, I should act like I'm a serious sort of Ben Shapiro. Okay, so I will.
Everything you say, you believe.
In character.
You are.
I will
yes,
wipe
you
the
are
smile
taking
from my
those-
face.
Yes. So there's a little thing on the screen that's I didn't use the video yet, but there's a little thing on the screen that says it's the South Park. These are not the opinions of so and so. But I will make sure people know that.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah.
So I'll have a little intro, and then I'll bring us onto screen. Y'all won't be muted. So just like you also probably won't hear the intro. So I will put us on screen and then I'll talk and let you guys then we'll do the thing.
Okay.
The thing. All right, let's have some fun. This will be a good time. Enjoy. Who's all streaming? Is anybody live?
I'm streaming. And do I need to like have a whole backstory of like whatever like I grew up in this? Okay.
If you can, you don't have to give it all to me right up front. Like, give us enough that we kind of know who you are, and then use the backstory as you go. Like, we don't need to know your whole story for you to later be like, I remember the time when I was in so and so.
I just want you to know I will be throwing dry pussy jokes your way the entire time. I just telling you that right now.
Okay, the
Another
other thing
overlap with me and Ben Shapiro.
Well,
yeah.
The other thing is try to not interrupt each other. Like you can, but if you hear yourselves talking over each other, like work with each other instead of like your point. And if you hear me, unless it's like part of the gag, which I think Cablin will probably interrupt me a few times, but if you hear me, no, I'm trying to move the show in a direction, not trying to like cut anybody off. It's for the show.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta steer it.
Yeah. So let me get us started, and yeah, let me see if I can not fuck up the tech.
Fucking squirrel in the tech.
Right. Okay.
LRA should be disappointed.
there's that. All right, I can close down the internet windows. Those don't matter anymore. Oops, that's closed. Oh shit! I just shut the fucking intro down. What a
End stream.
what a dumb shit. Okay, all right.
Taylor, Tagman wants to know why you dress like the Unabomber.
Okay, hey, hold on. My webcam's off. My this thing's all wrong. I got this video playing. Hold on here. All right, y'all didn't even hear the intro thing. Let me do that again, so that you can actually hear it this time. Oh, you can't even hear me. Oh shit, I fucked out all kinds of up. All right, so y'all couldn't hear me. Let me play the intro again. I fucked that all up. That was from Igloo. That was from Igloo. He fucking killed that. That was awesome. All right, y'all. How's everybody doing? I am F-Bombs. You can call me Kevin. I have been streaming for about 5 months and noticed that this spooked you out because it was you, Igloo. So I've been streaming for about 5 months, and in the time I've been streaming, I kind of noticed the panel scene has changed a lot. And there seems to be a bit of a lull, and frankly, I think we needed something new. So what we decided to do was take some of your favorite streamers, bring them together, have them create their own character that they want to be, that they can play around with, get assigned their own political persuasion, and then answer some of the most pressing questions of the day. And that's what we're here to do. Please note, as with the bottom of the screen, none of this shit, like none of this that goes on are the actual opinions of the streamers. The disclaimer at the bottom, hold harmless everybody here, including me, please. All right, so we've got some old faces and some new faces. Why don't we introduce one of our previous faces, Squirrel.
Should I talk now?
Yeah, Squirrel.
Okay. My name is Squirrel, everybody, and I'm a leftist. And last week, when I told everybody that I was from a leprechaun commune, I don't know if people believe me or not, but it's definitely true. I am from a leprechaun commune, and so I say free the leprechauns and free all leftists.
And free all leftists. Fantastic. And I think we have a new, is there a Lloyd? Who's Lloyd?
That's me. I'm Lloyd Buchanan. How y'all doing? I'm really chill, kind of enlightened sort of streamer, you know? Really kind of into cops a little bit. Not like hugely into cops, you know, Black Lives Matter, but you know, there's some structure that's needed in our country still. Yeah, just a great time to be here, and I hope everyone can kumbaya.
Kumbaya, yes. Let's please try to keep this as civil as we can. Is there an Anne? Anne?
Anne is my grandfather's name, but I am Carol Ann. Yes, it is my middle name and my last name. It is a proud family name. But yes, I come from the great southern state of Texas, and I am just delighted to be here to share my opinions because I think they deserve to be heard.
Yeah, I imagine. Just to clear that up, was it Carol or Carol Ann?
Carol Ann Ann. So the first Ann is A-N-N-E, and the second Ann is A-N-N-E-H. The H is silent.
Your grandfather's name was Ann?
Yes. It is a family middle name and last name. It is tradition that has not been broken for the past 200 years.
Okay.
The same as the inbreeding. But we don't
Cablin,
talk about that.
welcome back, Cablin. Thanks for joining us. Tell everybody a little bit about yourself.
Cablin, I'm the reigning social truth champion and panel slayer. Obvious and objective winner of the last panel. I don't think that there was any competition. I clearly won. My arguments were better structured and more factual and full of logic. So I'm here to just prove why us on the right here, and well, frankly, just people like myself, are just better and smarter and winninger at competitions like panels.
Yes, winninger, as the self-proclaimed winninger of the previous panel. Winninger, the self-proclaimed.
Winner of the last panel.
Winner. And
you got it correct. Check the facts. Go back and check it.
Yes,
you
Kate.
can go back and check it.
We will watch the
Check
VOD.
the notes. Look at the transcripts. I won. Everyone said it.
Okay. I did not see it that way. I did not see it that way, but if you want to go back and check it out, maybe you would, but I did not see it that way. Is there a Mr. Campbell? Yeah, Campbell.
That's right. Campbell. Not Campbell. Campbell. Corey Campbell.
Got it.
I'm a very educated lawyer, Harvard-educated lawyer, from New York, and I'm here to bring back rationality to the panel space.
Did you have an uncle that was a scientist, William Campbell, that also went there?
Absolutely. My family is very highly educated, and we've made massive contributions.
Yeah, it's really
to the intellectual space.
It's really an honor to have you here. Your name is known far and wide. It is your reputation precedes you, as some say.
Y'all got some fire soup too.
Soup?
Yeah.
You're making soup?
Yeah.
Campbell soup, world renowned. The Campbell name has a very high reputation, very highly regarded.
I did not realize
Andy Warhols.
I did not realize the family tree had so many amazing folks.
Degeneracy went into that there Campbell's painting. Didn't even do a paint, use a silk screen. Now tell me how hard is that? I done took a picture of my nuts and I put it on up there. You wouldn't be spending all the things saying I changed art. What happened to them Campbell soups cans and the Andy Warhammers?
Cablin, it wasn't that family that made the painting. You know,
nonsense.
You know, it wasn't the corporation that made those paintings.
It was that Andy Warhammer with them silk screening machines doing what he's the propagandist for them there soup factories, and them Antifers were going getting soups and throwing them and making and hitting us with them soup cans, and then they're just saying they're bringing home their family. Tell you what, we need to do something about them Campbells, and we need to do something about them now. Tired of it. Nonsense.
Okay. All right. I understand you're tired of the nonsense.
Absolutely.
Okay. So let us get into our first topic tonight. We know that Brandon, with the red background, if you watched it with us, we had some phenomenal epic background music for the Dark Brandon speech tonight. But with debt skyrocketing and with our wages stagnant, should Brandon or Dark Brandon, as we should say, should Brandon, through executive order, announce that we will start getting all streaming services for free? Let's start with Carol And
Well, you see, I think the perfect solution would be to just merge them all together into a free service for the people. But I mean, it's only free for those who pay their taxes and are here legally. But I mean, I feel like a way to appease everyone would just be to have them all in one spot. Because why do we have to have 50 million streaming services? And some of them have the same show.
yes, there are a lot of repeats on some streaming services. Interesting to opt for less choices in a panel of 5 people, but okay, interesting take on it. Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan, what is your take on should Dark Brandon waive his magic order and free us of our streaming services debt?
Well, I think the real answer here to the streaming services and the debt and the wage problems are probably more so in problems that we have been dealing with, big problems, and we can't be looking behind at like what debt, how debt used to be lower. And we need to look forward. We need to, we got these stagnations in our wages, and maybe they should be a little bit higher, but not like $15. There are some jobs that just maybe you need more incentive than just giving you all your money just right up front like that. Maybe some people would qualify. In some sort of a means-tested public program to be able to get their Hulus and their Netflixes, but we will not do YouTube. We will not do YouTube. We're not trying to just we're not just trying to give everything. We're not Bernie Sanders here. But definitely. Also, one more thing: people who don't like women of color. I think it really needs to be. This needs to be hammered in. It just seems to me that there is a big problem in this country with people who disagree, especially really important ones who do a big bulk of the work. Maybe, Anyways, we're getting a little bit sidetracked here.
Yeah, those were definitely words that I assume was an answer to the question. Mr. Campbell, if you don't mind.
Campbell.
If you wouldn't mind me asking for your response to what you think of these services.
So these services, definitely. You should not be getting these streaming services for free. This is just that would just be another government handout. You shouldn't even have a streaming service. It's a waste of time. You should get a job and be productive. And like if you can't afford a streaming service, you should just maybe consume less Starbucks. Not only that, like you definitely shouldn't be getting a streaming service like Disney Plus for free, since like Disney's gone woke with shows like Ms. Marvel. So absolutely not. That's like government overreach, just another handout from the government.
Carol, 1 second. Cable, can you add your 2 cents in, please?
Well, I think that he makes an okay point there on a few things. I want to say free streaming services is corporate communism. I'm going to tell you right now, first they start giving you the free streaming service, and then they start giving you the free health cares and all these other things where you need to work for that. I do like streaming platforms, and I like that I pay for Brazzers Premium. I like to ensure that I'm paying that premium amounts for them premium content. I don't want the communists in my streaming service. Get out. I want the government to not be in my YouTube or Hulu or Amazon premiums. Get out right now. Like the Lord said that they want them out of the temple. Get out with your nonsense, communists.
So So, so you would rather? Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Okay. So, Squirrel, you I didn't mean to wake you. You probably have some thoughts. Hopefully.
Sometimes I have thoughts, yes. Well, what I agree with is, yes, Dork Brandon should definitely be giving us some freebies. I mean, the stagnation of wages has been just stagnating. And I mean, he could simply just get away with all of that monies and just pay everybody with mushrooms. I know that I'm talking about mushrooms again. I talked about it last time, but I'm talking about it again. Mushrooms is the answer, okay? And I mean, Dork Brandon does not necessarily have to do an executive order. It could be a manager's order or a stenographer's order or even a custodial order. But I mean, for crying in the mud, somebody has to do the order. And also, if he doesn't even want to do it in mushrooms, I mean, coming again to the leprechaun commune, we have pots of gold, and we could be sharing all of that. It's all just this communistic commune of pots of gold, and then everybody would be having freebies for the streaming services.
Disgusting. Absolutely.
You always bring us to a beautiful place, Squirrel. Thank you. Yes, right, Raggedy Ann, you had to say what?
Did y'all pay taxes on that gold?
You better be asking if I'm paying taxes.
What, cause that sounds like a pretty big stock, so, where the money?
I don't, easy, Karen Ann. I don't know what you're trying to get to as far as like her pot of gold. You don't know. See, Mr. Campbell said that not a fan of handouts, right?
Absolutely not.
It takes some real stones to be fourth generation of a millionaire rich family to really lay in there and get into the handout discussion. It takes, it's like a real understanding, a high level Ivy League, like legacy education to really understand how dangerous handouts can be.
Yeah. I mean, you could start your own streaming show like Mr. Campbell.
I plan to do that with my massive wealth, and I want to pretty much destroy these woke streaming services like Disney, and totally, if wages are stagnant and you can't afford a streaming service, like just get a new job. I don't really understand what the problem is. Like if you don't like your current wage, just go find a new wage. That's the free market. And if you can't compete in the free market, well, you just got to work harder. It's simple as that.
Preach.
Well, that sounded okay to me.
I got 4 jobs, tell you what. And Obama and now Biden together, coming together and making it so now I need a 5th one.
You need
you
a
see
5th
them guys,
job.
President, I need a 5th job and it's their fault.
You know
they
what?
did that when Trump didn't do this.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If the government could guarantee that you got higher wages and only had to work 1 job, would it be okay if Dark Brandon made it so you made more money at your job?
Would it be okay if a bear didn't shit in the woods?
Probably not. Where else would it shit?
It's gonna shit somehow. I don't like the question. It's impossible. Joe Biden can't do anything good. It wouldn't work out. And no matter how he did it, or no matter how you say he's gonna do it, it's nothing but liberal lies and them leftist scum, them radical liberals coming through with lies. And they come in saying what if and what if that and these hypothetical nonsenses. And none of it ever happened. I tell you what.
Yes, Squirrel.
I ain't listening.
Yes, Squirrel.
Dork Brandon said that we could, declare ourselves in the leprechaun commune as a church, praise be, as we drink our Kool-Aid. He said that we could do that and we wouldn't have to pay any taxes. So that's why we have heaps and heaps of pots of gold. And we're willing to share it with people. You just have to be kind.
Let's see. I don't know if we're going to get that here, Squirrel. We'll give it a shot. Now, another question we had come into us was, there's been a lot of discussion of when life starts and like what constitutes life, and it's been a very sensitive topic, especially for the religious people. And so what the people are asking is, should all eggs from chickens be required to be incubated regardless of what their intent was or their viability? Should every egg be required to be incubated to chicken status? Lloyd, start us off.
I mean, I personally don't understand why it just has to be eggs. You know, why can't it? Why it seems just a little bit too, not to be too ironic, but you're putting all your eggs in one egg basket. Eggs. You know, I don't know. You know, I think that there are some people who want to put all their, you know, their eggs into incubators. I think there are people who want to have their eggs be hatched naturally in a nest of hay or in a pile of shit, probably somewhere in the woods where the bear is, you know. I just think these two extremes are a little bit too extreme for the not extreme majority, you know? And so really what I'm proposing is kind of like what I wrote in my book. What I'm proposing is that instead we just march on, you know, and make sure that everyone has access to eggs in some way, you know, but like means tested, obviously. And make sure that if they want to incubate it, if they want to hatch it, you know, if they qualify for, you know, certain services and tax subsidies. Regardless, basically, I'm kind of, I just don't want to be too extreme on this. And I just think more moderate, you know, more kind of calm and not like, you know, burning down our cities over, you know, eggs, you know, approaches. Okay.
Those were certainly a lot of words and references to stuff. I do appreciate your ability to orate sentences and words and go cohesive, somewhat order.
I thought they were brilliant.
Thank you.
If I could take it over to Squirrel, could you give us an idea? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm even asking this question. Can you give us an idea of what you think should happen with all of the eggs?
Well, definitely, we do not want them to be incubated at all. No, we want them to hatch naturally, you know, in the soft, downy feathers and all. And the reason why is because they're in a nest. They definitely have to stay in the nest. Now, if the nest gets cold, because Chicky walks off and leaves the eggies all by themselves, then that's why we set fire to the nests. We have to set fire, and then that way the little eggies will stay warm.
Okay, Carolyn, yeah.
I agree with the first half of that. But the second half of that, I want to agree because, you know, I'm not a big person on disagreeing with things. You know, I like to see other people's sides. I like to, you know, understand other people. I think it's great. Mm-hmm. But I don't think I can understand just setting things on fire. I think on some days I could. I think on some days when I'm feeling a little woo with the girls, you know, I could set a few nests on fire. But I don't know. I think maybe we should just let them live. Like Lion said, Leon, Lloyd,
yes.
LaCroix. Lloyd, okay, sorry, LaCroix. I'll get it right next time.
All right. Well, thank you for taking us into the light, Carol Ann. Corey, Mr. Cam Bell. Yes, Bell. I got it. Can you tell us in your if you wouldn't mind, if it's not an inconvenience, could you give us your take kindly on like what should happen with these eggs? Like, should all the eggs be required to like be incubated?
Absolutely, 100%. Eggs should be incubated until they hatch. Chickenhood begins at conception. That's just science. That's just biology. And like that's at fertilization. That's when the chicken soul gets into the egg, and so that's sacred. And you have a moral obligation to pretty much incubate them until they hatch. That's chickenhood.
Gotcha. And Caitlin, if you wouldn't mind like sharing your infinite wisdom on what should happen with these eggs.
Well, I think that we need to just do what the good Lord intended for them eggs. If them eggs are there to be incubated, then they'll be then inseminated and made with what the good Lord wanted. That being said, in Genesis, the good Lord gave us domination over the animals. We have dominion, and if we want to eat them chickens or take them eggs, well, then that's what the good Lord intended, and it's within the good Lord's will. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to eat a couple of those eggs. But don't you dare think that I'm going to allow no chick abortions. Because the good Lord said very clearly that thou shalt not abort thine chicken.
Correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, no aborting chicken eggs, but it is okay to eat them before they become chicken.
Good Lord gave us dominion over all animals. We can dominate and eat them in any way we see fit.
A
Okay.
little bit too extreme for me, but
Yeah, I bet it is. The
disagree.
question I guess I have between Caitlin and if you know, sir, Mr. Campbell, the question I have, if Caitlin wants his God to tell him he has dominion over the animals, and your God tells you that, say, you don't, as it sounds like to you.
Correct.
Whose God should we trust?
Oh, my God, for sure. Because like I have the better educated God. I think it's pretty clear that Caitlin doesn't understand the own text that he reads. He doesn't understand his own God. And he's just not educated on the matter.
There's no way to the Father but through me. Don't you dare. Mine is the one and only true God. Do not tempt the Lord thy God. Do not be playing with my Lord and Savior. You can talk all you want about whatever nonsense you be believing.
You tell him.
But mine's
You tell
gonna be
him,
the
brother.
one that you're going to have to answer to at the end of the day. So you can talk your nonsense. The only unforgivable sin is cursing the Holy Spirit, and you're treading very close, son.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't care what your book learning says.
Okay, I didn't mean to start a fight. I was just curious how. Okay, but I guess the way I would look at this is, Sir Campbell does come from a long line of being able to make the rules, have wealth, control power. So I don't understand how his God could be wrong with that kind of, lineage that says we've always been in control. Like, how could your God, you work 4 jobs and you won't let Dark Brandon give you more money? How is it your God outweighs his God when, God damn, he's got a lot of money?
You need to understand that it is easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven. The good Lord that we worship did not care about your money or financial success. We here are fighting against the deep state, and we're fighting against the evils in this world. I don't care about your elitism and their educations, or whatever nonsense and gobbledygook you're using to justify your God or your behaviors. My God is the God that's going to get us through this, And I don't care what you had to say. I'm not here to flex no wealth. It ain't about that. It's about fighting that deep state and ensuring that we can bring about revelation. I'll see you on the other side, comrade. We'll find out.
You know, I don't know about this
Yeah,
whole
go ahead.
God thing right here, but I think if anything, we need a universal egg hatching income to make sure that everyone gets their eggs the way that they want to get their eggs, you know. And as far as, I mean, deep state, shallow state, you know, come up to your ankles state, I think that these things are all worth investigating, but we also need we're all entitled to eggs at some point, and that's why I'm saying that we need to go forward and not to the egg pens, not to the hen house or anything like that. We just need to go forward with our eggs, universal egg hatching income.
Oh, you're not entitled to eggs. You're not entitled to anything. You gotta work for your eggs. If you can't afford to get eggs, you gotta work harder, or get a new job.
And he would know. He would definitely know. Look at his success. Like, just listen to him. Okay, so speaking of animals, now that Mr. Campbell has solved the egg problem for us, speaking of animals, okay, I remember when I was a kid, one of the fondest memories I had was like a class gerbil that we had. And I remember getting to take the gerbil home for a weekend, and my dad was a little pissed because he's like, what the fuck is that? And my mom's like, oh, it's the class, it's his turn. Okay, anyway, so there's been a lot of changes to the education system lately, and nobody's really sure kind of what's going to get them in trouble, what's not, what they're allowed to teach, what they're allowed to say. I mean, we've got books getting banned. We have like limitations on gender information. The question, I guess, is should the government be able to regulate what the gender of the class pets are? And to get us started, Carol Ann, what's your take? Should the government be allowed to dictate what gender class pets have to be?
I mean, the government is supplying the funds for those schools in the first place, so why shouldn't they have a say over the gender of the class pets? But then again, I also believe that the children of that classroom should be able to vote and have their first experience of voting and their due diligence so that they can learn how to be good old American citizens. And
Liberal
but
shields.
but I still think that the government should control it.
Cable, be nice.
Indoctrinating kids into that liberal thinking with the gerbils. Leave them gerbils out of it. They didn't pick it. You're teaching your kids from a young age how to vote on the gender of them gerbils. I don't know what you're talking
It's voting.
about. I ain't here for voting.
You don't like voting?
Voting ain't what it's about fighting the deep state and ensuring that we get what we need as the people. I never done here come up talking about democracy. I ain't never said nothing about that. That's a whole nother question. I ain't talking about that, and I don't want you doing your democracy indoctrination on my kids with the gender of a gerbil. If it's got a gerbil PP, it's a boy. If it don't got the gerbil PP, it ain't. That's just how simple it is, and you don't need to be doing the democracy tests on my class gerbil. Not today. Not
Okay,
my
Lynn,
school.
how many kids do you have?
It ain't about that. I don't fucking like kids personally, but they are the patriots of tomorrow. And that's what I care about. The American flag will stand today, it'll stand tomorrow, it'll stand for another 432 years. After that, we'll see.
After that, we'll see. Okay. All right. I was gonna go to Squirrel. She seems busy. If you don't, sir, Mr. Campbell, if it would be all right, what can you tell us, like, what, like your Ivy League would say we should do about the stuff?
So absolutely not. Again, This is just another example of government overreach. You should not be regulating the genders of any of the class pets. This is just another form of affirmative action, and a class pet should be there in the class based off of its merits and merits alone. And so if you start regulating that, it's no longer a meritocracy, like the way it should be. Like I've gotten to where I am based on merit alone and nothing else.
Makes sense to me. A Squirrel, it looks like we have you back. What would you say? Should the government be allowed to dictate the gender of the class pet?
No, that's just absolutely ridiculous. The pets already know what genders they are. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Has anybody even asked the pets? I mean, they should have a right to vote. I mean, we talk to the pets all the time, and pets, they tell us what genders they are. They also tell us how they would like to vote. I mean, goodness sakes. This is just a ridiculous question, for goodness sakes. As I'm looking at the Brady Brunch panel here, nobody has even thought to even ask what the pets are identifying as. They need to have full say in all of this. All of this. The government just needs to step away and just leave them be.
We all know only Caesar Milan and Noah can communicate with animals to the degree necessary to determine that. So get out of here with that nonsense.
I don't know. I feel like Squirrel could translate for us. She would be an excellent translator.
Lloyd.
Yes.
Lloyd. I'm sure this will be very well put together. What are you thinking we should do as far as government dictating the gender of class pets?
Well, I think Dr. Doolittle over there has it halfway right. A little bit too extreme for me, but I think so I remember when I was in school and we also had a class pet. It wasn't a gerbil with a gerbil PP or a gerbil whatever. It was a turtle, and I think one of my friends, Kyle, I think his name was, he drank a lot of Monster, and he asked him, the turtle, his name was Ralph, and said, what do you want to be? He actually asked, and the turtle actually responded. No one believed us. Said that I wanted a Turtusi instead, and I said, wow, that's pretty interesting. I think that class pets, I think we can absolutely draft a plan to where they can get their transition needs met, but like at a 20% interest rate. We need to we have an economy that we need to serve. And so if we are going to do this, we need a path forward, basically, is what I'm saying. We need to be able to take the turtle PPs and the Turtusis or the gerbil PPs or the gerbuses and make sure that these are economically viable. I'm not really too sure about the class pet hormone blockers just yet. Maybe that can wait at some other point, also with an interest rate attached to it and some means testing.
Testing is always essential, right? I mean,
it is always essential.
Can't you, like, heaven forbid somebody actually get extra money, right? Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. Now, I guess the part that I'm struggling with a little bit is Mr. Campbell, the gap, I guess I'm wondering, is you don't want the government involved in gendering these class pets. And Squirrel believes that as reasonable that the pets themselves should get to decide what it is that they want. And if that's the case, do you think the government should put a limitation on which genders they could pick from?
Absolutely, 100%, because there's only 2 genders. That's just science. That's just biology, and you can't go outside of that. And so you should only be able to pick from those 2 categories and those 2 categories alone, because that is just settled science.
Squirrel, take Squirrel.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right.
Mostly, yes.
What do you think it's okay for, as Mr. Campbell said, for the government to dictate the gender of the class pets?
Gender there are, and since there's probably 26 or 27 genders, I mean,
Pseudoscience.
I can't expect the government to actually know that much. I mean, the amount of mushroom fertilizer that the person who's representing me in my writing spreads around the earth, I could plant probably 55,000 gardens. But I mean, the genders, there's numerous genders. I forgot what the question was.
Yeah, I kind of saw that. But just to like point out, Cabla, can you solve the riddle that I just heard from? Oh, I'm sorry if this seems disrespectful, Mr. Campbell, but at one point, Campbell, yeah, sorry. At one point, it was the government overreach should not have any input or authority over the gender of the class pet. And then we do believe that the government should have legislation into controlling which genders they could pick from. Help me.
I think we just need to rely on common sense and the good word of the good Lord. The Lord said
I agree with
he
that.
done created Adam and Eve of his rib. That's what happened. That's how it came about. And that's the only word we need. Who should we question? Who should we ask? I don't know. Maybe the one who created us. There's two. Those are the ones we need to do. Are you from a rib or not from a rib? That's what we need to do. And frankly, I'm tired of it. Why are we even needing to gender these animals into things anyway? I'm tired of them pushing them genders in the schools, and I don't think that they should be saying it at all.
It sounds like
Mr. Cable?
Sounds like you're for gender abolition. Like you don't want there to be any
I told
genders.
you last time it's confusing. I'm tired of it when I'm trying to learn Spanish. I'm trying to learn another language. I can't understand because I don't know if the lamp is a boy, a girl, or whatever the gender of that pronoun is. If it's something that's not there, I'm tired of it. And then they're coming in here trying to push their genders in the schools. This critical gender theories going into school. This Christopher Ruffalo guy told me that that's a serious problem that I need to check out. And they're pushing it in their schools. So I'm tired of bringing it up. But if you're talking about a boy or girl gerbil, and they're calling a boy or girl gender, but I'm not talking about genders.
Get back to like science and math. Got it.
Tired of it.
Carol Ann, where are you going with this?
The Lord.
Because he said that he brought up being made from the rib. Well, sir, are you saying that we are the same as gerbils? Because I believe in that passage he was talking about how humans were made and how human females were made. I thought everything else was made days before, but are you saying gerbils are humans now?
No, I was saying that those are the two genders that were created when God created the gender of boy and girl, Adam and Eve. I didn't stutter and say Adam and Steve or Adam and Hank, the class gerbil.
All right, let's move on from this biblical critical gerbil theory and go into our final question, which is, as we all know, the climate has changed. Sure some of you might have noticed, but maybe not. But you may not know this water on this their planet it's rapidly becoming sparse. And if we're not going to have that much water left, we still need the waterways. So what beverage are we going to replace our lakes and streams with? Squirrel, please get us started. Perfect question for Squirrel. What beverage could we replace our lakes and streams with?
I'm so excited that you asked me this question.
Oh
'cause
no.
Praise be to the
Oh, no.
Shamrock
Oh
Goddess.
no.
Praise be. We are all going to be enjoying Kool-Aid in the future.
Yeah.
We're totally going to be having Kool-Aid because as we're hurtling ourselves into the sun and as the water shortage is done, Kool-Aid will be the answer for all of us. Praise be.
I appreciate you, Squirrel.
Plain Kool-Aid, correct?
Mr.
You look
Campbell,
a little too happy.
Please don't interrupt him. Mr. Campbell, with all of your family knowledge and wealth and connections in all of these corporations that stock our wonderful shelves with the food that you blessed us with, what beverage maybe should we replace our lakes and streams with?
Well, first of all, I think you mentioned at the beginning of the question that the lakes and streams are drying up because of climate change. And I actually reject that notion. I reject the question because climate change isn't real. I don't trust the data. Many scientists are saying that climate change isn't real. It's not happening. I think there's still plenty of water left in our lakes and streams, and so I don't think you need to replace it with any beverage.
So you will just keep bottling it. I mean, sorry, Lloyd, what do you think we could replace our lakes and streams with?
Well, first off, maybe not Sunny Delight. That's not really a favorite of mine, although it might be extreme to others. I mean, I think maybe it really depends on, the area that the people are living in. Wherever, if they're into maybe some craft beer, maybe, or some Kool-Aid, as Dr. Little said. Maybe some Capri Sun. I personally like Capri Sun. Maybe some Gatorade. But we can definitely see that there's a big problem with the H2O becoming a gone-o, and this is a really big problem, which is why I say we should get the big tech corporations. We should get a government contract assigned to Elon Musk and Tesla, and make sure that we can create a not hyperloop but a water loop of sorts, to be able to create water out of Capri Suns and out of definitely not Sunny Delight, because that's fucking disgusting, but definitely out of different kinds of beverages. We could extract the liquidness and make it into a sort of like a water loop. Maybe some universal water income.
Yes, since traffic was magically solved with the underground tunnel, I'm sure this lakes and streams problem could be addressed with.
It was. You can read about it in my book.
Carol Ann, please.
Now,
if you say barbecue sauce, I'll be disappointed. But what can we fill our lakes and streams with?
I have the perfect solution for this. And I don't think anybody's going to disagree, because this is something that both sides will agree on. Now, I think we should replace it with pee. And why is that? It's sterile and a naturally occurring source of liquid. We all pee. And I know Cable pees outside instead of using his bathroom most of the time.
I don't want the government testing my urine for the COVID levels in my urine and my stool.
But they can't test
checking it for that. Yes, they certainly can. They be testing that water for COVID levels. Look it up. You got the Google? Look up using the sewer for COVID. I don't want them putting that DNA in the system. They're looking for me and I ain't doing it. So hell yeah, piss outside. What of it?
So, okay, I don't know. Okay, Caitlin, what liquid, what beverage do you think we can replace the rivers and lakes with?
Well, the good Lord dried up the rivers and the lakes and did it for a reason. tell you that right here, right now, and I would forbid putting anything in that water, replacing the water, because the Lord didn't want it there. But if you're going to twist my arm, then I would say Hank's Black Gun Roasted Coffee, the only patriotic brew to ensure a patriotic future for America.
Squirrel, yes.
Okay, I mean, there's alternative. I mean, we could all have wine, you know, and then that would be just better. I have
Drinking is a
watched
sin.
Jesus turned it into wine according to the, I don't know, some sort of Bible that I don't certainly believe in.
She has a point.
We only believe in, you know, the good book according to the Shamrock. We praise be to Shamrocks. But
And
we
good
could have
moist
wine.
lakes and rivers.
With P, apparently.
Mr. Campbell, both you and
Campbell.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Please,
Disrespecting the right.
Yeah, it's very disrespectful to my
These
name,
liberals.
my
They doing it
legacy.
on purpose.
Should be
You see what they
misgendering
do?
each other.
You see what these liberals be doing every time.
I do cabling. It's unacceptable.
I'm sorry.
Disrespect.
Okay, Mike. I'm sorry. Please tell everybody I'm sorry. The question, I guess, you both, again, Caitlin and you are very religious, and
Absolutely, deeply.
Caitlin believes if God wanted the water out of the lakes and streams, God would just take it. Like, just take it. But we all know God's not the only one taking water. I do believe your family owns quite an extensive water bottling plant.
Yep, that's correct, and that's how I know that the lakes and streams are not drying up, because we're still bottling water like crazy, and still making quite a bit of money. And don't you think that if there was a water shortage, that we would notice? That's why I don't trust the data. That's why, I don't trust the scientists that are saying climate change is real. Because if it was real, I wouldn't be able to continually bottle water. Just makes sense.
Well, so Caitlin, I gotta ask you again, if your God is better than Mr. Campbell's God, how come he's harvesting water? Is he God?
You can take water out of the earth. You ever heard of rain? If the good Lord needs a little more water, he's going to put a little more water on. And if a Nestle or another one of them their corporations take some water, don't get me wrong, I ain't a big fan of that. Their corporations taking the water from the Lord and profiting off it. But hey, that's a free market. Do what you want to do. But hey, if the good Lord needs more water, he'll do a little thing called rain. And leave it to you liberals to lack the common sense to understand how rain works. You just give a little more. He wouldn't allow it to dry up. And if he did, it's for a reason.
So, your God allows Mr. Campbell's
Correct.
God to allow him to take your water as he wants it, and your God just replenishes it.
If needed, it's called the water cycle. The good Lord fucking provides for us. Like manna from heaven. Amen.
All right. Amen. So we got that water in the wine. Well, that's the last
Water in
I
the
have.
coffee.
Y'all did an amazing job. That was a shit ton of fun. I think these types of panels are probably more grounded in reality than most. While not hating each other, I think we get to see a little bit of fun and have some fun. I appreciate all y'all. I'm gonna have y'all introduce yourselves, where we can find you. Corey, will you let them know who you really are?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you so much. That was actually more challenging than I thought. Especially with not challenging to come up with, you know, my answers. It's challenging not to break character, especially with Taller.
Right.
There. That was the real. I was like biting my tongue pretty hard. But yeah, so I'm super appreciated to be invited on. This is super fun, and I think this is like such a great idea. And so I hope like this just like goes on. I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84, and on Twitter and Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I cover science, I cover news, I do the occasional workout stream. That's about it. Thank you so much.
1 hour, two. And you said 84.
And it's Campbell.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think I spelled it right, but it's okay.
Oh, that's
all right. Hildy, thank you so much. Please.
Just having a blast, a real blast. And thank you very much for thinking of me. I am incredibly honored and feel incredibly blessed. And thank you very much for just the opportunity. Everybody has been lovely, and I am so grateful that I have met so many wonderful people. My socials are on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You can find me at Hildy_Beast. And I'm a political commentator, socialist type bozo who likes to shitpost. Cheers.
Oh, and I guess I should say I'm a radical leftist.
There you go.
Bye.
What's up? I'm Cly. Recently out of jail, and then recently out of the hospital. What am I gonna do next? Jail. Yeah, Twitch jail. I said I came out of jail one time, and the new viewer was like, "You went to jail?" I'm like, "Twitch jail." They're putting everyone in there right now. But you can find me, Overlord Cly, on any socials and anywhere. I'm a free woman now, and hopefully we'll stay that way, and hopefully we'll not have any more injuries because
I hope you
these
recover
weeks
quickly.
off, these weeks off have sucked. But I had enough brain power to do this, and I'm so glad I was able to because this idea has just blossomed into something beautiful and hilarious, and F-Bombs is just doing amazing with it.
Well, to let everybody know, this was a bit of a brainstormed of an idea that Clyde probably came up with on Stonercast, and I had been wanting to do an improv show. We didn't have enough like people say, yeah, I'll do improv because it's fucking scary. But when you say fake panel, somehow that doesn't sound like improv. So this is a fantastic way to just get people together and fuck around. So thank you. I'm glad this worked the way it did. Greycraft.
Yo, first of all, Jesus Christ, everyone is fucking hilarious. It was so hard, just like Corey said. Oh my god, there were so many times I thought I was just gonna burst out into laughter and break character. Yeah, no, Greycraft here, GREYECRAFT. You can find me on Twitch. You got the shout out in the chat right there. Yeah, I guess you could say technically I'm an anarcho-hybridist, but I just go by Kami for short. You know, I don't know. There's just something about maximizing happiness and democracy for all the proletariat that just seems pretty fucking base to me. So I try to like advocate for that. I play video games, and I'm a little bit lewd at times with my political commentary. So if you want some really weird shit talking, you can come find me. This has been fucking amazing. I love this. This is a great idea.
Based. Okay, Brother Talorx, please.
Talorx and Talorx Live. I promise I'm not actually a chud. I am a leftist. I talk about cults, high control groups, those types of things. I really like Scientology. I like to talk about that shit. Those types of things. I also do a show, No Coincidences with F-Bombs, tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there. It's going to be amazing.
Amazing!
Absolutely. Most chaotic stoner on Twitch. Come check it out.
Man, okay. I am Kevin. Go by F-Bombs. Stands for Facts Based on My Brain. The thing that I'm hoping to do isn't be a streamer. My goal is to put together some sort of network of entertainment, somewhat like you saw tonight, between we get together this tomorrow. If you haven't seen an episode of No Coincidences, please stop by 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. My head is floating in a fucking jar. If there's no other reason to stop by, my head is floating in a fucking jar. But I think that there's a lot of barriers to success in streaming, and part of that is that we all have to do everything on our own, like isolated, all of it, and we have no combined power or leverage, whether it be with resources or exposure or whatever. That's what I saw that was the best part of panels, but that doesn't seem to be something that is really productive now. And I saw a big gap where people didn't have good ways for everybody to get together, have the resources, get exposure, meet each other, take some of the mystery out of this, and hopefully make reasonable incomes as streamers. So
Yeah.
every Thursday night, starting 8 p.m., we'll have shows. We'll have We'd Get Together, Social Truth. Maybe something will get added. In the meantime, we're trying to come up with 2 new shows in September, maybe a game show and something else.
I was
And
gonna
yeah,
talk
Clyde.
to you about doing a workshop, because and thank you for the follow. Hilda. But so I have helped a couple people now. Tegma, I overhauled his OBS settings, and I'm finding out now. So I learned how to set up OBS through my main dev and admin, because he's ran AV like for festivals his entire, like, since he was 14, and he just turned 18 this year. So like, he is a pro. He's who like I trust to set up everything. But I've also like learned how to do what he's done to my channel along the way. So like, I would love to do a workshop with you on how to optimize OBS, because there are no videos out there about the ways that you optimize it to where it doesn't take up so much of your CPU, and also some things that some options that like are crucial to have like a good
Flavor
quality
Country.
stream, even if you have the lowest equipment. So
Oh yeah,
that
we'll
is-
have to do that. Like if we can, one of the Wednesdays I do like a business of streaming on Wednesdays. I also stream every day at noon Eastern, except Monday and Friday. So like noon to 4-ish. Normally it goes over, but not. So thanks guys. Support these streamers. This is fucking amazing. I think we might be onto something here. I greatly appreciate all your help and especially some
likewise.
last minute adjustments. Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate y'all.
Take
Yes,
care,
thanks
be
for having
well.
us on.
Pleasure.
All right. Have a good one. See ya.
Saw, dude.
All right. So that was great. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a challenge. To not break character. Like I didn't know what to expect. Obviously, this is like a brand new thing for me. And whether I was entertaining or not, no idea. You know, I was doing my best to channel my deep and buried inner Ben Shapiro. But like, I think there's a lot of potential for a show like that, and I'm hoping it continues. I'm hoping it evolves. It seems like it's off to a great start. I'm also honored to be invited on. I think that's either like the first or second time that they did that show. I think they just recently started it. And so the fact that I got invited on, like I don't take that for granted. Oh, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. I'm probably like one of the least qualified persons to do any sort of improv, just because I have no problem admitting I'm not that much of a creative person. But you know, growth and learning is take place in discomfort. So if something is uncomfortable, I tend to like lean into it and just do the best that I can. And like Tyler, I can't I can't commend you or like compliment you enough on your performance. Like you're just like going all in. You're committed. I think it's just like absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to see like I'm sure you have like so many other characters that you can be. And like you commit, and you're just like super creative. And that's definitely like one of your many strengths. So with that, I've been streaming for over 5 hours now. I think this is one of my longer streams. Yeah, again, I did my best, and I'm hoping at the very least that the audience appreciated it. And thank you so much for the positive feedback. I super appreciate it because you are definitely like I can only hope to get to your level one day. So let's see, gonna raid out. Anybody to raid out to? Certainly is. I will. Gotta find some. I think Overlord is still streaming. Yeah, they are. I'm gonna raid out to them. We just set it up. One second. Okay, so it's been one of my longer streams and quite the wild ride. You know, the serious panel with Wick talking about, you know, the ethics of science, or like, you know, what should the ethics of science be, covering some news, covering some science, and then this something brand new to me, like a mock panel, like for fun, playing a character. Let's just say drama and playing a character has like never been my strong suit. I've taken like one drama class in high school in my life, so if I can at least accomplish it, then I'm happy about that. And if I'm honored enough to get invited again, I'm hoping I can do even better. It's all part of the learning process. So that's going to be it for this stream. I want to thank everyone that passed by. Taller, thank you so much. Thank you, Greycraft, for the follow and passing by. Thank you, Bursic MMO, for the follow. Thank you, Oily Olive, Reedsters, Tegma, Billy Bob, Thornton. Who else? Oh yeah, Kitty. Can't forget Kitty. I think I will be streaming again tomorrow. I'm not 100% committed to that, but I'm hoping to stream again tomorrow. If not Saturday, or if not Sunday. I'm hoping to stream more over the next few weeks. I'm gonna do my best. So we're gonna raid into Overlord Cly. They were on the mock panel with us. I think they were playing Carol Ann. Give them a follow. They're clearly based. And yeah, until next time, take care and be well.
Oh, and I have 4 Raiders of Court. Thank you guys. Thank you for
Corey
the
Campbell
raid.
84 raided my stream with 4
We're about to
views.
play. We're